This is Audible.
Macmillan Audio presents Eye for an Eye by Ben Coes. Read for you by Peter Herman. I will make my arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh. Deuteronomy 32:42. Prologue. Upper Phillimore Gardens, Kensington, London, UK. 1 week ago. I don't know. The 3 words Amit Bhutta, Iran's ambassador to the United Nations, had repeated for the past day and a half. 3 words that Dewey listened to with a blank look on his face. It was, by his rough count, approximately the 1,000th time Bhutta had said them. He and Tacoma had been taking turns interrogating Bhutta. 2 hours on, 2 off. They had a distinctly different style. Tacoma, the former SEAL, was less patient. Bhutta's bloody face showed the practical implications of that impatience. Dewey assumed it was Tacoma's youth that made him slap the Iranian around. Not that he cared, but his style was different. With Bhutta, Dewey felt that screwing with his head had a better shot at getting them the information they needed. That and not feeding or giving Bhutta anything to drink. The interrogation room was located in the basement of Rolf Borchardt's mansion in Kensington. The room was soundproof and windowless. At the center of the room, a steel table was bolted to the wooden floor. Behind it was a steel chair, also bolted down. The table had wet blood on it, not for the first time. A lamp in the corner provided the only light. Bhutta was stooped over, leaning forward, his cheek pressed against the steel table. His left eye was shut, black and blue. The heat inside the room was cranked up. Both men were sweating, but Bhutta, with his wrists shackled behind his back, and the muzzle of Dewey's Colt M1911 aimed at his head, was sweating a little more. It had been a week since Dewey infiltrated Iran and stole the country's first nuclear device. Dewey's disguise, his overgrown beard and mustache were gone now. His face was clean-shaven, his hair was cut to a medium length. When Dewey asked to borrow a pair of scissors to cut it himself, Borchardt insisted on taking him to a Belgrave Road stylist. Now Dewey looked like a model, ripped from the advertising pages of Vanity Fair, though the savageness which the professional photographers endeavored to manufacture in their models was, on Dewey, real. His unruly brown hair was combed back, his eyes were bright, cold, and blue. His large nose was sharp and aquiline, despite the fact that it had been busted on 2 separate occasions. Dewey didn't think about his looks. Truth be told, he didn't like the way he looked. He didn't like attention. Dewey preferred blending in, remaining anonymous. Today, with no stubble on his face, a tan, and a $450 haircut, it was not hard to see why the 39-year-old American could still turn heads. Yet, as Bhutta had learned over 36 hours of interrogation, there lurked something beneath the attractive veneer of the kid from Castine, Maine. It was a toughness, a coldness, an anger deep inside. Most who knew Dewey Andreas thought that anger had been forged by the long, bitter winters of his youth along the Maine coast, or on the unforgiving football fields of Boston College, or still later, during Ranger School, or in the otherworldly trials that separated warriors from mere men, called first Special Forces Operational Detachment, Delta, along with the Navy SEALs, America's most fearsome Special Forces soldiers. Only Dewey knew it was none of the above, that what had hardened him was the morning he'd watched his 6-year-old son die of leukemia so long ago. That was what made him, when necessary, ruthless. It was also what kept Dewey, in the innermost part of his being, just, fair, flawed, and vulnerable. Human. Even Buta could see the toughness now, as he stared at the American. It was the same meanness and detachment that had probably coursed in the blood of the men who so long ago had kicked the crap out of the British. A determination that, to the Iranian mind at least, was as defeating as anything he'd ever experienced. "What's his name?" asked Dewey.
"I told you, I don't know. He's China's asset."
Dewey was seated in a beat-up, torn leather club chair. He had his right leg draped over the right arm.
"What's his name?"
"Fuck you." "What's his name?"
"I don't know."
"Ambassador Buta, we can do this all night."
"I don't know, asshole."
Dewey smiled. "Language," said Dewey.
"Fuck you."
If your mother could hear you swearing, she'd be really fucking pissed. Buta's mouth flared slightly, nearly a smile. You laughed.
"Fuck you,"
Buta whispered.
"You're not funny."
"Then why'd you laugh?"
"I wasn't laughing."
"Okay. I have one for you," said Dewey. "What do you do if an Iranian throws a pin at you?" Buta paused, then finally relented.
"What?"
he asked. "Run like hell?"
"Why?"
"Because he's got a grenade between his teeth?" Buta laughed.
"You're worse than the other guy,"
whispered Buta, shaking his head.
"That's stupid. Just beat the shit out of me, will you?"
Dewey laughed, then pumped the trigger on his .45. The bullet struck Buta's right kneecap, blowing it to shreds. Blood sprayed onto the wall. Buta screamed, lurching against the chair, pulling at the shackles. "Jesus, I didn't think it would hurt that much," said Dewey. Buta turned and looked at Dewey, a horrible grimace on his face. His knee was bleeding profusely.
"I don't know his name. How would I know China has a mole inside Mossad?"
Dewey ran his fingers back through his hair. "Here's the deal," said Dewey, wiping the muzzle of the gun on his jeans. "You can either tell me the name of the mole, or you can tell Menachem Dayan and those nice fellas at the madhouse. I have a feeling their jokes aren't going to be as funny as mine. Also, they'll kill you after they dunk your head in water a few 100 times." Buta screamed again. "You tell me the name, and the only one who gets hurt is the mole," Dewey said. "You go free. We can arrange some sort of relocation program inside the United States, some sunny state." Buta's face was pale, drenched in sweat.
"What about my daughter?"
asked Buta, tears streaming down his face. "Her too."
"What about my knee?"
asked Buta in agony. "Oh, it can go too."
"Fuck you!" Buta howled. "You know what I mean."
Dewey sat up and aimed the gun.
No, not again. I want something in writing, an affidavit from the CIA or the Justice Department."
Not gonna happen. If you want me to choose between shooting your kneecap off or calling some lawyer at Langley and explaining why I haven't already dumped you off to the Israelis like I was supposed to, all I can say is that ain't gonna fucking happen.
You are a bastard.
Yeah, I am, said Dewey. But if I say I'm gonna do something, I'm going to do it. Tell me the name of China's spy inside Mossad.
Fuck you.
Dewey stood up, then chambered another round. He aimed the gun at Bhuta's left knee.
No!
Bhuta screamed. He looked at Dewey.
Dillman. His name is Dillman. That's all I know. Tell me you won't fuck me over.
Dewey stuck the Colt M1911 in his shoulder holster and walked to the door. I never break a promise. Dewey walked down the hallway and pulled out his cell. Get me Menachem Dayan, he said into the phone as he walked upstairs. A moment later, Dewey heard the raspy cough of Israel's top military commander, General Menachem Dayan.
Hello, Dewey.
I've finished interrogating Bhuta, Dewey said. I know the name of China's mole inside Mossad.
Who is it?
Asked Dayan. I want your word, General, said Dewey. Kol Meir gets to put the bullet in him. Then he's buried.
You have my word.
His name's Dillman. Chapter 1. Mossad Headquarters, Tel Aviv, Israel. Dayan stepped into Fritz Levine's 12th floor corner office, which overlooked the Mediterranean Sea, the U.S. Embassy, and downtown Tel Aviv. Levine was the Director General of Mossad, Israel's intelligence service. He was a tall, rotund man with receding brown hair and big, ruddy cheeks pockmarked with acne scars. Dressed in a white button-down shirt, sleeves rolled up, he stood behind his desk, inspecting a sheet of paper. Two men were seated in chairs in front of Levine's desk. Cooperman, Mossad's chief of staff, and Rolber, head of clandestine operations. All three turned as Dayan entered, slamming the door behind him.
What the fuck happened?
Asked Dayan as he crossed the office, his voice deep, charred by decades' worth of cigarettes.
How many years did you three work with this son of a bitch traitor and you never suspected a goddamn thing?
There'll be plenty of time for blame, Menachem, said Levine icily. Right now we need to find this motherfucker and put a bullet in his head before he does any more damage and before he escapes.
What is the damage?
It's extensive, said Cooperman. So far, we can trace the exposure of at least 16 MI6 and CIA operatives back to Dillman. As for Mossad, the number appears to be 7 dead agents.
Jesus Christ,
Dayan whispered, looking in disbelief at Cooperman. TGI succeeded in rebuilding Dillman's digital biograph, correspondence, you name it, said Levine angrily, throwing the paper down on his desk. He gave the Chinese everything. Every Far East operation we conducted over the past decade was known ahead of time by Fao Bhang and the ministry. Their knowledge was so extensive that it appears they even tolerated certain activities inside China so as not to raise suspicion. Dillman passed on detailed aspects of anything Langley supplied to us. This includes nuclear infrastructure. Dayan walked to the glass and looked for a few brief seconds toward the U.S. Embassy.
Have we notified Calabrese?
Asked Dayan, referring to the CIA director, Hector Calabrese. Levine nodded. Chalmers, too, he added, referring to Derek Chalmers, head of MI6.
And what was the reaction?
Asked Dayan. Levine stared back at Dayan, but remained silent. He didn't need to say anything. They all knew Dillman had set all three agencies back years, decades even, and that both London and Langley would be extremely angry. Diane shook his head. He sat down in one of the chairs in front of Levine's desk.
"Where is he?"
asked Diane, calmer now, his hand rubbing the bridge of his nose, eyes closed.
"We don't know," said Rolber. "We're looking, carefully. If he suspects anything, he'll run." "If he goes to China, we'll never see him again," said Diane.
The phone on Levine's desk chimed, then a voice came on the speaker.
"Director, they're waiting for you."
"Patch us in." The phone clicked. "Hector?" asked Levine. "Hey, Fritz," said Calabrese on speaker. "You have me and Bill Polk here at Langley, along with Piper Redgrave and Jim Bruckheimer at NSA. MI6 is on also," said Derek Chalmers in his British accent. "Where are we on this?" "We have nothing," said Levine. "We're looking everywhere. Last contact with the agency was 2 days ago. General Redgrave, has NSA developed anything?"
"No,"
came the soft female voice of the head of the National Security Agency.
"And to be honest, I'm not going to start using NSA assets on Dillman or on anything else until we make damn sure our systems and protocols haven't been contaminated by this mole. If the Chinese are inside NSA, we have bigger problems than Dillman."
"What's the plan if and when we do find him?" asked Calabrese. "We have 3 options," said Rolber. 1, we watch him, use him, plot an architecture of disinformation back into Beijing. 2, we bring him in, interrogate him, then let him rot. 3, termination. "Why not 2 and 3? Asked Calabrese. "Grill him, then kill him."
"If we bring him in, China will find out, Hector," said Cooperman. "There has to be some form of check-in and tip-off. If he misses that check-in, Fao Bhang will immediately try to exfiltrate him, or, more likely, just kill him. Then Bhang will move on Western assets before we have time to clean up inside the theater," said Chalmers. "Every MI6, CIA, Mossad agent in China will die, not to mention anyone else Dillman has exposed. It will be a bloody mess." "It already is a bloody mess," said Diane.
"So what about option 1? Asked Calabrese. "What would the design look like?"
"We locate him, then hang back," answered Rolber. "Carefully monitor his movements and tightly control information flow to him. In the meantime, we put our assets in the Chinese theater on high alert and prepare for exfiltration. When Dillman is no longer useful to us, or he suspects something, we bring out our teams, then bring him in. We can shoot him later." "Fuck that!" yelled Diane, hitting the desk with his hand. "We are not waiting. Dillman dies right now. Period. End of statement. If I have to do it myself in downtown Shanghai with a dull butter knife, this motherfucker dies."
"Dillman is just a symptom, General," said Calabrese. "It's Fao Bhang who's behind it all."
"Then let's kill that son of a bitch too."
"Nothing would please me more. But we've never had a shot at him," said Chalmers. "Bhang doesn't travel outside People's Republic of China. He hasn't been seen in the West since 1998. Inside PRC, forget it, he's as well guarded as the Premier."
"Let's cut our losses and kill Dillman," said Diane. "I'm not a fan of fancy intelligence operations, double agents, disinformation, whatnot. They never work. We're seeing firsthand how they all get fucked up. It's time to clean up this mess and tie it off. As for Bang, we are wasting our time. That man is a ghost. Let's focus on what we can do, namely kill what has to be the most important intelligence asset Bang possesses in the West. That's at least something."
"I have an idea," said Chalmers.
"Go ahead, Derek,"
said Levine, picking up an unlit cigar stub from his desk and sticking it in his mouth, then looking at Diane. "Even before this Dillman episode, Fao Bhang has done damage to all of us. Bhang and the Ministry are a country unto themselves.
He's the third highest-ranking member of the Chinese State Council, but he's the most powerful by far. Premier Li fears him, as does the country's military. His tentacles extend into China's economic affairs. He's been an instrumental part of the currency manipulation that has plagued Britain, and, on a much more dramatic scale, the United States, for years. For all I know, his hackers are listening in right now.
"They're not," said Cooperman. "I assure you of this."
"Forgive me, but your assurances mean nothing."
"What's your point?" asked Levine.
"Bhang is rising," said Chalmers. "His malevolence grows. This is simply another chapter in a very dark book." There was silence in the room and over the intercom as Chalmers paused. "My question is, when are we going to do something about it?" he asked.
"So, what's your idea?"
asked Calabrese. "We have to find Dillman," said Chalmers. "Obviously. Then my suggestion is we use him. But not in the way you're thinking, General. No, instead of using him for disinformation and killing him, we're going to switch the order around. Kill him, then use him. We're going to lure Fao Bhang out of his hole, and Dillman is going to be our bait."
"I'm not sure what you mean," said Rolber.
"Bhang won't care about the loss of one human being, even his most treasured asset in the West, but he will care if the loss of Dillman exposes him as weak, as not in control," said Chalmers. "If we can undermine him in the terribly cutthroat drama that is Chinese leadership, it will endanger him. It will potentially signal those who fear Bhang or who covet his power. It's time to destabilize Fao Bhang and let his enemies move against him. Otherwise, there will be no end to his reach and the damage he inflicts upon the West."
Cooperman suddenly reached for his chest pocket and pulled out a vibrating cell phone.
"What?"
he whispered into the cell. Cooperman listened, then signaled at the phone, indicating to Levine to mute the conference call.
"We found him,"
whispered Cooperman, looking at Levine, then Diane and Rolber.
"He's in Haifa."
Levine pressed the mute button on the speakerphone.
"Haifa?" asked Levine.
"What do we have there?"
"I have a tight kill team in the city," said Rolber. "Boroshevsky, Malayim, they're good to go."
"No," said Diane. "This is not Mossad's kill."
"You don't trust us now, General?" demanded Rolber.
"It has nothing to do with whether or not I trust you," said Diane, his gravelly voice rising. "I gave my word to Andreas. It's call my ears kill. Get my ear up to Haifa, brief him en route, and get him whatever weapons he wants. That's an order."
"Yes, sir."
"In the meantime, Fritz and I will coordinate with MI6 and Langley. I'm not sure I understand what the hell Derek Chalmers is talking about, but I like it. These British always have brilliant ideas, even if their food does suck."
Chapter 2. Don Carmel Hotel, Haifa, Israel. Dillman walked through the lobby of the hotel, stopping outside the sliding glass doors. He stared at the rising sun, then glanced around. Like all Mossad agents, he'd been looking over his shoulder for so long it was second nature. He was dressed in blue tennis shorts, a white shirt, and black and white Adidas tennis sneakers. In his hand, he held a yellow Babolat racket. Dillman began his morning jog in the hotel driveway. He ran down the steep, winding road toward the neighborhood called Carmelia. He ran past large stucco homes until he came to a school, then ran across the parking lot to the public tennis court. There he would hit the ball against the backboard for an hour or so, then jog back to the hotel. As he came around the corner of the school, he was surprised to find somebody already at the backboard hitting tennis balls. Dillman thought about turning around and heading back. He didn't feel like waiting God knows how long for the court. Instead, Dillman approached the man. He was young, bearded, and scraggly looking. He was dressed in red sweatpants, a long-sleeve gray t-shirt, topped with a yellow baseball cap and mirrored sunglasses. The man tossed the ball up and swatted it toward the backboard. Dillman could tell by the rhythm and pace that the player was decent.
"How long will you be, my friend?" asked Dillman in Hebrew.
The player turned, raising his hands.
"I only just arrived,"
the man said, slightly annoyed.
"No worries," said Dillman. "I'll go for a run instead."
As Dillman started to walk away, he heard a whistle. He turned around. The tennis player waved him over.
"Would you like to hit some?"
the man called from the court. Dillman shrugged.
"Sure,"
he said. They played for the better part of an hour. The stranger was good. His strokes were a little unnatural, but he was fast and was able to get to everything, despite a slight limp. He beat Dillman 6-3 in the first set. Dillman took the second, 7-5. Then, in the third, the bearded stranger jumped to a 4-0 lead. In the middle of the fifth game, they both heard a string break. After the young man ripped a particularly nice backhand up the line, out of Dillman's reach. Dillman welcomed the interruption. Not only was the younger man beating the crap out of him, but Dillman was sweating like a pig and hungry for breakfast.
"That's too bad," said Dillman, breathing heavily.
"I guess that means I win, yes?" Dillman had been kidding, an attempt at a joke, but the stranger either didn't hear the joke, or, if he had, didn't think it was funny.
"I have another racket,"
the man said, walking to the bench at the side of the court. Other than the score, it was the first thing the young man had said the entire match. He unzipped his racket bag. Dillman walked toward him as he reached into his bag.
"Are you from the area?"
asked Dillman as he came up behind the stranger. The man kept his back to Dillman as he searched inside his bag.
"No,"
he answered.
"Tel Aviv."
"Are you a student? Do you play at the university? You're very good." The stranger turned around and removed his sunglasses.
"No, I'm not a student," he said. "I'm in the military."
Dillman stared into the stranger's eyes. Something in his dark brown eyes triggered Dillman's memory. Then, slowly, Dillman looked at the man's right hand. Instead of a graphite shaft, there was a thick piece of wood. Instead of a racket head and strings, there was the dull steel of a large axe, the kind of axe you could chop down a tree with.
"Your second serve needs some work,"
said the man, who Dillman now recognized.
"Call my ear. Other than that, you're actually not bad."
Dillman lurched to run away, but Meyer swung the axe, catching him in the torso. Dillman fell to the ground, gasping for air. The axe stuck in his side. The pain was so immense he couldn't scream. His mouth went agape, his eyes bulged, and blood gushed down his chest and side. Dillman reached desperately at the axe handle. Calmly, Meyer knelt next to him.
"You like my axe?"
asked Meyer, smiling.
"It's for chopping the heads of traitors."
Meyer stood and placed a foot on Dillman's chest, then jerked up on the handle, pulling the steel axe head from the traitor's body. Dillman whimpered in agony. He was bleeding out, drifting into shock, moments away from death. Meyer lifted the axe over his head. He swung down, burying the blade into Dillman's skull. A white van moved slowly around the corner of the school, crawling toward Meyer. The van stopped a few feet from the corpse. Meyer watched as the back of the van opened and two men in blue unibody suits climbed out. The Mossad cleanup crew jogged forward, placing a stretcher next to Dillman's blood-soaked corpse.
"One thing,"
Meyer said.
"Yes, Commander."
"Don't touch the axe," he ordered. Chapter 3. Residence of the Premier, Chongnanhai, Beijing, People's Republic of China. A small brown pony,
with a fluffy tan mane, stood patiently in the large backyard of a simple red building with an ornately decorated roof. At least 20 screaming girls gathered in front of the pony, waiting their turn. It was a balmy Saturday afternoon at the official residence of the Premier of China, Qishan Li, who was elevated 3 years ago. Li's face sported a large smile as he watched his granddaughter, Mei Siu, climb atop the animal. Her friends all clapped loudly and screamed as Mei Siu moved the pony away from the house. The crowd in the backyard included Mei Siu's classmates from the private all-girls school she attended, their parents, and an assortment of other well-wishers, staff members, and sycophants. Li adored his granddaughter, and his annual birthday party for her was a well-known event. It was a chance not only for Mei Siu and her friends and family to celebrate, but an opportunity for Chinese politicians and ministers to curry favor with the premier by giving the young girl elaborate gifts. Mei Siu had opened all of them, and the back terrace was cluttered with gifts. Bright sweaters, jewelry, toys, shoes, flowers, and 100 other items large and small, stacked on tables for the guests to admire. A half-mile away, a dark blue delivery van pulled up to Xinhua Gate. The driver lowered the window and handed his ID to one of the armed soldiers guarding the entrance. The soldier inspected the identification. The driver was from the Ministry of State Security. "Who is it for?" "The girl," said the driver. "A present from Minister Bhang." The soldier passed his ministry ID back to him and nodded to another soldier to let the van through the gates. The van moved at a placid speed through the massive, multi-building compound that served as central headquarters for the Chinese government, including the Communist Party and the State Council. Pretty trees and manicured lawns separated the ancient, beautifully maintained buildings. Every few hundred yards stood an armed soldier or two. The van stopped outside Li's residence. The driver climbed out of the van as a pair of armed soldiers in paramilitary gear crossed the front lawn of the house. The driver opened the back of the van. All 3 men stood and stared inside. Sitting in the back was a lone object, a large, brown, shiny new Louis Vuitton trunk with a pink ribbon wrapped garishly around it, then tied in a bow. "It's a heavy," said the driver. "Give me a hand, will you?" The 3 men lifted the trunk and carried it across the lawn. Another guard, this one in plain clothes, opened the front door. They carried the trunk through the house. At the door to the outside terrace, Li's wife caught the sight of the 3 men, then let out a delighted laugh. "What have we here?" she yelled in a high-pitched giggle. "From Minister Bhang, madam," said the driver. "Oh, delightful," she said, waving them toward the door. "Just delightful." They carried the trunk to the back lawn amid excited oohs and ahs. Mei Siu, still atop the pony, let out a squeal as she suddenly saw the present being set down on the lawn. She practically jumped from the pony and ran across the grass to the trunk. A bright yellow envelope was taped to the top of the trunk. "To Mei Siu," said Mei Siu, reading the note aloud as Li and his wife stood at the young girl's side, surrounded by the rest of the children and adults. "On this, the happiest of days, happy birthday to you, from Minister Fao Bhang." Li glanced at his wife, a slightly confounded smile on his face. "Who is that, grandfather?" asked Mei Siu. "Just someone I work with," said Li. "What a kind gesture," said Li's wife. "May I open it?" asked Mei Siu, a huge smile of excitement on her face. "Of course," bellowed Li gleefully. The girl pulled one end of the ribbon and let it fall to the ground. She unclasped the 2 buckles on the front of the trunk, then lifted it up. At first, there were smiles and shouts of delight, as many people didn't understand what it was they were seeing. Then came the silence. The smiles disappeared. Finally, there was the scream.
The first one, from Mace Yu herself, a piercing yelp of a scream that ripped the air. Her scream was soon joined by others from her grandmother, schoolmates, and everyone else within sight of the trunk. Inside the trunk was the body of a dead man, stuffed unnaturally into the trunk, dressed in tennis shorts, a tennis shirt, covered in a flood of dried blood and mucus. In the middle of the man's head was an axe, which had been hacked deep into the skull. As Mace Yu suddenly vomited, and everyone else scrambled to leave amid a chorus of quiet hysteria, Lee turned calmly to one of the plain-clothed security men. "Return this to the ministry," said Lee as he reached for his chest and tried to control his anger. "Then tell Fao Bhang I want to see him immediately." Chapter 4. Ministry of State Security, Beijing. "Do you recognize him, sir?" Fao Bhang, Chinese Minister of State Security, the top intelligence official in China, stared at the mangled corpse. It was stuffed like a side of beef into the Louis Vuitton trunk. The smell was overwhelming, but the pungent aroma didn't stop Bhang from looking. The dead man had on tennis sneakers, shorts, and what had been a white tennis shirt. A long gash had been cleaved into his torso, at least a foot long and 4 inches wide. His ribs were visible. The skin around the gash was swelled up, septic, and rotting. From the man's skull, a large axe jutted out, the axe head embedded deep into the dead man's forehead. At the nape of the neck, a silver Star of David lay still, attached to a thin necklace. Bhang had met Dillman more than a decade before. Bhang had been sent to Israel to kill a Chinese dissident hiding out in a Jerusalem tenement. The operation had gone flawlessly. It would be a one-day hit, in and out, bragging rights back at the ministry. But it had gone awry at the airport. They'd stopped him. His cover had been blown somehow. Within hours, Bhang was tied up and sweating in a Mossad interrogation house, located in a quiet Tel Aviv suburb called Savion. Dillman was his interrogator. He was Mossad's deputy chief operating officer, and Bhang recognized him immediately. "Welcome to Israel, Fao," Dillman had said. "Did you finish the job on the old man? A 74-year-old with arthritis, that must have been pretty hard, yes?" Then the words that changed it all, that changed everything, and they came from Bhang's mouth, as if from some ventriloquist. "We'll pay you $50 million to spy for China," Bhang had said to Dillman. "Agree. Promise to set me free, and it will be wired within the hour." He'd guessed, correctly as it turned out, that it needed to be an awe-inspiring number. Anything less, and the Israeli wouldn't have done it. The ministry had paid Dillman the $50 million, and at least another $50 million over the years. In return, Dillman had been a virtual treasure trove of information, not only about Israel, but America too. The turning of the high-ranking Israeli had propelled Bhang upward within the ministry. He bathed in the reflected glory of the mole's revelation. "Dillman," said Bhang, looking at the corpse, at rest in the container. "Are you sure, sir?" Bhang did not answer or show any emotion, as he stared at the dead Israeli. Fao Bhang did not like idle talk. In fact, on the day when Bhang was elevated to his leadership post of the Ministry of State Security, leapfrogging over more than a dozen senior officers who were, on paper, more experienced than him, Premier Zi Cheng had remarked, "Fao, you seem more like a librarian than a spy." Bhang, in typical fashion, had not responded, except to nod a humble thank you. Premier Zicheng then presented him the Order of the Lotus, the ministry's highest honor. Bhang was appointed at the age of 43 to arguably the third most powerful position in China. Only Bhang knew that Zicheng's remark really could not have been further from the truth. It demonstrated a critical lack of understanding about him, another underestimation of his abilities, his strengths, and his intelligence. In order to claim the ministry's top office, Bhang had engineered a bold, highly ruthless plot. Over the course of a year, he had systematically destroyed the one man standing in his way, Xianggo, his boss, mentor, and caretaker. Machiavelli himself would have cringed in fear. It had all begun with a phone call from Bhang's half-brother. Bo Min was an electrical engineer by training who'd started at the ministry at the same time as Bhang. But whereas Bhang had political ambitions, Min was more interested in the obtuse recesses of abstract technology. Min became a mid-level functionary within the ministry's Electronic Espionage and Surveillance Directorate, designing devices used to listen in on enemies and allies alike, helping to arm agents with increasingly tinier, more potent tools, which could be deployed in different environments across the globe and used to eavesdrop on any sort of conversation. Min had called Bhang past midnight, awakening him in a hotel room in Cairo, where he'd been sent to kill someone.
"I have discovered something,"
Min had whispered conspiratorially.
"Why are you whispering? I can't talk,"
whispered Min urgently.
"Listen to me. There is to be a change at the top echelon of the ministry."
Bhang had rubbed his eyes, then looked at his notebook lying next to the bed. The word Cairo was written out in bold letters. It was a habit he'd formed early on, so that in the jumbled chaos of hotels and cities he traveled to, he would wake up and know immediately where he was.
"What time is it?" "What time is it? Did you not hear me?"
"How do you know?"
"I was testing a listening device. I had placed it in a bathroom on the 7th floor. The minister himself spoke. He must have gone into the bathroom near the cabinet room. He was alone on the phone call. He has cancer. He is to resign within the year."
"Did he say who he would pick as his successor?"
"Xianggo."
A wave of electricity went down Bhang's spine. Xianggo was Bhang's boss, the head of the ministry's clandestine paramilitary services bureau. He ran the kill teams. In its own way, this was good news. It meant the minister would be selecting a killer over a functionary as the next head of the ministry. Unfortunately, Xianggo was only 48 years old. He would have a long career as minister, which meant Bhang's chances of running the ministry would effectively be over. A stark realization occurred to him then. This whole thing was, in fact, his death knell. For a while, Bhang was Xianggo's protege and the most effective assassin within the clandestine bureau's ranks. Xianggo feared him. There wasn't a more vicious man alive than Xianggo. As soon as he found out he was to become China's next Minister of State Security, Bhang would be dead within the hour.
"When will it happen?" "I don't know."
"Don't tell anyone. Do you hear me?"
"Yes, Fao."
And so it had begun. Bhang knew he would have to design the operation outside of the architecture of the ministry. The ministry was everywhere, and any action he might contemplate involving Xianggo would be detected. Bhang realized as he sat in that Cairo hotel room that next morning, he would need to do this one off the grid. He picked up the phone.
"Dillman."
"Mikhail, it's me, Fao."
Good morning, Fao. Who will the ministry be putting a bulletin today?
"I need to see you. It's urgent."
"I'll be in Brussels tomorrow. Meet me at noon at the Metropole. The room will be under Seidenberg."
In an opulent suite at the Metropole, Bhang laid out his dilemma to Dillman. Not only did Bhang need Dillman's ideas on how to remove Xianggo, he needed Dillman to actually do it. He needed Mossad to terminate Xianggo. Bhang couldn't be involved. He'd asked many people to do many things over the years, but always with the threat of violence or the promise of money behind the request. It was the first time Bhang had ever asked anyone for a favor.
"I'll do it for you," Dillman had said, placing his hand on Bhang's knee and patting it. "Anything for you, my good friend."
Dillman fabricated a cover story to explain why Israel needed to assassinate Cian-Go. He doctored a photograph of Cian-Go dining with a high-level Hamas operative in Budapest. For his madhouse compatriots, that was more than enough paper to approve the kill. Mossad began infiltrating Cian-Go's personal life and looking for vulnerabilities. He was married but kept a mistress in Macau. He liked to gamble. It was decided that they would strike Cian-Go during one of his monthly visits to the sprawling city, China's version of Las Vegas. Macau, Dillman knew, would be a challenge. Chinese intelligence was everywhere, particularly inside the big casinos, layered throughout the staffs and monitoring cameras, looking for suspicious or even just interesting Westerners to spy on. The casino where Cian-Go would be gambling was the most logical place to hit him. But there were 32 casinos in Macau, and trying to guess which one Cian-Go would throw away his money at was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Then there was the building where his mistress lived, a modern glass skyscraper in the central business district. Her apartment was on the penthouse floor, 86 stories up. The building was highly secure, with armed guards at the entrance. More importantly, Cian-Go always brought a 2- or 3-man detail with him. If the casinos were going to be difficult, the apartment building would be next to impossible. Dillman's overarching concern was the possibility Cian-Go's death might be traced back to Mossad. It had to look like an accident. From public construction records, they studied the apartment building at its various stages. A British structural engineering firm had been hired as a subcontractor, and part of their purview had been the scope and plan for the elevators. A phone call to London was made. 3 weeks later, on a sun-splashed Thursday afternoon, Cian-Go landed at Macau International Airport. He went directly to the Star World Casino, where he spent several hours playing craps and drinking vodka, with 3 ministry agents hovering over his shoulder. At dinner time, he went to his mistress's apartment. At just before 9 p.m., Cian-Go and his mistress stepped into the elevator. As the doors shut, Cian-Go winked at the young girl, reaching for her hand. Then, as a pair of cables attached to the roof of the cabin failed, the elevator dropped 86 stories. Screams from Cian-Go's mistress could be heard at various points by people waiting for an elevator, as the couple rocketed down the air shaft to their violent deaths. The following June, after the current Minister of State Security surprised almost everyone with his resignation for personal reasons, Fao Bhang was named China's next Minister of State Security. He owed Dillman his job. He owed Dillman his life. Bhang reached into the trunk, grabbed the Star of David from Dillman's neck, ripped it off, then turned and walked out of the morgue. Back in his office, Bhang assembled his 3 deputies. Ming Hua, head of clandestine operations. Quan, who ran the ministry's intelligence gathering unit. And Wu Zhou, Bhang's chief of staff. "Where did the trunk come from?" asked Bhang.
"Hong Kong. It arrived yesterday."
"And the girl saw it?"
"Yes, she opened the trunk herself. Premier Li was present as well, as was the First Lady."
Bhang's nostrils flared. "Do we know who it was actually sent from?" he demanded. The 2 aides looked at each other, neither wanting to be the one to answer Bhang's question. Finally, one spoke.
"The origin on the manifest was Hong Kong. That's all we have."
Bhang sat down. He leaned back in silence, then lit a cigarette.
"Minister Bhang," said one of the men, "Premier Li insisted you see him immediately."
"Please," said Bhang, holding his index finger up for silence. Bhang took several deep drags without speaking. His mind raced.
He processed what had happened. There was a strategy here. Whoever found Mikhail Dillman, presumably Mossad, was up to something. He took several hard puffs, looking for inspiration in the rush of nicotine. If terminating Dillman was the objective, they could have simply done so, then deposited the corpse in a landfill. When Dillman missed his weekly check-in, the ministry would have assumed he'd been found out. But Mossad had done no such thing. Dillman checked in 3 days ago, and then they put the axe into his skull. The Israelis should have, brought him in and interrogated him. But they didn't. They killed him, stuffed him into a box, shipped him to Hong Kong. They could have kept Dillman alive and used him, as Bhang would have, to penetrate back into Beijing and the ministry, to try to learn who Dillman's handlers were, perhaps even try to blackmail Dillman. They didn't. Instead, Dillman's killers not only sent him back, they did so in a particularly interesting and provocative way. Their target was Bhang himself. It was unmistakable. This thrust was aimed at him. There could be no other explanation. Not bad, thought Bhang. They were smart enough to know they would never be able to get at Bhang themselves. He was too well guarded, his movements too unpredictable, his activities too secret. His enemies would attempt to get at those surrounding Bhang. Premier Li, the most powerful man in China, would be furious by what had happened to his granddaughter. Much worse was the subtle effect Dillman's corpse and its flamboyant delivery would have on everyone surrounding Bhang. It was a dagger, sent to pierce the shroud of invincibility that Bhang had built and enforced over a decade atop the ministry. Through terror, force, and fear. If Dillman's corpse could be delivered in such an ostentatious, unexpected, and undetected manner, well, then someone out there, perhaps one of the men seated in his office, might develop the confidence to strike at Bhang as well. And so the game begins, said Bhang quietly to himself as he stared at the burning ember atop his cigarette. Minister? Bhang stood up. He reached for Dillman's Star of David, which was on his desk. He picked it up and held it, examining it. Who outside of the ministry was aware of Dillman? Asked Bhang. One of the men handed a single sheet of paper to Bhang. The list was short, only 4 names. Bhang studied it, then nodded his head slowly up and down. Aziz, said Bhang. The Iran station chief, he is not on the list, sir. Please see that he's here in my office as soon as possible. Yes, Minister. Then see that the first 3 gentlemen on this list are killed, in a manner that is quiet, and if possible, dignified. Yes, sir. Bhang stubbed out his cigarette. He removed his blazer from the back of his chair. Tell the Premier I'll be there in 10 minutes. Also have gifts sent to his granddaughter. Wonderful gifts, large teddy bear, flowers, sweets. I want you to personally oversee the wrapping of the presents as well as their delivery. Is that understood? Yes, Minister Bhang. Chapter 5. Wheaton Ice Arena, Wheaton, Maryland. Dewey Andreas climbed out of his Ford F-150 and glanced up at the sky, still dark at 4:55 a.m. It was cold out, not Maine cold, but cold enough to see his breath. He reached into the back of the pickup and grabbed his equipment bag and a pair of hockey sticks. "You must be the ringer Jessica was bragging about," said a brown-haired man walking by, carrying his equipment. Dewey nodded and smiled but said nothing. He recognized the speaker, Mark Hastings, Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Hastings, Dewey knew, had played goalie at Harvard. His equipment bag was twice as big as Dewey's. "You need a hand?" Dewey asked. "Do I really look that old?" Hastings laughed. "Let me get your stick." Dewey took Hastings' goalie stick and walked with him toward the rink doors. It was the most exclusive pickup hockey game in Washington.
It was probably the most exclusive pickup hockey game in the world. After all, where else on a cold Saturday morning at 5 o'clock could you find 3 members of the cabinet, a Supreme Court justice, 4 U.S. senators, half a dozen congressmen, a few assorted Pentagon officials, and a variety of other denizens of the Washington elite, gathering to lace up their old pairs of CCM SuperTacs, pull on equipment last used in high school or college, and play an hour of hockey. Of course, the main attraction was the occupant of the black limousine now pulling into the rink's parking lot, with small American flags waving from the front and rear corners of the vehicle, flanked by a convoy of Chevy Suburbans. The President of the United States, J.P. Dellenbaugh. Dellenbaugh and Senator Anthony DeNovi were the only participants in the weekly pickup game to have actually played professional hockey. Dellenbaugh for the Detroit Red Wings, DeNovi for the Boston Bruins. Most of the other players played hockey in college. A few only made it to high school. The only requirement was that a player played through high school and that Dellenbaugh liked them. There was also a no-business rule, no talking politics, legislation, poll numbers, upcoming elections, nothing political whatsoever. Also no lobbyists. Originally, the game was Dellenbaugh's idea, begun when he was a freshman senator. It became a slightly more exclusive ticket when Dellenbaugh was selected as Rob Allaire's running mate. When Allaire was elected president and Dellenbaugh became vice president of the United States, it became still harder to get an invite to the game. After Rob Allaire's untimely death and J.P. Dellenbaugh's swearing in as President of the United States, everyone assumed Dellenbaugh wouldn't be able to continue the game. But they were wrong. Except for the occasional vacation, foreign trip, or crisis, Dellenbaugh had kept it up. Now it was next to impossible to get an invite to the game, played every Saturday morning at the blue-roofed Wheaton Ice Arena. Dellenbaugh himself needed to approve everyone invited. The Secret Service screened the names of all participants. Every week, FBI bomb dogs came out to the rink at 3 a.m. to sweep the facility. If you were an ex-hockey player, you probably knew about the game. That was the way the hockey world worked. Even if they were despised opponents in college after the rivalry was over and the skates were off, hockey players reunited like a tribe. Ex-hockey players didn't like to brag or call attention to themselves. They were secretive, too. Until recently, few people outside of the tight-knit D.C. community of former hockey players knew about the game. That is, until one of the players, still unidentified, leaked word of the weekly pickup game to a female reporter for the Washington Post. The reporter, a long-legged, beautiful sports reporter named Summer Swenson, wrote a piece entitled The Pickup Artists, with an old photograph of Dellenbaugh showing him beating the daylights out of some unfortunate member of the New York Rangers. The article detailed the ins and outs of the president's weekly game. It caused the Secret Service to move the time and location of the game. Checking wasn't allowed, though that didn't stop the game from occasionally getting chippy. Usually it was Dellenbaugh himself who was the instigator. One thing about hockey players was that once they laced the skates on, each player invariably reverted to his habits and ways of old. The former puck hogs still hogged the puck, the former playmakers still set up plays, and the former fighters, such as Dellenbaugh, well, they caused trouble. Dewey hadn't asked to be invited to the game. In fact, as he followed Hastings inside the rink, bag slung over his shoulder, he cursed Jessica under his breath. He hadn't skated since his senior year at Castine High School. At Boston College, given the choice of football or hockey, he decided to play football. Dewey had been captain of his high school team. Back then, more than 2 decades ago, Dewey could handle himself on the rink pretty well. He played defense, scored the occasional goal, led the team in assists. But what he'd really been known for, the quality that caused his coach, a gruff old Mainer named Mark Blood, to nickname him Mad Dog, was his ability to hit. A slight tinge of adrenaline spiked in his blood as he walked through the door and caught the sight of a rusted blue and white Zamboni chugging around the ice. Dewey followed Hastings into the locker room. Inside, the benches on both sides of the room were filled with men getting dressed. Dewey didn't recognize many of them. He couldn't have told most U.S. senators apart from the guy driving the Zamboni. But he did recognize a few. In addition to Hastings, there was Attorney General Rickards and Denovi, the senior senator from New Jersey. Dewey glanced quickly around the room at the senators, congressmen, and other officials in various stages of undress. "I heard we had a new guy in town," said a tall, black-haired man who walked over to Dewey. "I'm Tony Denovi." He extended his hand. "Hi," said Dewey, shaking his hand. "Nice to meet you, Senator." "Call me Tony." "So, I hear you're the lucky guy who's marrying Jessica Tanzer. Congratulations." "Thank you. When's the wedding?" "We haven't set a date yet." "I've known Jessica since she worked on Capitol Hill," said Denovi. "She worked on the Intelligence Committee before she went over to the FBI. I didn't know that. She has one of the best strategic minds I've ever known. Most effective national security advisor we've had in a long, long time, certainly since I've been around. You're a very lucky man, Dewey." "Thanks, Senator." Dewey pulled his shirt over his head, then leaned down and unzipped his hockey bag. "That's one hell of a scar," said Denovi, looking at Dewey's left shoulder. The scar had that effect. It was 2 inches wide and ran from the apex of his shoulder down to the midpoint of his biceps, like an ugly ribbon. "If you don't mind my asking, what happened?" Dewey looked at Denovi without answering. Just then the door swung open and the President of the United States, J.P. Dellenbaugh, walked in. His brown hair was slightly messed up, and he had a big grin on his face. His hockey bag was slung over his shoulder. He was wearing red sweatpants and a faded blue and yellow University of Michigan sweatshirt. He threw his bag down next to Dewey's. "Hi, Dewey," said the President. Dellenbaugh reached out and shook his hand. Everyone was watching. Dellenbaugh glanced around the room. "Hi, boys. What's the matter? Haven't any of you ever seen an American hero?" Dellenbaugh kept his eyes on Dewey as he shook his hand. "Tony," continued Dellenbaugh, "I got the scar fighting terrorists. Now let's stop giving the guy the 3rd degree and play a little hockey. Sorry I'm late, everyone." Dellenbaugh took the seat next to Dewey and got undressed. It was refreshing to see the U.S. President in this unrehearsed, raw light. Seeing him, as just one of the guys. "You and I are probably the only guys in this room who went to public high school," whispered Dellenbaugh, smiling at Dewey. The implication was clear. The rest of them, at least for the next hour, were all a bunch of prep school pussies. "Where did you go?" asked Dewey. "You mean you don't know my life story up and down, left and right?" I apologize." "Don't," laughed Dellenbaugh. "I live for moments like that, finding someone who doesn't know every damn thing about me. That's why this hour is the best hour of the week. People don't treat me like I'm president. The best is when Desmond over there tries to lay me out with one of his pathetic Dartmouth checks." Large brown-haired man, tightening his right skate, looked up at Dellenbaugh from across the locker room. "You're going down, Dellenbaugh," he said, smiling. Dellenbaugh paused, staring at Desmond with mock fury. "Bring it, bitch," said Dellenbaugh, taunting him back. The room erupted in laughter. Dellenbaugh turned to Dewey. "To answer your question, I went to Trenton High School outside of Detroit, then Michigan on a scholarship. My dad and mom both worked for General Motors." Dewey didn't say anything as he pulled out a pair of ancient CCM SuperTacs, the blades partially covered in rust. "My God, those are old," said Dellenbaugh. "I'm going to buy you a new pair as a wedding present. Speaking of which, congratulations." "Thank you." "I asked Jessica where you popped the question. She wouldn't tell me." Dewey smiled but said nothing. He pulled his laces tight, tied them, then reached into the bag for his helmet. "So you're not going to tell me?" asked Dellenbaugh. "Nah." Dewey pulled out an old, bright yellow Jaffa helmet. Before he put it on his head, he looked inside. He reached down and removed a layer of cobwebs. "Jesus, Mary and Joseph," said Dellenbaugh. "That is one nasty-looking helmet. I'm starting to worry about you, Dewey. When was the last time you played?" Dewey laughed at Dellenbaugh's ribbing. 20 years ago, said Dewey. It's pretty mellow out there, said Dellenbaugh. I don't want you getting hurt. I promised your fiancée I'd return you without any major injuries. Dewey stood up and pulled his helmet on. I'll see you out there, Mr. President. I'm right behind you, said Dellenbaugh. Hey, DeNovi, did you bring me a Dunkin' Donuts coffee like you said you would? Yes, Mr. President, said DeNovi, who was pulling his right skate on. Decaf, right? Wise ass, if it's decaf, I'm going to veto any piece of legislation with your name on it for the next year. Outside the locker room, Dewey walked on the rubber mat to the rink door. The stands were empty except for a dozen or so Secret Service agents, spread out around the bleachers. Agents stood at both entrances. Each man held what looked like a laptop bag across their torsos, one hand concealed. Inside were submachine guns. Several players were already on the ice, skating in circles to warm up. Dewey stepped onto the ice and proceeded to go flying onto his butt. He slowly got to his knees, then stood. He began a slow circle around the rink. His skates, though rusty, were sharp. Still, it had been almost 2 decades since he'd skated, and he was rusty. He watched as an older player, perhaps in his 50s, went flying by him. Then he caught Dellenbaugh climbing onto the ice. The president quickly leapt into a full sprint around the outer edge of the ice, his skates making sharp cutting noises as he moved gracefully around the rink. Dellenbaugh was a sight to behold, his stride smooth with tremendous speed. He circled twice, then came over to Dewey, slowing down alongside him. "How you feeling?" he asked. "Not bad," said Dewey. "You're on D next to me. Stay away from Tom the Gray." "Which one is he?" "He's the guy with the red helmet," said Dellenbaugh, nodding at a player stretching next to the boards. "Congressman from Chicago. He can't skate for shit, but he can hit and he plays dirty. More to the point, he used to have a thing for Jessica." "A thing?" "They went out to dinner, that's all I know. Just keep an eye out. He's the vengeful type." Dewey skated along next to Dellenbaugh for a few minutes, working hard just to keep up. Even relaxing, Dellenbaugh moved with a speed that, at least to Dewey, was stunning, barely pushing his legs, yet flying along. Dellenbaugh gathered everyone at center ice. He and DeNovi picked teams. Even though Dewey was clearly one of the worst players on the ice, Dellenbaugh picked him first. Each team had 10 players, enough for 2 lines and a goalie. Hastings, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, was one of the goalies. The other was a staffer from the White House Communications Office named Nate Rawley, who had played at Williams. When a young White House intern named Pitchess finally showed up, he was handed a striped jacket and told to referee. The game started with Pitchess dropping the puck at mid-ice. Dewey started at the fence next to Dellenbaugh, who was passed the puck by the center. Dellenbaugh flipped it to Dewey, who skated up the right side of the rink, then passed it back to Dellenbaugh, who proceeded to weave in and out of 3 players on his way to the opposing net, where he deposited the puck between Rawley's pads, 5-hole, for the first goal of the game. Technically, Dewey got an assist on it. Dellenbaugh skated back to defense as Pitchess retrieved the puck from the net. The other team booed rather loudly as Dellenbaugh skated by their bench. "Puck hog," hooted one player on the opposing team. "Republicans never pass the puck," barked another to the howls of his teammates. Dellenbaugh took his place on the blue line next to Dewey. "Nice shot," said Dewey. "Thanks, kid. Good assist." "Yeah, right," said Dewey. The next face-off was won by the other team. DeNovi, who was playing center, took the puck and dumped it into the zone behind Dewey and Dellenbaugh. Dellenbaugh gave chase as the other team's right wing came after him. In the corner, Dellenbaugh grabbed the puck and banged it along the backboards to Dewey. Just as Dewey was about to get the puck, he felt a sharp pain at his ankles, a stick from behind slashing at his skate. He went flying over and tumbled to the ice, sticking his left arm out as he collided with the board so that his head wouldn't hit. Turning and looking up, he saw the back of a red helmet, the only red helmet on the ice. De Grey, the player Dellenbaugh had warned him about. He took the puck and centered it to DeNovi, who stuck it past Hastings to even the score. Dellenbaugh skated over and helped Dewey up. "You okay, kid?" "Fine," said Dewey. The teams changed lines, tied at one apiece. On the bench, Dewey glanced over to the other bench, catching the eye of DeGray, who was smiling and talking with someone. "You want me to clean his clock for you?" asked Dellenbaugh, smiling. Dewey laughed. "Nah, not a big deal." Dewey had liked Rob Allaire, Dellenbaugh's predecessor, a lot. Initially, Dewey wasn't sure how he felt about Dellenbaugh. Now, as he saw the president in his element, as a human being, as a teammate, even as a friend, Dewey was starting to like him. Dewey wasn't very good at relating to people or forming friendships. Dellenbaugh was a genius at it. He made him forget the fact that he was president. If anything, he made Dewey feel like they were two kids playing pond hockey back in Castine. Dellenbaugh had a big, shit-eating grin on his face as he not so suddenly encouraged Dewey to take revenge on DeGray. It was different than how he'd felt about Allaire. With Allaire, Dewey felt nothing but respect and admiration, even awe. When Allaire had awarded Dewey the Presidential Medal of Freedom, it was one of the proudest moments of his life. But with Dellenbaugh, it was something different that made Dewey like him. He was closer in age to Dewey, and his working-class roots were ones they had in common. The ref blew the whistle, and Dewey climbed over the boards for another shift. This time, starting in the opposing team's zone. Dewey was on the blue line at the point, and the center won the face-off and shoveled it back to him. Dewey stepped forward with the puck, went left and took a slap shot, which sailed with decent speed into the jumble of players in front of the net. Despite the no-checking rule as he fired the shot, Dewey got leveled from behind. From the ground, he watched as the shot somehow found its way into the back of the net, the goalie having been screened. Looking up, he saw Dellenbaugh pushing DeGray back against the boards and saying something to him. Dewey hadn't seen who'd hit him, but obviously Dellenbaugh had. As he skated back to mid-ice, the red-helmeted DeGray skated up to Dewey. "Hey, sorry about that." Dewey ignored him. The game went back and forth, becoming progressively sloppier as the hour went on, with the exception of the play of Dellenbaugh and Denovi. Though they were clearly taking it easy, they stood out. Both had awesome speed and stick-handling ability. Once Dellenbaugh had racked up a hat trick, 3 goals, he stopped taking shots, instead passing it whenever he had a clean shot. Dewey played respectably, racking up 2 more assists. With only a few minutes left, Dewey found himself with the puck at mid-ice. He passed it to a wing who brought it into the opponent's zone and took a shot, which went wide. Behind the net, Dewey saw the red helmet of DeGray as he made his break out from behind the net, skating up the ice. Dewey began his run at the congressman from his own blue line. He tracked DeGray as his red helmet weaved through several players. Had DeGray passed the puck, Dewey would have aborted his run, but DeGray held on, gathering speed and momentum. By center ice, DeGray was at full speed. So was Dewey. A good hockey player like Dellenbaugh can skate with the puck without looking down, stick-handling blind and thereby avoiding hard checks that seemingly come out of nowhere. But most players needed to occasionally glance down at the puck to make sure it is still on their stick. DeGray was mediocre at best. Unfortunately for the Democratic congressman from Chicago, Dewey chose to make a temporary exception to the no-checking rule. As DeGray crossed mid-ice, lurching left past his own center man, Dewey was skating at full speed. Dewey was as locked into DeGray as a torpedo is locked into the hull of a battleship. DeGray looked up at the last second as Dewey crossed mid-ice, lowered his shoulder, and struck him squarely in the numbers. DeGray was pummeled. He went flying off his skates, backward, dropping his stick and landing with a loud groan on the ice. His red helmet went flying off his head, spinning toward the boards. Play stopped as Denovi grabbed Dewey to keep him away from DeGray, who lay face down on the ice. When Denovi attempted to push against Dewey, Dewey stood his ground. Dellenbaugh broke them up. I got him, Tony," said Dellenbaugh. Dellenbaugh skated with Dewey toward the door. Dewey glanced over his shoulder as a few players helped DeGray to his skates. "I wouldn't want to get on your bad side," said the president, laughing. "I was going to politely level him into the boards. That was brutal." Dewey said nothing as he stepped off the ice. Hastings filed in behind Dewey and the President as they stepped off the ice. In the locker room, Dewey, Dellenbaugh, and Hastings were the first to sit down. Hastings pulled his goalie mask off. His face was bright red and his brown hair was matted in sweat. "It's about time someone took out that little bastard," said the Chief Justice, giving a thumbs up to Dewey. The door opened and DeGray stormed in, a trickle of blood on his chin coming from his mouth. "You son of a bitch," he screamed at Dewey, stepping toward him. His helmet was off. Dewey didn't flinch, calmly continuing to untie his skates, ignoring him. "That was the dirtiest hit I've ever seen." DeGray stood in front of Dewey, who pulled his helmet off and put it down. Dewey looked up at him. "Fuck off," Dewey said dismissively. DeGray looked around, his face beet red with anger. Suddenly he swung at Dewey. Dewey caught the fist with his left hand, then stood and in one fluid motion grabbed DeGray by the neck. Holding DeGray's forearm in his left hand and neck in his right, Dewey thrust up at him, throwing DeGray backward off his skates to the ground in front of Hastings. "It was a clean hit," said Hastings as he untied his right skate and stared at DeGray on the floor. "And don't forget I'm the Chief Justice of the United States." "I thought there wasn't any hitting, Mr. President," said DeGray from the ground. "Dewey just gave you a little dose of your own medicine," said Dellenbaugh, laughing. "Now, stand up like a man, take your skates off, get the hell out of here." DeGray slowly sat up. He looked around for sympathy but found none. "Does this mean... can I come back?" "Absolutely," said Dellenbaugh. "Just not between the hours of 5 and 6 on Saturday mornings. If you do, I'll have one of the agents put a load of buckshot in your ass." Chapter 6. Residence of the Premier, Chongnanhai, Beijing. The black sedan carrying Fao Bhang passed through Xinhua Gate. A four-man watch of armed soldiers needed only for Bang's driver to lower his black-tinted window a few inches to see whose limo it was. Bang's drivers, a rotating group of 3, were all known to the guards at Chongnanhai. At the front entrance to the Premier's residence, Bang was escorted by a soldier down a long hallway, its walls decorated with murals. At the end of the hallway was a set of closed double doors, where another soldier stood. Upon seeing Bang, he turned and knocked. "Send him in," came a voice from inside the room. The soldier nodded at Bang, then opened the door and showed Bang in. As he went to shut the door, Premier Li called out, "Stay inside the room," he ordered to the soldier. The soldier followed Bang in, shut the door, then stood at attention just inside the door. The room was a library, its crimson red walls lined with books. Premier Li was seated on a maroon sofa beneath a chandelier. Across from the sofa were 2 leather chairs. Li was dressed casually, a button-down beneath a green cashmere V-neck sweater. He stared at Bang as he entered. "Premier Li," said Bang, bowing before him. "My humblest appreciation for seeing me on such short notice." Li said nothing. Instead, he glared with a blank, seething anger at Bang. He did not ask Bang to sit down. Understanding the signal, Bang stood between the 2 chairs across from Li. "What is it?" asked Li curtly, in a manner that contained what could only be described as controlled fury. "Have you not disturbed my day enough, Bang?" "I am here to apologize," said Bang in a soft voice. "I am most sorry. I have all ministry resources trying to determine what vile creature played such a mean-spirited joke." "Joke?" Li yelled. "He had an axe in his skull, an axe! Covered in blood, who would do such a thing?" "I did not send it, so I don't know," said Bang. "This was a cruel strategy employed by China's enemies for God knows what reason.
Perhaps to do what is occurring right now, to foment anger among the leaders of our government. But I will find out who did this, sir, and justice will be brought to them. My granddaughter had to be sedated, said Lee. My wife is distraught, and for this I am deeply sorry. Sometimes it would seem the world in which I live and work, a world of secrets, spills over. It's not something I choose. Who was this dead man? Bhang remained silent.
Who was this man?
Bellowed Lee. I'm here to apologize, said Bhang. There is nothing more I can say, with all due respect, sir.
I am ordering you to tell me who this dead man was, seethed Lee.
Bhang returned Lee's angry glare with a calm, kindly expression. Mr. Premier, said Bhang, there are aspects to every job that do not necessarily bring clarity or edification to the world. This question would fall into a category of what I would call unnecessary detail. Lee sat back, considering his next words. You're not going to tell me? He asked, taken aback, his voice rising. What have you exposed China to, you insolent bastard? Your arrogance knows no boundaries, Bhang. Lee pointed at the soldier. The soldier standing at the door looked nervously at Lee. Then he reached to his holster and removed his gun. He targeted it at Bhang. Bhang registered the sight of the muzzle now aimed at his head. He nodded, calmly, pondering what to say, remaining silent for several seconds. Then he cleared his throat. Mr. Premier, said Bhang. His name was Dillman. He was an Israeli. He provided China with much information over many years. And why was his corpse sent to my granddaughter? Bhang swallowed, saying nothing. He stared meekly at Lee for several seconds, letting the Premier vent his anger. Finally, Lee waved a finger at the soldier, ordering him to put the pistol away. Bhang bowed. I must reiterate my humblest apologies to you and your family. This afternoon, a bounty of gifts is being delivered to your granddaughter, sir, and I can assure you, because my own deputy was responsible for their purchase, their packing, and their delivery, that there will be no similar mishap. Good day to you, sir. Lee said nothing, looking toward the window. He waved his hand dismissively, telling Bhang to get out, and made eye contact with the soldier, letting him know he was to escort Bhang out of the residence. Bhang turned and walked toward the door. He walked quietly down the corridor with the soldier trailing him. Outside, he crossed the brick walkway in front of the residence. He climbed into the back of the idling sedan. The soldier followed Bhang to the sedan and stood watching as Bhang shut the door quietly. After a moment, the black-tinted window lowered a few inches. Well done, Lieutenant, said Bhang, quietly looking at the soldier, who minutes before had pressed his sidearm to Bhang's head. Your performance was most convincing. Thank you, Minister Bhang. Bhang raised the window and looked in the rearview mirror. Drive, he said. The sedan moved slowly away from the house as Bhang removed a cigarette from his suit coat pocket and lit it. He took a long drag on the cigarette, staring at the burning ember, feeling new emotions, embarrassment, shame, and humiliation. Even the harsh burn of the nicotine could not quell the taste of bitterness in his mouth. You will pay, he whispered to himself. But he wasn't thinking of Lee. Lee was a sideshow. Rather, Bhang pictured nothing but a figure, a dark, featureless face, the anonymous one who'd found Dillman. Yes, you will pay, my friend, whoever you are. Chapter 7. Oval Office, the White House, Washington, D.C. As National Security Advisor, Jessica Tanzer had carte blanche to enter the President's office whenever she wanted to, but on this particular morning she'd made an appointment. Jessica checked her watch, then walked to the door that led to the Oval Office. She knocked lightly on the door. "Yeah," came the voice of J.P. Dellenbaugh from inside. Jessica opened the door and popped her head in. "Hi, Mr. President." "Come in, Jess." Jessica closed the door behind her. Dellenbaugh looked up from a document he was reading, returned to the document, and looked up again, scanning Jessica from head to toe. Her auburn hair was braided back in a thick, neat ponytail. She wore a diamond necklace, a blue, sleeveless Prada dress that clung tightly to her body and came barely halfway down her thighs, and shiny brown riding boots that climbed to her knees. "Don't take this the wrong way," said Dellenbaugh, "but you could get arrested for wearing that in some places." "Are you harassing me, Mr. President?" Jessica laughed. She walked across the office and took a seat on one of the Chesterfield sofas at the center of the room. "Trust me," said Dellenbaugh, laughing. "After I saw what your future husband is capable of doing, I'm the last person who'd harass you." "What does that mean?" "Dewey didn't tell you what happened at the rink?" "No." "Nothing," said Dellenbaugh, who grinned, stood up and walked to the sofa across from Jessica. "He got 2 assists. He's good. He's got a very graceful, almost gentle way about him out there." "Gentle?" she asked. "Are we talking about the same guy?" "You look like you just stepped off a Hollywood set, Jessica." Jessica blushed a light red. "Thank you," she said. "Dewey and I are leaving for Argentina at lunchtime. I thought I'd wear my travel outfit to work." The morning sun shone brightly through the French doors, creating a checkered geometric pattern on the tan leather. Dellenbaugh reached forward and poured 2 cups of coffee from the silver service atop the table, handing one to Jessica. Dellenbaugh raised the cup to his lips to take a sip. "So, what's up?" "I'm resigning," said Jessica. Dellenbaugh paused as he was about to take a sip. For a moment he didn't move. "I know the timing isn't great, sir, but I want you to know it has nothing to do with you or the team here. I love my job." The President put the coffee cup back down on the table. He leaned back, put his hand to his tie, loosened it, then unbuttoned the top of his shirt. "Wow, I definitely was not expecting that. You and Hector are the linchpins of our national security team, you more than anyone. I need you here." "I'm sorry, Mr. President." "Does Hector know?" "Not even Dewey knows," said Jessica. "I felt it was my duty to inform you first." "Is there something wrong?" "Not at all. I love it here, and President Dellenbaugh, I truly enjoy working with you. To be perfectly frank, I didn't think I would. I thought after President Hilaire died I'd hate my job and resent you, but the opposite is true. You're doing a fantastic job. Every day has been a blast. I understand now why Robillard asked you to be his vice president, and you've given me the freedom to do my work, and you've given me your trust. That's all a National Security Advisor can ask for." Dellenbaugh ran his hand back through his hair. "You didn't answer me, Jess." "I'm 37 years old," said Jessica. "I've got a wedding to plan, and that's just for starters. I also want to make some money, sir. I've never held a job outside of government." "There's plenty of time for that," said Dellenbaugh. "You are at the center of this administration. You're a critical component to our national security. This might sound corny, but we need you. America needs you." Jessica smiled. "I can't tell you how much it means to me to hear you say that, but I've made up my mind." Jessica's eyes were red with emotion. Dellenbaugh paused, then smiled. He stared at Jessica in silence for several moments. He sighed. "I understand," he whispered. "I understand, and as sad as I am right now, I'm very proud of you. How much time do I have?" "A while," said Jessica. "I'd like to work with you to find the best possible individual to serve as your next National Security Advisor. Then from the private sector somewhere, I'd like to remain your friend as well as be a part of the team that gets you re-elected in 2 years." Dellenbaugh laughed.
Jessica, I can't stop you, but I'm going to try to talk you out of it.
I'll always listen to anything you have to say, President Dellenbaugh. Jessica stood up. She walked around the coffee table and put her hand out, but Dellenbaugh ignored her outstretched hand and wrapped his arms around her and gave her a hug.
You have fun down there, will you?
He said. I will. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll check in from the ranch.
Don't do that, said Dellenbaugh. You're on vacation. I've got things covered here. You go have fun with Dewey. Let him know I already ordered him a new helmet and a decent pair of skates.
Chapter 8. Ministry of State Security, Beijing. Headquarters for the Ministry of State Security was comprised of 6 large buildings and a sprawling rectangular campus on the southern outskirts of Beijing. The buildings connected underground by tunnels and on the ground floor by concrete courtyards. Each of the 6 buildings was indistinguishable from the next, 10 stories high, square, built of drab gray concrete and small windows, not so much ugly as boring and bureaucratic. The courtyards were largely empty, except for a few people milling about. The occasional low rumble of the underground subway system, which ran in an internal circular loop connecting the 6 buildings, could be heard above the din of traffic, beyond the unexpectedly ornate steel fence that enclosed the campus. The complex was guarded by armed soldiers stationed every few hundred feet. The black limousine carrying Hassim Aziz, Iran's highest-ranking intelligence official in China, turned through the main entrance at the northeast corner of the campus, then entered the subterranean parking garage. The vehicle stopped in front of a glass-enclosed lobby with yet more soldiers standing about, submachine guns held aimed at the ground. This was Building 6. Aziz had been sent to the ministry many times before. To say that Iran relied on the Chinese Ministry of Intelligence was an understatement. Annually, the ministry provided Iran with more than $1 billion in covert aid in the form of cash payments. In addition, and more importantly, the ministry doled out intelligence about Iran's enemies and allies alike, gleaned from ministry agents spread like flies across the Middle East. In return, China did not ask for anything specifically. Anything, that is, except to be obeyed at those times when they called. They took the elevator to the 10th floor. Aziz followed one of Bhang's staffers down a long corridor. At the corner of the building, 2 men in suits stood in front of a set of imposing steel double doors. As Aziz approached, the man on the right reached for the doorknob and opened the door. Inside the office to the left, the wall was covered in an ancient Chinese tapestry which hung from the ceiling. 2 tan sofas faced one another across a simple glass coffee table. The other side of the office faced the outer part of the building. Both walls were comprised of windows, looking out on Beijing. Fao Bhang was seated behind a desk in the corner, his fingers interlocked. Still. He stared at Aziz as he entered. 2 other ministry officials stood to the left, next to the desk. A single chair sat unoccupied in front of Bhang's desk. "Minister Bhang," said Aziz, bowing slightly out of respect, then stepping toward Bhang, his right hand extended. "Good evening," said Bhang, ignoring the Iranian's hand. He pointed to the chair. "How was your trip, Mr. Aziz?" "Fine," said Aziz, sitting down. "Are you curious as to why you are here?" "My assumption is that you'll tell me at some point, Minister Bhang." Bhang nodded his head up and down, then his lips spread in a forced smile. "Does China ask much of you, Mr. Aziz?" "What do you mean, sir?" "Do we ask much of you? The question is self-explanatory." "Do you mean Iran?" "I mean you, Hassim Aziz," said Bhang. Aziz shifted in the chair. "China is very generous. It's no secret that the ministry helped us acquire weapons-grade uranium. In addition, your financial aid has been very important. As for me and my 5 years as station chief, I have always enjoyed my relationship with the ministry." Bhang was silent for several moments. Without taking his eyes away from Aziz, he reached with his left hand to the desk drawer, opened it, and pulled an object from the desk. It was a necklace. He tossed it onto the wood top of his desk so Aziz could see it. Aziz looked at it. Then his eyes moved to Bhang. He remained silent. "For more than a decade, Iran has enjoyed the fruits that come from China's friend inside Israeli intelligence. I pulled this from around his neck this morning. He was unfortunate recipient of an axe to the skull." "This is most disturbing," said Aziz, looking perplexed. "As you said, Iran benefited greatly from your man." "Do you know what his name is, Mr. Aziz?" "No, sir. I knew of the existence of a man, of course, but his name was always a secret to me, nor did I ever ask my contact for further information. As you said, his insights were a benefit to our republic." "His name was Dilman." Aziz was silent. Sweat broke out on his forehead. 2 months ago, in a Shanghai restaurant, we provided photographs to you," continued Bhang. One of the men placed a pair of photos on the desk in front of Aziz. The first showed a tall Iranian, dressed in a suit, walking with a woman. The other photo showed an American, white shirt, blue blazer, stubble, big, tough-looking. Aziz looked at the photos, sat back, then looked at Bhang. "Lon Kasu," said Aziz. "And the American?" "Dewey Andreas," said Bhang. He reached for his pack of cigarettes and lit one. "Yes?" "It was Andreas who stole the Iranian nuclear bomb, correct?" "Yes, he did, Minister." "And how did he do that?" Aziz stared dumbfounded at Bhang. His eyes darted left and right. "He infiltrated the Turkish border." "And replaced the bomb with a replica, correct?" "Yes." "How did he know what it looked like, its dimensions?" "Even I did not know, despite the fact that I provided the yellow cake, the trigger, and the money to build it." Aziz nodded, then was silent as he considered the question. "I am thinking of what I know, sir," said Aziz. "I suggest you think faster," said Bhang, impatience in his voice. "How did he know what it looked like?" "He had knowledge from someone who had seen it," said Aziz. "Perhaps Kasu?" "Kasu was a functionary," said Bhang. Aziz looked up. "I realize you would perhaps like to move on to another subject, Mr. Aziz," said Bhang. "But you will answer. I know you know the answer to my question, as do I." "Then why are you asking me?" "I suppose I would like confirmation." "In New York City," said Aziz, "Andreas kidnapped Iran's ambassador to the United Nations." "Buddha," Bhang said, his nostrils flaring. "Yes," said Aziz. "Buddha was involved in the creation." "I know who Amit Buddha is," said Bhang, his voice rising, staring daggers at Aziz. "I'm sorry, Minister Bhang," pleaded Aziz. "I had nothing to do with it." Bhang's eyes darted right to one of his aides. The man stood and motioned for Aziz to stand. "Minister," said the Iranian, his brow furrowing in worry as the aide grabbed his arm. "I'm sorry. I had no control over Amit Buddha. Please, sir." The other aide joined the first, grabbing the Iranian's other arm and yanking him toward the door. Bhang's eyes were black with rage, his pale face flushed red. Yet he found a way to control himself. He reached for another cigarette and lit it. As Aziz was dragged to the door, his protestations growing louder, more desperate, Bhang inhaled, then glared at the back of the Iranian's head. "Have a safe trip, Mr. Aziz," said Bhang. Chapter 9. LAN Airlines, en route to Argentina. Dewey felt a hand on his shoulder, gently rubbing it. "Wake up." He registered the soft, dry whisper of Jessica's voice and the smell of her perfume before he opened his eyes or so much as moved. She rubbed his shoulder. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at her. "Mile High Club?" he asked her in a whisper. "Pig," she said, smiling. "We could squeeze into one of the restrooms. Don't you think people would notice?" "I'll shut the door." "Oh, my God, you're demented." "Probably, but you look so good in that dress." "Wait till we get to the ranch. We have an entire week." "I can't wait till the ranch." She glanced around, making sure nobody was looking, then leaned forward and kissed him on the lips. Her hand went down to his crotch and pushed against his jeans. "Buenos dias, senor," she whispered. "Come on, we can do it right here. Everyone's either asleep or reading." "You know what I really want right now?" she purred. "What?" Jessica reached beside her and picked up a catalog. "For you to help me pick out our wedding china." "You're evil," he said. She giggled. "I've got it narrowed down to 16 patterns. "Oh, God," Dewey said. "I thought this was going to be low-key. Why don't we elope? Why do we need china? What's wrong with good old-fashioned paper plates?" "This is the only time I'm ever getting married, farm boy." "Fine, don't help me." "I'll help out," he said. "Just promise me you won't tell anyone." Jessica giggled, leaned toward him, and kissed his cheek. "President Dellenbaugh told me you're a good hockey player. He said you scored 2 assists. "You don't score assists, Jess. You make assists." "Oh, whatever." "What is there, some sort of hockey grammar book you guys carry around? Last time I checked, most hockey players can't barely form a complete sentence without drooling." "Did he say anything else?" Dewey asked. "Oh, you mean, did he mention how you almost decapitated Tom de Grey?" Dewey grinned. "He didn't tell me," said Jessica. "Tom did. Called me and said he acted like a jerk. He said he wants to apologize to you." "Honestly, I can't believe you dated that guy." "Well, you put him in his place from what I hear." Dewey smiled. Jessica placed her head on Dewey's shoulders. She held up her left hand, admiring a ring finger. On it was a beautiful diamond ring, an antique setting. 3 diamonds of equal size set in a row atop a platinum band. She ran her index finger over the top of the stones. "I think it's sort of cute that you were jealous," Jessica whispered. Dewey cleared his throat. "I wasn't jealous." "Oh, really?" "Guy's a douche. He tried to chop my foot off. I exacted a little justice, that's all." "I think you were jealous, and I think it's cute what you did. I guess I don't blame you. He's not that bad, though." "Do you get jealous? We should probably talk about that. I mean, I definitely get jealous. If you so much as look at one of these South American bombshells walking around Cordoba, I will..." Her voice trailed off as she looked at Dewey. "I'd rather talk about china settings, Jess." She sat up and laughed. Okay, I'll drop it. By the way, wait until you see Argentina. It's beautiful." "I've been," Dewey said. "Oh, really?" Jessica asked. "When'd you go to Argentina?" Dewey smiled but said nothing. He put his hand on her left thigh. "That's classified, sweetie," he said. "You know I can find out, Dewey. Was it Delta or later?" "It was an operation, a week in Buenos Aires. Interdiction, we were chasing a narco, Colombian, some sort of money guy. Bad dude." "Did you get him?" Dewey nodded. Jessica took his hand, leaned forward, and kissed his ear, clutching his neck. "I think I'm starting to like you," she whispered, laying her head on his shoulder, shutting her eyes, pushing away all thoughts, except for the simple thought of them. Chapter 10. Ministry of State Security, Internet Directorate, Shanghai, People's Republic of China.
By 5 a.m., Fao Bhang was seated in the conference room next to his corner office at the ministry, reading Dewey Andreas' file. He held a cup of coffee in one hand and a cigarette in the other. With him was Ming Hua and Huang Li, head of the ministry's intelligence gathering unit, the Intelligence Bureau. Several other senior ministry staffers were also present. Cigarette smoke was cantilevered across the air. Through the conference room windows, Beijing was starting to turn gray as dawn approached. On the wall, 2 large plasma screens were lit up. The first showed 3 photos, all of Andreas, taken at Odessa International Airport a little over 3 months ago. The first was taken at a distance, from a side angle. Andreas towered over Ukrainian customs agents as he handed them his passport. The second photo was head-on, from a distance, and blurry as Andreas unwittingly approached a security camera in the main terminal of the airport. A third photograph was clearest. It showed Andreas up close, looking at the same camera. A blank, calm expression was on the American's face. He wore a blue suit, no tie, and had a few days' worth of stubble. The camera seemed to capture not only Andreas' cold suspicion, it also showed a flicker of intelligence and, in some sense, enjoyment. The second plasma had a file sheet on Andreas, 1 slide upon which was highlighted everything that was known about him. Andreas, Dewey, citizenship USA, date of birth unknown, home Castine, Maine, Boston College, May 93. BA in English, 3.1 GPA, varsity football 90 to 93, captain 92 to 93. U.S. Army, enlistment, June 93. U.S. Army Rangers, Fort Benning, Georgia, winter school, January through March 94. Rank, first in class of 188. 1st Special Forces Operational Detachment, a.k.a. Delta Force. Recruitment, March 1994. Graduate, December 96, Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Rank, unavailable. Career, known, Lisbon, Portugal, January through March 96, mission unknown. San Isidro de El General, Costa Rica, October 96 through January 97, anti-narcotic. Nicaragua, Colombia, Venezuela. London, England, April 97, assassination, attempted. Subi al-Tufaili, Hezbollah, mission failure. Munich, Germany, April 97, exfiltration Konstantin Vargarin, wanted by GUR Russia, mission success. Buenos Aires, Argentina, September through December 97, anti-narcotic. Argentina, Colombia, Chile, and Bolivia. Montreal, Canada, January 98, assassination Konstantin Vargarin, mission success. Lisbon, Portugal, March 98, assassination Francis Vibor. Siemens VIP suspect in sale of top-secret info to Saudi Arabia, mission success. Bali, India, August 98, assassination of Ruhollah Khomeini, mission success. June 2000 through December 2011. Non-military, roles offshore, oil and gas industry. Aberdeen, Scotland, Edinburgh, Scotland, Belfast, Ireland, Cardiff, Wales, Valparaiso, Chile. Buenaventura, Colombia. East Hampton, New York, December 2011. Andreas kills Alexander Fortuna. Sanction, believed to be unofficial. Washington, D.C., January 2012, U.S. Presidential Medal of Freedom and U.S. Congressional Medal of Honor. Islamabad, Pakistan. June 2012, overthrow of Omar el-Khayyab. Sanction, assumed to be official. Joint Special Operations Command, CIA. Brumana, Lebanon, July 2012, assassination of Aswan Fortuna. Sanction, believed to be unofficial. Madishar, Iran, October 2012. Infiltration, theft, nuclear device. Sanction, unknown. Active files. Vivek Tehran, Iran. 98 to 2005. Inactive. Kill or capture. 2012 to present.
Active. Kill or capture. Iranian Revolutionary Guard, Tehran, Iran. 2012 to present. Active. Capture. Al-Mukawama, Hezbollah, Tehran, Iran. 98 to 2001. Inactive. Kill or capture. Tehran, Iran. 2011 to present. Active. Kill or capture. Damascus, Syria. 2012 to present. Active. Kill or capture. Hamas. Gaza, Israel. 2012 to present. Active. Objective unknown. GRU, Moscow, Russia. 97 to 2004. Inactive. Capture. Miscellaneous. Fort Bragg, North Carolina, May 99. Wife, Holly, dies. Andreas, charged with murder. Arlington, Virginia, July 99. Discharged from 1st Special Forces Operational Detachment, U.S. Army, and stripped of all honors. Fort Bragg, North Carolina, January 2000. Acquittal on all charges. November 2012. Engagement to U.S. National Security Advisor Jessica Tanzer. Date of marriage? Unknown. Several photographs were imposed on the right side of the file sheet, including a photo of Dewey, taken as former U.S. President Rob Allaire awarded him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, as well as a photo showing Dewey many years ago when he was a soldier. The photo showed Dewey in a military uniform, Ranger tab visible on the right arm. Despite his age, the image was the clearest of the lot. He held an M60 carbine targeted at the sky. His hair was short, he was tan, and beneath his eyes were 2 black paint stripes. Bhang walked to the plasma screen and stood in front of the photo, staring, then pointed at the tab. "That's a Ranger tab," said Bhang. "Do you know why it has white thread?" "I believe they were out of black thread," replied Minghua, laughing. He was joined by the others. Bhang abruptly slammed his right hand down on the table. "Does anyone know why the Americans' patch has white thread?" Bhang repeated, an edge to his voice. The men at the conference table grew silent. "It's an honor," continued Bhang. "Soldiers who make it through Ranger School during winter are allowed to sew on their patches with white thread. It's the hardest time of year to do it. We're dealing with an unusually talented individual here. I have no doubt he's a threat, Minister," said Minghua, chastened. "But not to us." Bhang glared at his deputy. "We are not here to discuss your opinion as to who does or who does not constitute a threat to China," said Bhang icily. "The loss of Dillman is the single greatest intelligence loss the ministry has incurred in the past decade. This meeting is to determine how we are going to terminate Dewey Andreas. Whether or not he's a threat is no longer relevant. The decision has been made." Minghua nodded. "My apologies, sir." "Where's Andreas now?" "On a plane, Minister," said Li. "Flying to South America. We are fortunate in that he purchased his tickets using an American Express card." "Tickets? Plural?" asked Bhang. "Yes, 2 tickets to Cordoba, near the Sierras Chicas." Bhang's mind raced. "What do we have in the theater?" he asked. "We have a woman in Santiago, Chile," Minghua said, looking at his laptop. "She's junior. I don't think she's the best option. I have a contractor, a sniper in Lima, very talented. He could be in Cordoba in a matter of hours." "What else?" Minghua typed on his keyboard, and a map suddenly lit up one of the plasmas on the wall. On the map in different colors was a manifest of all active MSS agents. Minghua pointed a red laser at the map. "We have a team inside the United States," said Minghua. "A cell we could theoretically pull out, but it's a couple. The woman is inside NSA, a subcontractor. They've been in the US for a decade. We'd be foolish to risk the loss of this project." "What else?" Minghua scanned the map, then pointed. "We have a kill team in Caracas. They are excellent." Bhang picked up a photo of Andreas. He stared at it for a few moments. "I want the sniper on the plane immediately," he ordered.
Use a charter out of Lima and make sure he knows he's responsible for bringing in any weaponry necessary for the operation. Also, get the Caracas team in the air. Yes, sir. Bhang quickly rescanned the dossier on Dewey. Castine, Maine. Find out if he still has any family. And do what?
Send them flowers, you imbecile, said Bhang, seething. Find out if he has family. Period.
Chapter 11. Simón Bolívar International Airport, Marrakechia, Venezuela. Two men moved through the central terminal at Marrakechia. It was early morning and Marrakechia was packed.
I'm going to duty-free, said Chang, the younger of the two. He had an easy way about him, unlike Hu Shao, who, while only 2 years older, looked and acted like he was from another generation. Why? Asked Hu Shao. Cigarettes. You should stop smoking. And you should start, said Chang.
Chang walked toward a line of retail shops in the central terminal. At duty-free, he spent a few minutes ogling the exotic European vodkas he could have purchased any day of the week in Caracas, but that somehow looked more tempting here at the airport. Finally, he went and bought a carton of Marlboro Reds. On the way back to the gate, he stepped inside a sunglasses boutique and bought the first pair he tried on, a pair of white Guccis that made him look, at least he thought, like a movie star. At the gate, Hu Shao did a double-take as Chang walked up with his sunglasses on.
You look like a fool, said Hu Shao. Please, pretend you don't know me.
Chang ignored him. He was sick of his colleague. Any man would be sick of someone they spent day and night together with, months on end, living and working together. In truth, Hu Shao had taught him much. He taught him to be an operative, surveillance, infiltration, weaponry, how to kill. But sometimes his partner's cold demeanor grew old. On the LAN Airbus A320, they sat in first class. Bhang believed agents should be comfortable during operations. Once airborne, they took turns studying the 15-page briefing sheet on the American, Dewey Andreas. The file contained everything the ministry had pieced together about the former Special Forces soldier they were now going to find and kill. Had anyone somehow gotten hold of the papers, even if they could read Chinese, what they would have found was illegible. The briefing papers had been sent in one of the 3 encrypted alphabets every agent was trained to memorize, alphabets that were reconfigured every 6 months. It was one of the hardest parts of being an agent. The two men spent several hours reading about Andreas' background. The summaries of his operations were staccato, devoid of wordy descriptions, in many cases incomplete, yet even without the sort of descriptive detail that would have made the reading more pleasurable, the document was formidable and sent a wave of anxiety through each man. Chang read the mission summary 4 times in a row, each time feeling increasingly sick to his stomach.
Project 816G. Target, Andreas, Dewey, Priority 2. 1. Recent activities by Target resulted in the loss of key ministry assets. Target is an enemy of the state. 2. Target is classified as a Level 1 combatant. He should be considered extremely dangerous. 3. Previous attempts by others to kill Target have failed, and the result has been, in virtually every known instance, the death of those attempting to harm him. 4. Target has extensive combat experience. He's a gifted face-to-face combatant and received advanced training in various close-quarter combat systems, including K-PAP Lotar and Eskrima while in Delta. 5. Target will be proficient with cold weapons including knives and implements and will be prepared to improvise with non-lethal objects. 6. Target is expert in all aspects of firearms and explosives. If Target acquires arms, proximity to Target should be considered an active kill zone. 7. Team should expect the mission to be highly treacherous and should take precautions, both in terms of setting up affairs at home as well as in theater tactical design. 8. Target is traveling with a woman who is a VIP in the United States government. Assume Target will be guarded and/or under surveillance. 9. Team will rendezvous with Lima-based contractor in Cordoba. Contractor is a Level 12 marksman and will have responsibility for the kill.
Contractor will have all necessary weapons and materials for mission. The strike should take place at night. 10. Target is classified as a Priority 2 termination so directed by the Minister. He should be terminated with prejudice. 11. Mission success will earn team members 2-level pay and 1-level rank promotion and 2 additional weeks of paid annual vacation. After Chang and Hu Shao finished reading, Hu Shao removed a small object from his carry-on. It looked like a set of binoculars, but in fact was a secure photo viewer. They took turns studying photos of Andreas as well as photos of some of his victims. After they finished, Chang looked at Hu Shao.
"What will the design be?" Chang whispered.
"Read the sheet," said Hu Shao.
"A distance kill at night. The Merc is a Mach 12. 2-level pay increase," said Chang. "We must succeed." "Typical. You should be honored that of all the agents in South America, you and I were selected for this mission." "I could live without the honor," said Chang. "I could, however, live with 2 more weeks of vacation."
Chapter 12. Vista Towers, 1198 Malecón Cisneros, Miraflores District, Lima, Peru. Raul awoke to the sound of his cell phone. He reached to the bedside table and picked it up. "What?" "1 hour. Be at the private terminal." "Where am I going?" "Córdoba." Raul reached up with his left hand and rubbed his eyes. He reached behind him to the wall above the bed and flipped the switch on the wall. The curtains moved slowly away from the windows, which took up the entire wall. Sunlight exploded into the room, and he shut his eyes. "Who?" "China." "How long will I be gone?" "Well, that depends now, doesn't it?" "What time is it?"
5:30.
Raul's eyes opened again as he became more alert. "Who is the target?" "I don't know. You'll find out when you get there. You're a part of the team out of Caracas." "Who is it?" "I told you, I don't know." "You forget I know you, Pascal." "He's American, that's all he told me." Raul felt the naked backside of his girlfriend, Marisol, pressing under the sheets against his groin. He was 31 years old, still young, but compared to her he was an old man. They'd had sex twice the night before. How can she still want more? He thought to himself as she continued to grind against him. "Pascal, I'm back 3 days," said Raul into the phone. "I already wired 100,000. You get another 100 on completion." "How much are they paying?" Marisol turned her head and smiled at Raul. 2 million. "I want half, or else get somebody else. Call me when you wire the other 900. 300, I'll give you all of it before you go." 1 million, you heard me. Raul hung up. He pulled away from Marisol. "I need coffee," he said, throwing the sheets off. He climbed out of bed. Marisol looked up at him. "Come back to bed." "My God," he said, shaking his head and laughing. "Did you not get enough attention when you were a child?" "I still am a child," she said. "Technically, 17 is still a child." From the floor, he picked up a pair of black silk boxers and pulled them on. "What's the matter?" she said. "Can't you get it up? My old boyfriend could do it at least 6 times a day." Raul stared at her for a moment and lurched forward and slapped her hard across the face, sending her flying to the side of the bed. She let out a scream. Blood trickled from her lip. "Animal!" she yelled. She started to cry. "Get out," he said calmly. "You're going to be late for school." "It's Saturday." "Whatever, get out." Raul walked to the window. He looked out at the ocean, a bold shelf of glimmering black that spread to the horizon. He walked out of the bedroom, down the hallway, into the kitchen. He flipped on the coffee maker. From the black marble countertop, he took a cigarette and lit it. A minute later,
Marisol came running down the hallway, dressed in a black miniskirt, high heels, and a blouse. She was disheveled, her long brown hair was tousled, her makeup smudged from tears. She held a small washcloth to the side of her mouth. "You fucking asshole," she said as she walked by him. "When I tell my father." "When you tell your father?" asked Raoul. He reached for a drawer, then pulled out a Glock 18 with a stainless steel suppressor screwed into the muzzle. He took 3 quick steps toward her. She put her hand up between the tip of the weapon and her face. She cowered, crying as he stepped closer, a maniacal look on his tanned, stubble-coated face. "If you tell your father, if you tell anyone for that matter, your father, your mother, your brother, your sister, your priest, the police," he whispered as he moved the suppressor to the side of her head, "if you so much as tell your parakeet, you'll die, and so will they. Got it?" Marisol nodded her head, eyes closed, cheeks wet with tears, as she cowered against the door. "Now, leave," he said quietly. At the private terminal near Lima's Jorge Chavez International Airport, Raoul parked his red Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R. He wore a light green t-shirt that showed off his muscled arms. He wore jeans and red running shoes. He had a backpack. His hair was long down over his shoulders and unbrushed. He had on silver sunglasses that reflected the sun. He walked across the tarmac to a white and blue jet, a Gulfstream G280. He climbed up the air stairs. Inside, he popped his head into the cockpit, saying hello to the 2 pilots. Seated on one of the 4 white leather captain's chairs inside the cabin was a tall, distinguished-looking gray-haired man. He wore a charcoal suit, no tie, and smoked a cigar. He studied Raoul as he climbed aboard, tossed his backpack in one of the empty seats, then sat across from him. "Are you coming?" asked Raoul. "No," said Pascal. "Why are you here? Is it the money?" "No," the man said. "Minghua called back. He's worried about the blowback." "I've killed Americans. Not ones connected to the government. Not ones who know the president." Raoul smiled. "I'll be careful. After he's killed, the United States is going to investigate. Are the weapons clean?" "Yes. Of course. The point is don't get caught." "Thanks for the advice." "Bhang has informants scattered all over Argentine federal police. You need to understand what I'm saying. If you get caught, you'll die. I know Fao Bhang. If you're caught, you'll be dead before America has time to interrogate you and find out who sent you." Raoul nodded at a large steel box lying across 2 seats. "RPGs, M4s, Uzis," said Pascal. "German, Russian, it won't raise any eyebrows when they run the ballistics." "Is my rifle in there?" "Yes, the Dragunov. You meet the agents in Cordoba, a guy named Hu Shao. Has tactical authority, but you're the shooter. Get it done as soon as possible, then get out. I wired the entire $1,000,000. "Who's the American?" "His name is Andreas. He's ex-Special Forces. Why are we doing this?" "It's what we do. At the penthouse apartment you live in." "I want more money." "You're a greedy kid. You know that. I'll get someone else." "Fine," said Raoul, standing up. "This sounds like a shit show anyway. Sit down." Pascal was silent for several moments. "I'll pay you $2 million. "Okay," said Raoul. "Call me when you're done." Chapter 13. Cordoba, Argentina. It was morning when Dewey and Jessica landed in Cordoba. The Cordoba airport was small, quiet, and nearly empty, despite the fact that it served the 2nd biggest city in Argentina. Inside the terminal, after going through customs, a teenager stood holding a small sign that said, Andreas. The boy was tall with long brown hair, a cowboy hat and khaki shorts, an orange polo shirt, and knee-high riding boots. Standing next to him was a beautiful girl, perhaps a year or 2 older than him, with long blonde hair, wearing tan riding pants stained with dirt. knee-high black boots and a white t-shirt. She had a big smile on her face. Dewey guessed she was 17 or 18 years old, and that the boy was perhaps 15 or 16. "Miss Tanzer?" the boy asked as they entered the small lounge. He stepped forward, his hand outstretched. "I'm Alvaro Sabella, from El Colibri. This is my sister Sabina. Welcome to Córdoba. How was your flight?" "Hi, Alvaro," said Jessica, shaking Alvaro's hand, then Sabina's. "It was great." "Mr. Andreas, nice to meet you." "Hi," said Dewey, shaking their hands. "Our truck is out front," said Alvaro. "Your mother said to tell you not to drive too fast," said Jessica, looking at the boy. "Oh, she did?" He laughed. "That's embarrassing. I don't drive too fast. Always she says this, but it's not true." "What are you talking about?" asked Sabina. "Are you crazy? You're insane. I'm driving." She rolled her eyes and looked at Jessica. "He's terrible. He drives like he rides. Crazy." "I'll be careful," said Alvaro. "And please, don't forget, Sabi, I have the keys." He taunted Sabina by dangling them over her head. Dewey glanced at Jessica, then smiled. Alvaro drove the white Range Rover reasonably well, not too fast except for a few times, at which point Sabina would scream at him to slow down. The Cordoba region was located halfway between Buenos Aires and Chile, at the geographic center of the country. The region was an important agricultural center, home to wineries, as well as cattle and sheep farms. It was also home to some amazing ranches, including Colibri, nestled in a lush valley that spread for hundreds of miles in the vale of the Sierras Chicas mountain range. The ranch was an hour's drive from Córdoba, between the towns of Jesus Maria and Santa Catalina. It was ranch country, and everywhere to the west were the undulating peaks of the Sierras Chicas. The ranch began as a dirt road off the main road north of Jesus Maria. There were no signs or visible outcroppings to distinguish it from any of the other dirt roads. "How many acres?" asked Dewey. 5,000, said Sabina. "Our grandfather bought the land when he was 22. Most is prairie, some woods." "Did he build the ranch?" asked Dewey. "Father did. Grandfather bought it when he was on a hunting trip. Then he never returned, not once. Our father was given the land. He came to visit when he was 20 and fell in love with a woman from Santa Catalina, our mother." The gravel road seemed to go on forever. After more than a mile, a small, modern building appeared in the distance, illuminated by lights. Next to the glass and stucco building was a neatly manicured polo field. "The polo house," said Alvaro. "Have you played before?" "Not me," said Jessica. Just past the polo house, a dark green picket fence marked a new road off to the right. In the distance, a massive, rambling building could be seen, sprinkled with yellow light from windows. They drove down the driveway to the front of the building. A small fountain at the center of the circle driveway shot water up. The main house was white stucco with brown trim and looked Spanish. It spread out from left to right, a picturesque, stunning expanse of windows, rounded dormers, columns, porches, and beautiful flowers. In fact, in every direction the grounds were covered in flower gardens. Already parked in front of the entrance was a black sedan and a black Suburban. Jessica glanced at Dewey. "Our welcome party," she whispered. Dewey and Jessica climbed out, then went inside. A group of people were standing just inside the entrance. 2 people who were tanned and dressed in casual clothing, a tall man with deep tan lines, and his wife, a dark-skinned beauty. The owners, the Sabellas. Next to them were 2 men with pasty white skin, golf shirts, and khakis. Perhaps at a public golf course in some American suburb somewhere they would have blended in. But here they stuck out like sore thumbs. "You must be the Sabellas," Dewey said to the Secret Service agents as he walked inside. Everyone started laughing. "I'm Nico," said the tall, tan man, stepping forward. "Welcome to Colibri." "Nice to meet you," said Jessica. "I'm Maria," said the woman. "How was the ride? Did Alvaro manage to scare you to death with his driving?" "He was fine," said Dewey. Jessica turned to the agents. So who's in charge? She asked. You, Morty?
Hi, Jess, we promise you won't see hide nor hair from us. We're, going to run 4-hour shifts. We'll take up positions at the driveway entrance.
I hope you brought a good book, said Jessica.
Jessica told us you're a pretty good rider, said Nico, looking at Dewey. I'm okay, said Dewey. Would you like to take a ride after lunch?
We'd love to, said Jessica.
Nico nodded to Alvaro, telling him to get the horses ready. The Ceballos gave Dewey and Jessica a tour of the mansion. They were the only guests. Their suite had a wall of French doors that overlooked a large garden filled with roses, and just behind it, a gunite swimming pool. They went to the suite to change for the ride. Jessica unpacked both of their bags while Dewey stared out at the peaks of the Sierras Chicas through a set of binoculars. Halfway through unpacking her belongings, she came across a black, see-through teddy. Behind Dewey's back, she surreptitiously removed her jeans and blouse, then put on the lingerie, while Dewey's eyes remained transfixed on the mountains.
This place is unbelievable, said Dewey, still staring through the binoculars. You're the fucking best, Tanzer.
Jessica walked up behind him and wrapped her arms around him.
No, you're the best, Andreas.
Can you believe we're getting married?
Yes, she said. I can.
Chapter 14. Cordoba. As the Gulfstream G-280 taxied across the tarmac at the Cordoba airport, Raul sat back, unstrapped his seatbelt, and put his feet up on the seat opposite him. He looked out the window at the terminal and the distance. Raul wasn't nervous, but it didn't take a genius to realize this wasn't a typical job. Something was bothering him. He opened the weapons box and did a quick inventory. Dragunov sniper rifle, PSO-1 scope, suppressor, SR-3, Vickers assault rifle, AKMS-74 assault rifle folding stocks, ASH 12.7 close-quarter combat assault rifle, 2 Arsenal Strike 1 9mm handgun suppressors, 3 Makarov PMM 9mm handguns. He shut the box and walked to the front of the jet.
Any sign of them?
The pilots both shrugged.
Where's the car?
He asked. In the lot, said one of the pilots. Top floor, a black Land Cruiser. Raul went back to the seat. He looked at his watch. It was noon. In the sky above Cordoba at that very moment, the landing gear on the land regional from Caracas moved into place. After passing through security, the Chinese agents moved to the private terminal. Inside the lounge, Hu Shao felt his cell vibrating. He stopped.
Where are you? Asked Ming Hua.
We just arrived. The sniper's name is Raul. He has the weapons and the vehicle.
Do we have schematics for the ranch? Asked Hu Shao. They're on your phone. Anything else? Yes. After Raul kills the American, kill him. Leave him on the ground.
Raul watched through the round porthole window next to his seat as 2 men exited the private terminal and walked quickly toward the plane. One of the co-pilots opened the stairs to the jet. A few moments later, they entered the cabin. The first agent nodded.
You must be Raul.
Raul nodded, saying nothing.
Hu Shao, said the agent. This is Chang. Where are the weapons?
Raul pointed with his thumb toward the back of the cabin. Raul watched as Chang walked down the aisle. Hu Shao sat down and eyed him with a blank expression on his face. After a minute, Chang returned to the seat.
It's decent, he said. A little run down. Russian. Some nice new Strike 1s. But the sniper rifles are Dragunov. I didn't know they still made the Dragunovs.
I'm the one who has to use the Dragunov, so it's my problem, said Raul contemptuously. If you don't like the guns, go buy your own.
If the weapons aren't right, that's all our problem, said Hu Shao. You are earning a lot of money in the next 24 hours. They are fine, said Chang, looking at Hu Shao, trying to calm the tension.
They'll do. Who's the target? Asked Raoul. He's American, a former soldier, Special Forces, traveling with a do not touch. Which unit was he with? Delta, said Hu Shao. Raoul nodded. Pascal had already told him the target was ex-Special Forces, but the fact that he was a Delta gave Raoul a small kick in the stomach. Like many ex-cartel men, Raoul knew of the Deltas. That's all I know, continued Hu Shao. As for the design, we need to study the security at the ranch. Once we know how many men are there, what type of coverage there is, and the rotations, we'll set up the nest. Raoul glanced at Chang and wore a blank expression on his face, as did Hu Shao. Had either of these two ever run into Deltas, he wondered. Raoul had been exposed to Deltas on more than one occasion when he worked as a fast boat runner for the El Chapo cartel. Everyone referred to the American group of soldiers as the Locos. The Deltas were known for working alone. Their specialty was counter-narcotics interdiction at the source of production, as well as assassination, selective targeting of cartel higher-ups, usually a clean, surgical kill involving a slug to the head. Raoul was lucky in that sense. As a fast boat runner, he rarely had to deal with them. Instead, they had the Coast Guard to deal with, which, compared to the Deltas, was like outrunning tortoises. As he stared out the window, Raoul tried to remember some of the stories about Deltas. What he did recall is that the Deltas liked to blend in. They never wore uniforms, and it was practically impossible to tell the difference between a Delta and anyone else walking down the road, a local farmer, a tourist, and that was only if you could see them. Most of the time they operated at night. The Deltas were a mystery. Raoul stood up, moving to the weapons box at the back of the cabin. "You," said Raoul, nodding at Chang. Hand. Will you?" Chapter 15. Estancia El Colibri, Córdoba. By 1 in the afternoon, the black Land Cruiser arrived at Estancia El Colibri. Raoul drove as Hu Shao navigated with coordinates provided by Beijing. "Cut in farther up the road," said Hu Shao as they passed the dirt road entrance. In the back seat, Chang looked out the side window with a high-powered monocular scope. 50 feet down the drive, he spied the shiny grille of a parked Suburban. "There's someone there," said Chang. They drove a few minutes longer, then Hu Shao pointed to the right of the road. Raoul slowed, then took a right off the paved road and cut into a field. He drove for nearly a mile until Hu Shao held up his hand, telling him to stop. Chang opened the door, climbed to the roof, and scanned in the direction of the ranch. A minute later, he jumped from the roof, then climbed back into the SUV. "We are out of visual range," he said. "Let's get moving," said Hu Shao. The three men climbed out of the SUV. They rubbed black and green paint on their faces and changed into camouflage. The two Chinese agents each packed a rifle and a handgun. Raoul carried the Dragunov, strapped over his back. They skulked in a low traverse toward where they knew the Suburban was parked. They walked for 10 minutes. When they came to a rise on a low hill, Chang raised his hand, stopping the others. He pulled out a scope and scanned the distance. "I have a visual on the security vehicle," he said. The three men took up position on the hill, lying down on their stomachs. The sun was beating down. "What's next?" asked Raoul. "We wait," said Hu Shao. "We need to understand the security protocol. I want to know how often they're rotating shifts." Raoul took the scope from Chang and looked for the vehicle. He found the small specter of the Suburban in the distance. There were no signs of life from the black SUV. "How do you know someone's even in there?" asked Raoul. "There's someone there," said Hu Shao. "Be patient." Chapter 16. Estancia El Colibri, Córdoba. Dewey and Jessica arrived at the Polo House, which looked deserted. Out back of the building they came upon Alvaro, sitting on a chair, shirt off, soaking in some morning sun. His eyes were closed, earbuds were in. In his right hand was a joint, which he was puffing away on, as his head moved rhythmically up and down to the music.
Awkward, said Jessica, as the boy eyed her, then Dewey, then abruptly turned and fell from the chair onto the grass. He leapt to his feet. He dropped the joint and stomped on it with his boot as he exhaled. Dewey started laughing.
If you tell my parents...
"Aw, man, that's insulting," said Dewey.
Aren't you government people?
He asked, getting to his feet, embarrassed.
"Tell you what," said Dewey. "Get us a couple of horses and we won't fly you to Guantanamo." Alvaro got a big grin on his face.
Deal, said Alvaro. I have the perfect horses for you.
Alvaro showed them around the stables. The barn itself was a long, light green rectangular building with a red tin roof. Inside, more than 40 horses were stabled. Near the middle of the long line of horses, Alvaro stopped at a large, black stallion.
This is my father's, he said. A beautiful horse, a champion, very smart. You can handle him.
What's his name?
Da Gama.
In the stable next to Da Gama, a smaller, black and tan filly leaned over the railing and put her snout next to Jessica's head, then licked her before she even knew the horse was there.
Tea,
said Alvaro.
My mother's.
Alvaro outfitted Tea while Dewey got Da Gama ready. They climbed onto the horses and moved through the stable door. The stallion beneath Dewey gave him a familiar feeling. He'd grown up riding and loved the feeling, the bond between a rider and a horse. As he rode Da Gama out onto the green grass next to the stables, looking at the mountains in the distance, he reached down and ran his right hand along Da Gama's neck. Jessica trailed behind him. Alvaro came out onto the lawn.
"What's the lay of the land?" asked Dewey. "Anything we need to watch out for?"
Don't go beyond the northern fork of the river, said Alvaro, pointing toward the mountains.
Da Gama will know how to get back, but I would keep in sight.
Dewey grinned at Jessica.
"You ready?"
"I'm ready." They rode south for 2 hours. The views were stunning, the kind no picture book could ever do true justice to. Mountains streaked blue-green, and on top white with snow. Valleys of fields that ran for miles, balkanized by wildflowers heaving in the breeze like a Chinese fan. Red-tailed hawks soaring above, then streaking through the air toward Earth, diving at the ground and grabbing a rodent before lifting back off into the blue, cloudless sky. When they hit a slow-running stream, they stopped beneath an ancient elm tree to let the horses drink. For as long as she could remember, Jessica had wanted to fall in love, to get married, to have a family. She dreamed of wedding dresses, bridesmaids, china settings, a honeymoon. Yet Jessica had never found someone. She'd lived through the marriage whirlwind of late 20s to mid-30s, attending at least 24 weddings of her friends. The truth is, she could have married any number of men who'd courted her over the years, accomplished men, one of the top attorneys in Washington, a widowed U.S. senator, the British ambassador to the United States, wealthy businessmen. Jessica looked toward Dewey. He turned and smiled.
"Nice out here, isn't it?"
he asked. "Yeah," she whispered. "Not bad." They leaned in toward each other beneath the shade branch of the big elm and kissed.
"I love you," she whispered.
"I love you too." A tear came to Jessica's eyes and ran down her cheek even as she smiled.
"Why are you crying?"
he asked. "Because I'm so stinking happy," she said. 4 miles to the north as the crow flies, Raoul, lying still on his stomach, saw movement through the scope. A sedan pulled in, parked in front of the Suburban.
"I have movement,"
said Raoul. Hu Shao and Chang both put binoculars against their eyes and watched as 2 men stood next to the cars, talking. After a few minutes, the Americans climbed back into the cars. The man who'd been in the Suburban climbed into the sedan and pulled a U-turn, then drove quickly out of the driveway.
"What now?"
asked Raoul impatiently. Hu Shao watched the sedan pull out, then put his binoculars down.
"We wait. In the meantime, make sure the Dragunov is calibrated." "We could have killed him by now," said Raoul. "And he could have killed us Raoul. Now please, if you will be so kind, shut the fuck up. Go make sure that 20-pound bag of shit Russian rifle is working.
Chapter 17. Near Yuquan Hill, Beijing. The apartment building was made of gray concrete. It was 9 stories high, neat and well-maintained, though plain-looking, with small windows. It was in an area of Beijing that was considered remote, naturalistic, with close proximity to gardens, trees, lakes, and nature. The dark sedan pulled up to the front of the building, and Bhang emerged. He carried a large plastic grocery bag filled with fruit, milk, juice, chocolate, and vegetables. He climbed the stairs to the 9th floor and was winded, as always, by the time he arrived at the door to Unit 9B. He wheezed as he looked down at the straw welcome mat, the same worn mat that had been there for as long as he could remember. Bhang knocked. A few moments later, a series of deadbolts could be heard, turning. The door finally opened. "Hello, Fao," said Bang's half-brother, Bo Min, a large smile on his face. "I didn't know you would be coming. It's Sunday. To what do I owe this honor? Since when can a man not stop to pay a visit to his brother?" With a calm smile, Bang registered the disheveled visage of Min. He was shirtless. His chest was so thin he could see his brother's rib cage. His skin was approximately 1 shade brighter than a corpse's. His hair was down to his shoulders, unbrushed, streaked with gray, shining with several days' worth of grease. Min's thick glasses were smudged and made his eyeballs look 3 times their actual size. Bang stepped forward and wrapped his arms around his brother. "I brought you some food," said Bang, hugging him. The apartment was 1 large room, lit brightly, with little furniture except along the walls, long tables atop which sat more than 2 dozen computer screens, all lit up with various photographs, charts, and data. The tables were chest-high so that Min could move easily between computers, remaining on his feet as he worked. At the ministry, where Min was the chief technology officer, he worked up to 20 hours a day for months on end. At home, he didn't stop either, as the flashing computer screens attested. Bang still didn't quite know when his brother even slept. The apartment had only 2 windows at the far wall, and Bang walked to the one on the right. He looked through the window. He could see the lovely flowers of the Beijing Botanical Garden in the distance, and Kunming Lake to the far right. As Bang was the Minister of State Security, and Min was the top technologist at the ministry, Min could have lived anywhere he wanted. But this was where the lonely, brilliant man wanted to live, near the flowers. "Will you stay for tea?" asked Min, an infectious smile on his face. "With honey and ginger, how father made it." "Yes," said Bang. At the mention of their father, at the sight of his frail, malnourished, wonderfully kind brother, a memory stirred. He had never known his real father. That man had died while working at the tire factory when Bang was only 2. Bang's mother had remarried, a man named Ni Min, a kind man, who raised him like a son. It was a warm summer day in the alley behind the small house on the outskirts of Chengdu, where he grew up with his mother, stepfather, and little Bo. The neighborhood boys were playing soccer, shouting and screaming long after sunset. Ni had asked Bang to include Bo. Little Bo. Even at that age, he wore thick glasses and was thin and small. The other boys made fun of him. Even Bang sometimes participated. Bo was put in one of the nets as goaltender. It was a close game, and Bo let in the winning goal. His own teammates yelled at him, pointing at him, taunting him. One of the boys picked up the ball and hurled it at Bo. It hit his head, and his glasses fell to the ground, shattering. Bang had watched as Bo searched the ground for the glasses, feeling with his hands, tears streaming down his face. It was the moment Bang remembered. It was the moment Bang realized what love was and what loyalty was. It all coalesced at that moment, seeing Bo on the ground,
so helpless, looking for glasses that no longer existed. Bhang beat up the boy who hurled the ball at Bo, breaking his nose with a vicious punch. He knocked a tooth from the mouth of another boy and delivered a black eye to a third before they descended on him and thoroughly beat him, then left him on the gravel, his nose bloody, his lip too, his entire body like a large bruise. But Bhang had never felt better than at that moment. It wasn't long after that fight before Bo started to show his genius. He could take apart and put back together anything: radios, the air conditioner at the school, Nee Min's electric razor. Then he started to create machines on his own. Over the course of a winter, he'd built a small combustion engine for the house that could generate electricity. Bo had carved his own path in this world, with or without Bhang. And Bhang was proud. Bhang found himself staring out at the gardens, lost in the childhood memory, when Min returned to the room, 2 hot cups of tea in hand. "Where shall we sit, Bo?" asked Bhang, smiling and taking one of the cups from his brother. "Wherever you like," said Min, waving his gaunt arm through the air as if the room were a suite at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, instead of a furnitureless hovel that looked more like a computer closet than anything else. Bhang laughed enthusiastically along with Min as he sat down on the wooden floor, crossed his legs, and took the first sip from the cup. Chapter 18. Cordoba. Behind the hill, out of view of the others, Raoul went to work. He found several pieces of wood bark, then set them up like targets in a line. He walked off 500 feet, then set up the Dragunov. He sighted the first piece of bark in the rifle scope. He centered it, focused in, then fired. Nothing happened. He fired again, and still nothing. He made an adjustment to the placement of the scope on the side rail mount. He fired again. This time the top of the bark went flying away in a cloud of dust. Wasn't the spot he was aiming for, but it was a start. Hu Shao had been right. The rifle was out of sync. Raoul wouldn't admit that to him, however. Raoul loved the old Dragunov. Raoul made several more small adjustments, finding the small knob that enabled him to compensate and adjust for bullet drop over long distances. He test-fired several more times, adjusting the knob in between shots, until he hit a piece of bark precisely where he was aiming. Over the next hour, he went down the line of bark at increasing distances, testing the rifle until he felt confident that the aiming mechanism was perfect. Finally, he took his shirt off and draped it over a shrub. He walked off approximately 1 mile. He got down on his stomach, aimed, and fired. Leaving the rifle on its bipod, he jogged to his t-shirt. A few inches off dead center, a large tear was visible. Raoul put the shirt back on and walked back. He was ready. Dewey and Jessica rode under the warm sun until mid-afternoon. They came to a bend in the river, a small promontory of meadow formed in the notch of the running water. A tree jutted out over the water. The water was dark blue and bulged at the bend, forming a deep pool. It was hot out, but dry. Dewey removed his shirt, boots, and jeans, then walked naked into the water. Jessica removed her clothing, too, following him to the stream. The water was bitter cold. "Ouch," she said as she stepped in behind him. "That's freezing." He took her hand in his. He was used to swimming in Maine. The stream was almost as cold as a Castine plunge in October, but not quite. "Comes down from the mountains," said Dewey. "Melting ice. Nothing compared to Maine, sweetie." "Well, I'm not swimming in this," she said. "It's too cold." "Trust me, it's refreshing. My dad used to swim up until Thanksgiving. Now that was cold. He called them polar bears." "Polar bears?" "Yeah, like, let's go for a polar bear." "Oh," said Jessica. "Well, I'm not some crazy Mainer, and this is too cold for me." "No worries," said Dewey. He bent down near Jessica's legs. What are you doing?" she asked. Dewey wrapped his right arm around the back of Jessica's thighs, then lifted her into the air. She screamed. "No!" she howled. Put me down right now."
Dewey walked into the deeper water as Jessica, dangling over his shoulder, slugged him in the back, hitting him as hard as she could. "Help!" "You'll thank me after," he said, barely noticing the pummeling Jessica was delivering. "Besides, you called my dad a crazy Mainer. You hurt my feelings." "Stop!" she yelled. "Help! Somebody help me!" When the water reached his waist, Dewey dived forward into the frigid water, still holding Jessica. Her screaming was muffled as they crashed into the water. A moment later, when she surfaced, Jessica began howling all over again. "You bastard! I'll get you!" She splashed water at him, but all he could do was laugh. They swam in the pool for a while, eventually getting used to the temperature. On the far shore, Jessica swam to him and wrapped her arms around his shoulders. "It actually is kind of refreshing," she said. "Does that mean you're not mad?" No, I'm still mad. I like being mad at you. It's fun." "How can I make it up to you?" he asked, wrapping his hands around Jessica's back. She wrapped her legs around his torso and moved closer. "Well," she said, kissing his lips, "I can think of something that might make me forgive you." Dewey carried her to the shore. They made love in the warm grass, just above the stream, without a soul for miles. Afterward, they swam back across the stream. Jessica spread out a red chamois blanket in the shade of the tree. They ate ham and cheese sandwiches made by the chef back at the ranch, then lay on the blanket. Jessica put her head on Dewey's shoulder. They fell asleep to the sound of the stream running by. By the time they awoke to head back to the ranch, the sun was gone, and the sky was turning into a beautiful, dark purple. Chang sat with his legs crossed, staring through the scope at the Suburban. The sky was growing dark. He saw the sedan pull into the driveway at a few minutes before 8 o'clock. "He's back," said Chang. Hu Shao sat up abruptly, his eyes growing alert. He glanced at his watch. "They're running 4-hour rotations," he said. He turned to Raoul, who was lying on his back, eyes closed. Hu Shao snapped his fingers. "Let's go." Raoul stood and walked to the Dragonoff, which was set up on its bipod and trained at the Suburban. He got down on his stomach and studied the vehicle through the high-powered thermal nightscope. The two Americans were chatting again. Finally, one of the men climbed into the sedan. He pulled a U-turn and sped away. The other man climbed into the front seat of the SUV. The Suburban was blocking some of the heat of the man's body, and Raoul wasn't getting a very good heat print in the scope, but he was getting enough. He was, he guessed, just under a mile from the target. Raoul rubbed his finger along the steel trigger, feeling the warmth of anticipation feeding into his brain. Then he fired. A low boom exploded from the Dragonoff as the high-powered rifle kicked back, and a 7.62 millimeter Kevlar-tipped cartridge ripped from the muzzle of the rifle. He heard nothing. Yet through the scope, he watched as the front side window shattered. "What happened?" barked Hu Shao. Raoul said nothing as he retargeted the scope and prepared to fire. He concentrated, searching for the heat spot of the target. Then he found it, in the same place it had been before. He'd killed the American. "Bullseye," he said. "Let's go. We have 4 hours until he's discovered." At the Polo House, Alvaro took the horses from Dewey and Jessica. They walked beneath the darkening sky back along the gravel road to the ranch. Inside their suite of rooms, they took showers, then dressed for dinner in the main house. Raoul drove the Land Cruiser in a slow, circuitous arc toward the back of the ranch. The headlights illuminated knee-high grass, night bugs, and darkness. His destination was a field of low hills at the back of the ranch house. Had they moved in a direct line, the route would have been just over a mile. Instead, they drove in a 2-mile arc. Raoul stopped when Hu Shao gave the signal. They climbed out of the SUV. On foot, Raoul, Hu Shao, and Chang traveled light. Hu Shao and Chang carried assault rifles and handguns. Raoul carried the Dragunov strapped across his back. He also packed his sidearm, a well-worn Colt 38 Super El Capitan, with a custom snub-nose suppressor in the muzzle, his most prized possession, a present his father had given him on his 9th birthday. He tucked it between his belt and back. From the Land Cruiser they moved in the darkness, Hu Shao navigating with his phone. Eventually they came within sight of the ranch house, far in the distance, its yellow lights twinkling. Hu Shao took out his nightscope and scanned the house. "Here," he said, pointing at a small grassy knoll. "What's the distance?" asked Raoul. "Half a mile." Raoul sighted the sniper nest atop the knoll, setting the Dragunov on its bipod. He spent several minutes calibrating the scope, as well as adjusting for bullet drop. Once he had the rifle good to go, he moved it slowly back and forth along the back of the rambling stucco mansion. Chang pulled an MRE from his pack and ripped the tinfoil lid from it, then stuffed the food into his face. "We have 3 hours before the dead guard is discovered," said Hu Shao. Raoul listened, studying the house, looking for signs of life. "What if I don't get a shot?" asked Raoul. "Then we hit the house. If you haven't killed Andreas in 2 hours, we move in." Raoul pulled his eye from the end of the rifle scope. He stood up. "Where the hell are you going?" said Hu Shao angrily. "To take a piss," said Raoul, pointing to his crotch. "I might work for you, Chinaman, but he doesn't." As Raoul walked off into the darkness to pee, Hu Shao put the scope to his eye, pretending to study the house, but his eye glanced sideways, watching Raoul as he walked away. Hu Shao removed a 9mm Strike 1 from his shoulder holster. He reached into his front pocket for a suppressor, screwing it into the muzzle of the handgun. Chang, on his back, looked up from his MRE. "What are you doing?" "Following orders," answered Hu Shao, checking the magazine. "Eat your dog food and shut the fuck up." He gripped the weapon and stuck it into the pocket of his windbreaker, clutching the grip, prepared to fire. "What did he do?" whispered Chang. Hu Shao sat down on the ground against a rock behind the sniper rifle. He was directly behind where Raoul would be after he shot the American. "That's the wrong question," said Hu Shao. "What's the right question?" "The right question is, am I going to kill you too?" Hu Shao whispered, smiling viciously. Chang laughed nervously. "When will you do it?" whispered Chang. "After he shoots the American." Raoul walked behind the hill for several hundred feet, whistling. The sky was black and blue and dotted with stars. He unzipped his pants and peed on the ground, and began a slow walk back to Hu Shao and Chang. He walked nonchalantly over the hill to the right of where he'd left. The dark outline of the ranch house was visible in the far distance, the lights from windows casting dull yellow into the evening. He saw Chang first, lying on the ground, next to the Dragunov. He was staring through his night optics at the ranch house. Hu Shao was behind Chang and the rifle, reclined against a rock. His hand was stuffed inside the pocket of his windbreaker. He was looking in the opposite direction, waiting for Raoul to return. Raoul removed the Colt from his jeans. He moved the safety off. He walked in silence down the slope of the hill. He aimed the gun at the back of Hu Shao's head. He paused for a moment, then 2. Finally, as if by instinct, Hu Shao turned. Hu Shao's eyes met Raoul's. Hu Shao's mouth went agape. He tried to say something but couldn't. Then he ripped his hand, clutching the weapon from the windbreaker, and swung it up at Raoul. Raoul pumped the trigger. There was a low mechanical thud, as a slug tore a hole just above Hu Shao's lip at the center of his mustache. The back of his skull exploded across the rock. Raoul fired again, this time ripping a hole into Hu Shao's right eye, destroying the front of his face. Chang turned at the sound. He stared in silence and horror at the destroyed skull of Hu Shao. Raoul knelt and picked up the spent cartridges from his gun. He moved to Hu Shao, picked up his weapon, then began to search for the slugs that had ripped through him. "It goes without saying," said Raoul, patting the grass in the twilight, not even looking up from the ground. "Don't do anything stupid,
or you'll end up the same way.
Raoul stood up and stuck the gun between his belt and back.
What do we do with him?
Carry him out, said Raoul.
Tell them Andreas shot back.
Chang nodded in stunned agreement.
How did you know?
Chang asked.
I knew it the moment he stepped on the plane. In fact, I knew it before you stepped on the plane. Now, let's kill the gringo and get the fuck out of Argentina.
Chapter 19. Estancia El Colibri, Córdoba. On the terrace outside the main house, Dewey and Jessica ate a dinner of trout, fresh tomatoes, and rice with toasted pine nuts. They shared a bottle of wine. Candles and the stars above the Argentine sky provided the only light. After dinner was done, Nico and Maria sat down and had a glass of wine with them. At some point, Maria brought out homemade strawberry shortcake. The couple sat talking for a long time, laughing, finishing off the bottle of wine. Finally, Nico and Maria stood to clear off plates. Dewey felt his eyelids getting heavy.
You tired?
Jessica asked.
I'm getting too old for this, he said.
Jessica shook her head, giggling.
Too old for what? She asked. Luxury ranch is half a world away from anyone or anything. Sex on demand with a smoking hot Irish girl. Gourmet dinners by candlelight.
All of the above, he said. Especially the sex part. I think we need to slow down a little. Jessica rolled her eyes.
You really are not funny.
Raoul lay on his stomach, his right eye against the rifle scope, studying the terrace. The dim light made it hard to discern between the figures sitting at the table. Despite the relatively short firing distance, all he could see was silhouettes. There were at least 4 people, and while he knew he could take out several of them, he didn't like the odds of shooting all 4. So he waited, as patiently as possible. But time was running out. The guard would soon return. When he did, any chance of killing the American would be gone.
How long do we have?
Asked Raoul, keeping his eye glued to the scope.
It's nearly 11,
said Chang, trying not to sound worried.
We have an hour.
Raoul felt his heart pick up a beat, and he shut his eyes for a brief moment, trying to calm down. At 11, Dewey and Jessica said goodnight to the Sabellas and walked to their suite. Jessica went to the French doors, opening them to the nighttime air. The moon and stars created a golden hue of ambient light. Dewey went to the armoire and took off his shirt. From the top drawer, he removed 2 small, shiny gold objects, which he'd been hiding from Jessica. He examined them in the palm of his hand. He'd bought them in Manhattan. Each had cost $10,000 at Tiffany's. He could have bought them for half the price from a less well-known jeweler. But it's what Jessica wanted, and that was all he cared about. Dewey smiled as he looked down at the 2 rings.
Can I show you something?
He asked. Jessica turned from the doors, tilted her head, and smiled.
Sure.
It's 11:15, said Chang, whispering urgently. We can't wait any longer.
Raoul, on his stomach, breathed very slowly now, as he'd been trained to do. He looked in utter stillness through the high-powered PSO-1 scope at the woman standing in the middle of the French doors. She was facing him. Her mouth was centered in the crosshairs of the scope. Behind her was a man. He was tall. He stood with his back turned at the far side of the room. Andreas. Raoul pressed his finger against the trigger, almost hard enough to fire the rifle, but not quite.
She's too close. You hit the guard from a mile out, said Chang, encouraging him. You can do it, Raoul.
A tremor of fear made Raoul shiver for a brief moment.
Be quiet, please,
said Raoul. He slowed his breathing to the point of holding his breath,
He studied Andreas in the scope, just to the right of the woman. Raoul became aware of movement, to the left, back on the terrace off the kitchen. He moved the rifle ever so slightly, finding the terrace. Someone had flipped the lights on. He registered a tall man with dark skin, along with a woman. He moved the weapon back to the bedroom, reacquiring the sight of the woman standing in the middle of the doorway. Suddenly, the woman turned, moving away from the French doors. Raoul had a clean shot. He yanked back the trigger. The low boom of the Dragunov echoed across the dark plain, then kicked back as the rifle sent a slug through the night. Dewey went to open his hand and show Jessica the 2 rings, just as the bedroom was interrupted by a sharp noise, abrupt, violent, and unnatural sound, the fracturing of wood, the sound combining in a terrible second with the smell of sawdust. Dewey's head jerked right. The armoire lay mauled, a large hole cleaved just inches from where he stood, splintering in a web of slivers and wood dust. His eyes turned to Jessica. She looked panicked and lost. Dewey, instinct suddenly taking over, lurched toward her. "Get down!" he screamed. Raoul retargeted the rifle, finding the bedroom, then Andreas. He was still standing. Raoul fired again. The second slug tore into Jessica's back. The bullet kicked her sideways and down. Dewey caught her as she fell, his eyes meeting hers. He laid her on the ground out of the way of the open doors. He looked down at her white dress. A pool of blood grew quickly, forming a neat crimson circle above her heart. Dewey leaned down to her. Her lips moved as she tried to say something, but no sounds came out. Only a small trickle of red at the corner of her mouth. Dewey held her gaze as tears came to his eyes and a terrible look crossed his face. He began to cry as he held her. He kissed her forehead, unable to say or do anything. He held his lips against her forehead for several moments as his body slowly heaved, when finally he lifted his lips away from her. She was gone. Her eyes blank pools of green that stared straight up past him. Dewey opened his hand. He slid one of the 2 rings onto her finger. He reached up and closed her eyelids. Dewey shut his eyes as tears came down. He was gripped by pain and grief, paralyzed. But then he heard words. A voice speaking to him. "Leave her now. Walk away. Leave her behind. Now isn't the time. No. Now you have to do the thing you were trained to do. What you were meant to do. The only thing you can do. Fight." Chapter 20. Córdoba. Through binoculars, Raoul watched in horror as the woman was pummeled to the ground. He'd hit her, the do not touch, and missed Andreas. The slug had ripped her dead center in the back. She was dead. It didn't take Raoul too long to do the math. If Bhang was willing to kill him before for no reason other than to frame him, he couldn't imagine what lay in store for him now. "You killed the woman," said Chang. Not only had Raoul fucked up by killing the woman, he hadn't completed the primary, the only objective. If there was to be any mercy from Bhang, it would come by finishing off Andreas. Raoul moved the rifle ever so slightly, staring through the scope, scanning the bedroom for signs of life. He paused on the area above where she'd fallen. He waited a few moments, then pulled the trigger, firing another cartridge blindly into the room. He saw a shadow move toward the back of the room. This time he didn't hesitate. He pulled the trigger. As Dewey clutched Jessica, glass abruptly shattered just a foot above his head. The gunman was still out there. He crawled to the armoire as another slug ripped the wall just inches in front of him. He yanked out the bottom drawer, dumping its contents on the ground. He searched frantically for Jessica's tan diplomatic pouch. He found it beneath clothing. Lying on his side, shielded by the bed, he unzipped the pouch. Inside was his handgun, Colt M1911. He slammed in a mag, then aimed at the ceiling light. He pumped a bullet into the bulb. The room went black. The sound of gunfire made Maria look up from the kitchen sink where she was washing a copper pan. She dropped the pan into the soapy water, then dried her hands on her apron. A look of fear came to her face.
"Nico?"
She yelled to her husband, who was on the terrace.
"What?"
"Come quickly!" Raoul swept the weapon slowly left, finding the light of the main house.
"We have less than an hour," said Chang desperately. "The guard."
"The guard isn't our problem," said Raoul, calmly scanning the house. Raoul saw movement on the terrace. It was a tall man. Was it Andreas? Raoul pumped the trigger. The slug hit the man in the chest, throwing him backward and down to the ground. Reaching into the pouch, Dewey found 2 more magazines, along with his combat knife. He fastened the knife sheath to his calf, crawled to the door, and sprinted down the hallway toward the kitchen. As he got to the main house, he heard breaking glass coming from the kitchen. Dewey charged into the kitchen, searching for Nico and Maria. Maria was kneeling in the corner, pointing in silence out at the terrace. Dewey crossed in a low crouch to the doors that led outside. Nico lay in a contorted heap, surrounded by a mess of food, broken plates, and blood. His chest showed a pancake of blood where the bullet had struck. Anger fueled sorrow, hatred, and every other dark force that had ever compelled any man to kill. And it took over Dewey. It washed over him like a storm tide, and he knew in those moments it would never leave him. Never again. It would always be there, forever. And every step for the rest of his life, whether they killed him tonight or he lived to be 100, would be scarred by the pain that now coursed through him. He shut out the terrace light, then crawled to the wall near the French doors. He shut out the lights inside the kitchen. Dewey moved to Maria, kneeling against the wall. He'd never seen someone as scared. Pure terror was spread across the woman's face. Her mouth was ajar, her lips moving in a silent scream as tears flowed down her cheeks. Her right hand was still pointing toward her dead husband. Dewey felt his instincts taking over then. Whatever pain, whatever sorrow, whatever trauma was to come, it would have to wait. He felt himself going back to a familiar place. He was in Panama City, in the basement of the tenement, 4 dead SEALs by his side, trying to fight his way out of an ambush by one of Noriega's kill squads. He was in the cold water 600 feet below Capitana, on the ocean floor, oxygen running out, fighting for his life against 2 of Alexander Fortuna's mercenaries. He was on the tarmac at Beirut Airport, side by side with Kol Mair, hemmed in by Hezbollah to the south and Lebanese special forces to the north. It was that time he'd come to recognize, that crucible that alone was Dewey's gift. A gift and a curse. The moment of the warrior. Dewey reached his hand out and took Maria's hand in his own. Calmly, he placed his gun on the ground and held her hands, comforting her. He looked into her eyes, just visible in the dim light from the night sky.
"I need you to do something, Maria," said Dewey.
She stared, eyes transfixed on nothing, into the distance. Dewey gently squeezed her hands.
"Can you do something for me?"
asked Dewey, trying to get her back. Slowly, Maria's head moved up and down, nodding yes.
"I need you to be strong," said Dewey, calmly. "He needs you to be strong. Can you do that?"
She shut her eyes. She started sobbing. Her body heaved as tears came down.
"Where are Sabina and Alvaro?"
asked Dewey. At the sound of her children's names, Maria's eyes suddenly became more alert. She tried to stand up. Dewey put one of his hands on her shoulder and held her down.
"Where are they, Maria?"
"Her boyfriends in El Brillante."
"That's good," said Dewey. "What about Alvaro?" Maria paused, thinking, then again tried to lurch up as she suddenly let out a low scream.
At the polo house, said Maria, desperation in her voice. We need to find him.
Dewey kept his hand on Maria's shoulder, holding her there against the wall. I'll take care of Alvaro. You need to hide. Is there a basement? Maria pointed to a door at the far side of the kitchen. Good, said Dewey reassuringly. Are there guns?
They're in Nico's gun safe. I don't know the combination.
Dewey reached for his Colt and handed it to her. Have you ever fired a sidearm? She nodded. This one'll kick, said Dewey. Hold it with both hands. I want you to take the gun and go to the basement. Find a place to hide. The next people you'll see will probably be police. Don't shoot them. But if they're not police, you need to kill them.
How will I know?
You'll know. If it's the bad guys, they'll be quiet. And they probably won't be Argentine. The police won't be quiet. They'll be looking for you, calling your name. Maria thought for a moment, then nodded at Dewey. Now go, said Dewey. You need to move. Maria crawled across the kitchen floor, opened the basement door, and disappeared into the cellar. Seconds were passing. Precious moments. Dewey needed to think quickly. They could be getting away. It had been a black-on-black design. Sniper informants. Technological know-how. And above all, audacity. The safe thing would be to get the authorities in here, secure the scene. Then call Hector, get a Langley forensics team down here to analyze the slugs. But Dewey didn't feel like doing the safe thing. He needed to find the man who triggered the rifle that killed his fiancée, and then find the men who sent him there. He felt adrenaline surging inside him. His heart raced. He stood, took one last look at Nico's corpse, and sprinted out of the kitchen. Back at the bedroom, he paused outside the door, steeling himself for what lay inside. He stepped inside, trying not to look at Jessica. Don't look. You said your goodbye. Walk away. Leave her behind. There's only one thing you can do now, Dewey. It's what you were made to do. What you were meant to do. The only thing you can do. He went to the bureau and searched until he found Jessica's sidearm, a government-issue Glock G30S. He slammed in a magazine, grabbed the other mag, then ran to the terrace. Into the darkness.
It was supposed to be surgical,
said Chang, to Raoul's right, watching through the binoculars.
And I was supposed to be a doctor, said Raoul. Things don't always turn out as planned.
Both men watched as in the distance the lights of the ranch went out, one by one.
Start packing up, said Raoul. We need to get the hell out of here.
He's still alive.
So are we. Now pack up the shit.
What about him?
Asked Chang, nodding toward Hu Shao.
We'll carry him. Let's get moving.
Dewey sprinted away from the ranch, through uncut fields beneath the night sky. He ran at a grueling pace, ignoring the burning in his lungs. The front of Dewey's foot hit a root sticking up, and he went tumbling forward, landing on his chest. He paused for a moment on the ground. He scanned back toward the house. He could make out the dark silhouette of the ranch. Dewey searched for something to hold on to. A feeling, a moment to stave off the terrible thoughts. The darkness, the burning in his lungs, it all brought him back to Fort Bragg, to training, to Delta. You'll get used to the dark. It will become your ally. When it does, no man will be safe from you. Dewey got up and began to run, harder this time, charging across the fields. His mind flashed to a picture of Jessica in the river, swimming toward him. He took the memory, folded it up, and tucked it there, in a box, somewhere deep inside, next to Robbie. He closed the box and shut it away.
Before him, on the ground, he saw a trail of beaten-down grass. The tracks came from the south toward the river. He scanned the horizon, seeing nothing but darkness and stars. Dewey fell into the path of beaten-down grass, sprinting. The Glock clutched in his right hand. His nostrils flared, sweat trickled down, and he felt it now. The warmth of the hunter. He saw a flicker of light in the distance, then heard an engine. Dewey ran faster, his lungs burning, aiming toward the light. He came to a small hill and took it in 5 quick steps. There, less than 100 feet away, was an SUV, headlights on. In front of it were 2 silhouettes, leaned over, carrying a body. Dewey raised the Glock in stride, then fired. The men saw him and dropped what they were carrying, both men lurching toward the SUV. Dewey pulled the trigger as fast as his finger would let him. Bullets hit the vehicle, breaking glass. He hit one of the men, who fell to the ground. Dewey ran closer, firing again as the fallen man got up and limped toward the back of the SUV. The engine revved as Dewey came closer, suddenly peeling out and driving away from Dewey as he emptied the mag. Dewey stopped, watching as the taillights receded in the distance. He could barely breathe. For nearly a minute, he leaned over, catching his breath. He walked to the body. The man was lying face down. The back of his head was missing. His shirt and the back of his pants were drenched in blood. Dewey put his foot beneath the man's torso and kicked him over. His face was partially destroyed. He had a mustache that was interrupted in the middle by a hole, the entry point to a bullet someone had fired at close range, $1 worth of metal and gunpowder that had blown out the back of his skull. Another slug had been fired into his right eye. The left one was still in place, a bulging eye that looked blankly up at the sky. He looked Asian. The lights from the SUV disappeared. It was eerily quiet. Dewey ran back to the ranch. In the bedroom, he found his shoulder holster. He put it on, inserted the handgun, then looked, one last time, at Jessica. Her face was calm and still, like a sculpture. In the driveway, he slid open the garage door. A Range Rover was parked inside, and he climbed in, found the keys on the dash, and started the car. When he flipped the lights on, they illuminated a bright red motorcycle, which was parked in the back of the garage. It had letters in black cursive along the side. Ducati Corse, 1199 Panigale S. Dewey turned off the car, climbed out, and hopped on the bike. He turned it on. It rumbled to life, the engine purring smoothly, low and loud. He revved it several times and let it scream in neutral. He put the bike in gear and moved slowly out of the garage. At the gravel, he opened it up. The Ducati burst down the driveway. Within seconds, the bike was going 60. As he approached the Polo house, Dewey slowed to a stop. He put the kickstand down and ran inside. He found Alvaro in one of the bunk rooms, asleep. Dewey placed his left hand on the boy's mouth, waiting for him to wake up, which he did, struggling beneath Dewey's hand, startled. He was a strong kid, but Dewey held him down with his right hand. With his left, he put a finger to his mouth, telling him to be quiet. "Come with me," said Dewey. Back on the Ducati, Alvaro sat behind Dewey, clutching him around the waist. He pushed the throttle now as far as it would go. The front tire popped up from the ground. Dewey leaned in, pushing to settle it back down. He was at 80 miles an hour as he reached the end of the driveway, where in the distance he saw the Suburban. The front side window was shattered. He slowed as he came upon it. He saw the back of Morty's head, slumped over the steering wheel. Dewey revved the bike and sped toward the main road. "Hold on!" he yelled over the engine. He reached the end of the driveway and banked a hard left, then let the bike rip. The engine roared. In seconds, he'd cycled the gearbox and was moving at more than 120, chasing the killers of the only thing that mattered to him. A few seconds later, he glanced at the digital pictograph on the console. 1:54.
The country road became more crowded as he approached Cordoba. He saw a gas station and cut in, then stopped. "Get off," said Dewey. Alvaro climbed off the back of the bike. He was barefoot. He looked thoroughly confused and scared.
"What's going on?"
"Call your sister in El Brillante. Tell her to stay where she is."
"What happened?"
Dewey looked into the boy's eyes. "Then call AFP. Tell them the ranch was attacked. Your mother's alive."
"My mother is alive?"
They killed your father." Alvaro looked as if he was about to faint. "Tell AFP your mother is in the basement, hiding," said Dewey, a hard, emotionless expression on his face. "Alvaro, you need to be tough. Your mom, your sister, they need you to be tough. That starts right now. You understand?" Alvaro appeared daunted by the sudden realization of what was happening. Finally, he nodded at Dewey.
"Yeah, I understand."
Dewey ripped out of the gas station on the Ducati, leaving a scorched line of smoking rubber. He cycled quickly through the gearbox, taking the bike back up to 100, 110, 130, and still he didn't slow. He swerved past cars and trucks, swinging into the oncoming lane, then back again, as horns blared. At the outskirts of the city, he saw a sign with a picture of a plane on it. He banked right, feeling his knee scuff against the road, then opened the bike up again. He was quickly back up to 150. "Move quickly. Know when they've found you. Always have a weapon on you. If you're at risk of being killed, you have to be prepared to risk your own life." Just past another sign for the airport, Dewey hit the crest of a hill he didn't know was coming. As the road dropped, the momentum of the bike thrust forward into the air. The bike caught air and didn't come down for several seconds as the engine churned furiously. Dewey fought to keep his balance, to stay straight, until 30 feet down the road, the back tire of the bike touched down, with Dewey gripping the handlebars. The front tire hit tar a second later. Dewey banked right into the airport entrance, again nicking his right knee on the tar as he bent the bike low. The airport was lit up, but quiet. He sped through the arrival area, looking for signs of life, then hooked around the side of the airport, aiming at the runway. In the distance, he saw 2 blue lights. He came on a police cruiser at the gate to the runway. The door opened, and an officer held up his hand, ordering him to stop, but Dewey kept going, past the policeman. He pushed the bike harder, pulled back, lifted the front tire, and hit the wooden gate that led to the tarmac. It smashed into pieces. At the far side of the tarmac, he saw a black Toyota Land Cruiser, its lights still on, a door open. He heard a low grumble from down the tarmac, then recognized the oncoming lights of a jet. It was moving down the runway, directly at him. The engine roared. Dewey dumped the bike, climbing off, then pulled the Glock from his shoulder holster.
"Raul!"
yelled one of the pilots from the front of the jet. Chang was seated in the cabin of the Gulfstream. He looked across the aisle at Raul, who lay on his side across 2 of the leather cabin chairs. The mercenary held his hand against his stomach, where the bullet from Andreas had hit him.
"They're trying to stop the plane,"
yelled the pilot. Raul's dull eyes met Chang's. He tried to say something. Blood seeped over his lips as his mouth moved.
"Take off,"
he coughed.
"Get off the ground."
At that moment, Chang thought about killing Raul, but he wouldn't need to. The Mexican would be dead within the hour. Blood oozed out of his fingers as he clutched his stomach. The plane's engines roared. They started moving down the tarmac.
"You need to remove the bullet,"
said Raul, blood dribbling out of the side of his mouth. Chang said nothing. He stood and walked to the cabin. He stood behind the 2 pilots as the Gulfstream barreled down the runway.
"He has a fucking gun,"
yelled one of the pilots, pointing out the window. The jet came faster now, down the tarmac, directly at Dewey. He raised his right arm and stepped into the path of the oncoming jet. He trained the muzzle of the Glock at the front of the plane. Then he started firing. The slugs hit the cockpit glass in front of the pilot. 1, 2, 3, then the rest of the magazine. All his ammunition into the glass. As the front wheel lifted off just feet from where he stood, he realized the glass was bulletproof. "Stop!" screamed a police officer behind him. The blue and white jet lifted off. As Dewey was tackled from behind, he watched as Jessica's killers escaped into the dark sky. Chang leaned forward, looking out the cockpit window. At the end of the runway, a shirtless man was walking down the middle of the tarmac. The jet sped closer to him. The engines roared. The man's arm was raised. He had his gun trained up at the plane. Above the din, Chang heard the faint sound of gunfire. Then the clink of the slug hitting the plane. Reflexively, he flinched. They came closer and closer to the figure. Chang knew it was Andreas. Even without looking, he knew it was him. A slug hit the glass of the window, pockmarking it. Andreas kept firing as the jet moved closer, dotting the glass with small indents. The jet's wheels began to lift off as they came right upon Andreas, who didn't move. Chang craned his neck to see him. He was big, wearing only jeans, his expression angry and unflinching. Then the Gulfstream climbed fully off the tarmac. Chang's heart raced as he felt the smooth embrace of liftoff. He stood at the edge of the cabin for several moments. In one day, his life had changed entirely, and not for the better. He couldn't begin to imagine how he could fix it. Andreas was alive. The woman was dead. Husha was back at the ranch with a pair of holes in his head. He had no friends or allies. Whatever money he had was being monitored by the ministry. He had nothing. He knew he should report in and tell the truth. After all, he wasn't the one who killed the woman. He wasn't the one who shot Hushao. It was Raoul. But none of that mattered. The ministry didn't tolerate failure. He was a dead man. Chang returned to the cabin. Raoul lay still, his eyes wide open, staring permanently into the oblivion. Chang ransacked his pockets, finding nearly $4,000 in cash. He sat down and looked out the window, trying to think. From his pocket, he removed his ministry-issued sat phone. He was at a crossroads. He could call into Beijing and confess to everything that had happened. Or he could run. He'd seen firsthand how Bhang treated people who failed him. He smashed the sat phone against the floor. He removed the tracking device from the phone and stomped on it until it was pulverized. He went to the cabin. "Give me a map," he said. Both pilots turned. Their eyes drifted down to the handgun that Chang now clutched, moving it back and forth between the two men. The pilot on the left pulled a navigational chart from a pocket on the side of the cockpit. Chang flipped through it, then studied the area. "What's the nearest city?" he asked. "Santiago." "Head for Valparaiso," said Chang, pointing. "On the coast." Chapter 21. United States Treasury Department, Washington, D.C. From outside the closed office door of U.S. Treasury Secretary Woodrow Ulrich, a passerby could, on occasion, hear a mysterious thumping sound. Those who were close to Wood Ulrich knew that it only happened toward the end of the day, a stressful day, a day in which Ulrich, sometime past 8 or 9 in the evening, would venture to the sideboard in his office and fill a highball glass a quarter full with Pappy Van Winkle's. The dull thuds that echoed in the entrance foyer through Ulrich's closed door were the sound of darts striking the cork of the dartboard that hung on the back of the door. To say that Ulrich's staff loved him would have been an understatement. In fact, each and every one of them would have gone to war for Ulrich. Joanna Tratton, his beautiful executive assistant, Bobby Grace, his overweight but capable chief of staff, and all of the others who'd come along on Ulrich's wild ride from mayor of Lexington to governor of Kentucky to United States senator, and upon the election of his friend Rob Allaire to the presidency, to his appointment as Treasury Secretary. They'd all been there, through thick and thin. It was Grace who kept the bourbon in ample supply. It was Stratton who made sure his schedule was wiped clean by 6 p.m. And both knew that when the darts started hitting, to leave Ulrich alone. None of them had ever seen him angry. Even his wife, Daisy, couldn't remember a time when Ulrich had raised his voice. He was laid back to the point of being taciturn. He simply couldn't be fazed, didn't like to talk, and yet somehow lured people in with a quiet sort of charisma. Hitting the dartboard was Ulrich at his most emotional. Everyone knew that when he started throwing darts, he had something on his mind. After an hour or so, it was Grace's job to politely knock on the door and see what was going on. "Wood?" Grace asked as he pushed the door in a few minutes after 8. "Hold your fire, Mr. Secretary." Grace stepped inside and closed the large door behind him. "Hi, Bobby." Ulrich's tie was off. He was standing halfway between his desk and the door where the dartboard hung. In his left hand was a glass of bourbon, in his right a green and red-tailed dart. Grace glanced at the dartboard. One of the darts was in the center. "Nice shot." "I did that one an hour ago, left it there. It reminds me that every once in a while I do something right." Grace walked to one of the large, black leather Chesterfield sofas next to where Ulrich stood and sat down. "What's the matter?" asked Grace. Ulrich was quiet. He softly tossed the dart toward the board, where it stuck into the cork a few inches from the center. "You want a drink?" Ulrich asked. "Certainly." Grace started to get up. "You sit," said Ulrich. "I'll get it." Ulrich went to the sideboard and pulled out a glass, put a few cubes of ice in it from a silver ice bucket atop the sideboard, then poured the glass a quarter full with bourbon. He walked to the sofas and sat down across from Grace. "Baum?" asked Grace, referring to Richard Baum, the head of the Federal Reserve. "Yes." "How much do we need to borrow?" $500 billion. "Mamma mia," said Grace. "That would be the largest bond sale ever, if memory serves." Ulrich took a sip from his glass, then brushed his hand back through his mop of curly blonde hair. "The strategy of trying to force Congress to cut spending has backfired," said Ulrich. "Frankly, Richard is right about one thing. As long as Congress refuses to cut spending, we need to borrow more money. He doesn't spend the money. Congress is playing chicken with the Fed and with the president. They know Dellenbaugh won't raise taxes, so what they're going to do is keep spending and force us to borrow more money from China. China will buy whatever bonds we put into the market. That's what I'm worried about," said Ulrich. "We owe the People's Bank of China nearly $2 trillion. Trillion. With a T. That's a lot of money. Soon we'll be at 2.5, then 3. It's not sustainable. What happens when we have to choose between whether your grandma gets her heart medication or China gets their interest payment? What happens when we have to choose between some Marine unit getting a better kind of flak jacket or paying off Beijing? And what happens when we do choose your grandma? What do the Chinese do? Scares me to even think about it. We restructure. What can they do? Invade? You're missing my point," said Ulrich. "The Chinese already invaded. They're here. Instead of weapons, they fired money. If they stop buying our bonds, the U.S. economy will collapse. So we start paying it back." Ulrich smiled. "I'm going back to Kentucky," he said. "When Rob Allaire asked me to be Treasury Secretary, I thought it would be an honor, and it has been. but I'm not big enough for this job. We need someone sitting in this room who can figure this all out. You're a great Treasury Secretary. No, I'm not. It's gotten beyond me, Bobby. Grace stood up. He leaned forward and picked up Ulrich's glass. Let's have another one, said Grace. Talk about that fishing trip we're going on next summer. You're not leaving, Wood. I have too much dirt on you. Ulrich leaned back, laughing heartily. I'm going to be remembered as the Treasury Secretary who sold America to the Chinese. No, you're not, said Grace, standing at the sideboard and pouring 2 more bourbons. You're going to be remembered as the guy who fucked up the door playing darts. Chapter 22. Ministry of State Security, Intelligence Bureau, Shanghai. In Shanghai, it was dinner time, but none of the approximately 1,000 employees within the ministry's vast intelligence gathering unit appeared to be hungry. The desks were lined up in long rows, 50 rows in all, 20 desks per row, most of the desks occupied. The floor was an almost unfathomable collage of visual media. There were television screens, one after another, for as far as the eye could see, patient onlookers sitting and watching every media from every outlet imaginable in the entire world. Earphones plugged in, listening and watching every news channel, television show, and movie released throughout the world, in every country, in every language, looking for information that had anything of intelligence value to China. This meant all geopolitical or economic issues affecting China as well as its allies and adversaries. They were to transcribe all mentions of China onto electronic tablets, which were then forwarded to human ciphers to examine further. To the left, the job was to listen. Radio shows, podcasts, music. Again, any and every audio media introduced into the known world, if possible, in every country, in every language. To the right, the job was to pore over domestic and foreign print media, from every country, in every language. Newspapers, magazines, blogs, books. For a room filled with so many people and so much media, it was amazingly quiet. Under Fao Bhang, the ministry had spent more than $5 billion upgrading the technological might of the ministry's electronic eavesdropping. This money went into trying to replicate America's National Security Agency. This sophisticated eavesdropping apparatus, computers, satellites, satellite dishes, and software, produced massive amounts of information, which then needed to be analyzed by human beings. This was the room where that work was done. Near the front of the room, a middle-aged man in a light yellow sweater and glasses stared at his computer screen. 11:50:01 p.m. Argentina, 6, Córdoba. Gunfire reported. Location, Airport, Córdoba. The analyst's job was to monitor activity in Argentina, including dispatches originating at Argentina Federal Police, the country's top law enforcement agency, relevant to China. Normally, a generic crime report wouldn't have drawn his attention, but some piece of software or algorithm within the bowels of the ministry had flagged it. He waited for another update. It came half an hour later. 12:18:36 a.m. Argentina, 6, Córdoba. Multiple deaths reported. Location unknown. He went quickly into a bypass of AFP servers, going behind the AFP firewall through a back door Chinese hackers had built. Locale, Estancia El Colibri. Mara Road. 577. AFP at scene. Multiple deaths confirmed. The analyst opened a separate program and typed Estancia El Colibri. When he hit enter, a satellite photograph appeared on the screen. The frame zeroed down in,
focusing on the location of the ranch. 12:51:09 a.m. 3 confirmed homicides. USSS at scene. He typed USSS into the Ministry Code Manual. United States Secret Service. The analyst sat upright. Suddenly his computer screen went red and locked. Access denied. The number 9 replicated across his computer screen in flashing red until the screen was nothing but line after line of the numbers. He attempted to type, but it was useless. He stood up from his cubicle and walked to the front of the room, went through a door, then walked down the hallway to a small glass-walled office in the corner. "Something has happened," he said to a gray-haired man smoking a cigarette. "Argentina? What could possibly happen in Argentina?" "A triple murder, sir." "So what?" he said, waving his cigarette dismissively. "The U.S. Secret Service is at the scene." The man sat up. "When?" "Only minutes ago." "Well, what the hell are you doing here? Find out more." "The system shut me down." "What do you mean it shut you down?" "It said access denied, then flashed a number." He stood up. What the number?" 9. He stubbed out a cigarette and reached for his phone on the desk. "Get me Minister Bhang," he said into the receiver. Bhang's phone buzzed while he was out at dinner with his daughter and her young child. "What is it?" "Argentina, sir." Bhang listened to the information from the Intelligence Bureau and Shanghai as his grandson bounced on his lap. Perhaps Bhang should have attempted to reach Hu Shao or Chang at this point, but his mind was already 3 steps down the line. If the mission had been a success, he would have already been told thus by the agents on scene or by Ming Hua. But that's not what happened. Something was wrong. He hung up, then dialed a different number. "See?" came the voice, a Spanish accent of Pascal, whom Bhang had woken up. "What's the tail number of the plane?" asked Bhang. "What? Who is this?" "It's Fao Bhang. What's the tail number?" "I'm sorry, Minister Bhang, hold on." With his left hand, Bhang reached to the table and picked up a dried noodle, then pushed it gently into his grandson's toothless mouth. He smiled at his grandson as he waited, the phone against his ear. "Do you have a pen, Minister Bhang?" "I don't need one," said Bhang. "Just tell me the number." Chapter 23. Private Residence, the White House, Washington, D.C. J.P. Dellenbaugh was awakened by the phone next to his bed. He reached for the light switch, pulled the chain, then looked around the room. His wife, Amy, opened her eyes, but didn't move. Contrary to popular lore, there is no red phone in the bedroom of the President of the United States. There are 3 phones, each black with a small console of buttons. It is White House Control, the White House switchboard, that connects the President to the world. It is through a tightly controlled protocol that any inbound phone call gets through to the President at any hour. And it's a short list of people whose calls get through. In the middle of the night, that list is even smaller, confined to the President's Chief of Staff, the Director of the CIA, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, and the National Security Advisor. Someone else might be able to get through, a foreign leader, for instance. But first they would have to go through one of the chosen few. Dellenbaugh grabbed for the phone before the second ring. "Yes," he said, sitting up against the pillow which he pressed against the big, ornate cherrywood headboard. "White House Control, sir. Please hold for CIA Director Calabrese." The phone made a staccato beeping noise for a few moments. Dellenbaugh glanced at Amy, who had propped herself up on her left elbow and was watching him. Hector Calabrese came on the line. "Mr. President, sorry to awaken you," said Calabrese. "It's okay," said Dellenbaugh. "What's going on?" "I received a call a few minutes ago from our chief of station in Argentina."
I'm afraid it's very bad news, sir. Jessica is dead. She was killed a few hours ago. Dellenbaugh, reflexively, unconsciously, jerked forward, heaving involuntarily, like a cough without a noise. With his free hand, his right hand, he stretched out and gripped his wife's hand, squeezing it. He was silent for several moments, blinking, trying to process the news, unable to speak. He looked at his wife with a pained expression of disbelief and sorrow. Amy Dellenbaugh said nothing, instead took her other hand and wrapped it around his, trying to be supportive. "Killed?" Dellenbaugh finally whispered. "She was shot. It's still early. We have a forensics team getting on a plane in a few minutes to get down there. She was gunned down by what appears to have been a sniper. It was a planned attack. One of the ranch owners was gunned down, so was Morty, sir. Dewey survived." "My God," said Dellenbaugh. "I am so sorry, Hector. I know how close you were." Calabrese was silent. Dellenbaugh heard what sounded like a low sniffle. "Who would want to kill our national security advisor?" Dellenbaugh let Calabrese regain himself. After more than a dozen seconds, Calabrese cleared his throat. "I don't know. May very well have been Dewey they were after. In fact, it probably was Dewey." "Iran?" "Possibly." Calabrese paused, then continued in halted speech. I should have known, Mr. President. I should have known and insisted on a much broader security detail." "It's not your fault," said Dellenbaugh. "Yes, it is, sir." "Where's Dewey?" asked Dellenbaugh. "Cordoba. He chased someone, presumably the attackers, to the airport. They escaped on a private plane. He shot at the plane. Local police didn't know what was going on, so they locked him up or dealing with it." "How did we learn about it?" "The head of AFP woke me up an hour ago. He and our chief of station are on their way from Buenos Aires." Dellenbaugh glanced at Amy. She'd figured out what had happened, and tears were running down her cheeks, which she did not attempt to hide. After a long pause, Dellenbaugh cleared his throat. He sat up, then stood up. He held the phone in his right hand. Dellenbaugh still retained much of the brawn that had made him a much-feared pugilist during his time in the NHL. He unconsciously clenched his left fist, as if he were about to slug somebody in the nose. His biceps lumped out like a baseball. "We need to find out who the hell did this," said Dellenbaugh. He stared out the window at a Washington that was dark, save for a few lights here and there, including the ones that demarcated the pinnacle of the Washington Monument. Whether it was an accident because they were after Dewey or, God forbid, the assassination of America's national security advisor, someone has to pay. If it was the latter, Hector, this is war. Calabrese was silent. "Do you agree?" "Yes, I do, Mr. President. Intentionally or unintentionally, this is an act of war. We need to find out who did it. I need to speak to Dewey. We need to handle how this is announced," said Dellenbaugh. "I haven't even thought about that, sir." "You don't need to. Let me handle that. In the meantime, get Dewey back here. I want to know what happened. Let's reconvene first thing in the morning. Situation room. Make sure Harry Black and Tim Lindsay are briefed and ready to talk about military options." "Yes, sir." Dellenbaugh hung up the phone. He looked at his wife. "I'm sorry," she said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dellenbaugh said nothing. He fought to hold back tears. He picked up the phone. "Yes, Mr. President." "Get me Jessica's parents. They're in Princeton." Chapter 24. Villanueva, Santiago, Chile. In a dilapidated concrete building near Santiago's soccer stadium, Chang stood atop a stainless steel platform, barefoot, naked, sweating profusely and breathing heavily as if he'd just run 5 miles. The building looked like an abandoned warehouse, but its external decrepitude masked its true purpose. From the outside, the doors were boarded up and no light was visible. From the inside, 2 stories below ground, a windowless expanse looked like a laboratory at a pharmaceutical manufacturer. The facility was owned and operated by a company called Utrecht Promotions, which was, in point of fact, a shell corporation, set up by Chinese Ministry of State Security. It was one of 30 such secret interrogation labs dotting the globe. The reason Chang was standing, despite the fact that he was exhausted, was because he couldn't sit down. It was physically impossible. 46 stainless steel probes the thickness of pencils jutted out from walls on both sides of him. These steel probes, long needle-like protuberances, were the approximate sharpness of golf tees, not sharp enough to break skin at first contact, but painful, nevertheless, and capable, with some pressure, of puncturing skin and even leather. The probes were connected to a computer that monitored all manner of Chang's physiological state, all in the name of determining if Chang was telling the truth. Different countries, even different agencies within the same country, had different methods of getting people to talk. Simple lie detectors, while excellent devices for sniffing out lies from the untrained, were beatable with coaching and practice. Torture, electricity, waterboarding, fingernail removal, and dozens of other methods was effective, but often led to false confessions. Then there were pharmaceuticals, drugs in many shapes and formats, employed in a variety of methods. But like the proverbial cure for baldness, no drug had yet been invented that could compel someone to tell the truth. Truth serum was a fiction, a product of Hollywood and thriller writers. What had been shown to be effective in a pharmaceutical context was the interplay of opiates, such as heroin, intended to make the victim feel good, and any manner of neurotoxins, which caused pain. The lure of the opiates intermixed with the harsh pain of the neurotoxins had been shown, especially by the CIA and Mossad, to be enormously effective at drawing out confessions. Bhang took a different approach. Upon his elevation to minister, Bhang had appointed somebody he could trust and who was technically capable, his brother Bo Min, to design and build a better mousetrap. What Min invented was now being experienced firsthand by Chang. The device was called the Dragon. The Dragon was simple enough. 46 stainless steel probes that pressed front and back against the subject, from head to toe. The probes were intelligent. That is, they performed a variety of functions depending on the individual probe. First of all, at their most basic level, the probes monitored in real time all life functions of the subject: heart rate, brain activity, lung and heart pressure, levels of various chemicals in the bloodstream, oxygen levels, breathing rate. These readings were then run through a sophisticated algorithm that had been written after studying more than 1,000 individuals in a controlled setting, telling both lies and the truth over a period of 2 years. Through this 2-year data repository of minute-by-minute reactions, Min and his team of statisticians, physicians, scientists, computer engineers, and design engineers knew exactly what lying looked like across a complex spectrum of physiological attributes. What they learned is that liars have a wide variety of strategies and physiological reactions, depending on time of day, levels of hunger, levels of exhaustion, and a number of other factors. There was no single way to know if someone was lying. However, there was a finite physiological library of reactions during the lying process, 18 in all, across all people. Min and his team discovered that in physiological terms, there are 18 different kinds of liars. No more, no less. Once they understood how to identify a liar with one of the 18 different patterns, they then charted the transition from a state of lying to the state of telling the truth, in precise physiological terms.
They mapped each of the 18 types, and in this way mapped the precise physiological transition to the truth. They learned that some liars will move to the truth with pain. Others will not, but those liars could be motivated in other ways, such as with drugs, sleep deprivation, hunger. Thus armed with more than 22 terabytes of data, Min and his team designed an algorithm that was capable of analyzing an individual's various physiological attributes, determine if he is lying or telling the truth, and, if lying, could place them in one of the categories, then administer the most effective way to compel the subject to tell the truth. The Dragon automated the entire process. Each probe had a different role. 5 of the stainless steel needles, for example, monitored heart activity. 2 injected synthetic opiates, heroin derivatives, while 4 injected different types of neurotoxins, designed to cause pain. 10 probes could send electric jolts, and 6 produced small flames barely visible to the eye, but hot enough to char the skin. Perhaps most importantly, all probes moved inward, pressing against the subject, sandwiching him in tiny increments, every time a lie was told. This was what Min referred to as the dragon teeth. A subject could feel the immediate effect of his own lies. Eventually, if enough lies were told, the individual being interrogated could be punctured straight on through, in 46 different places. So far, that had yet to occur, as the algorithm had proven incredibly effective at getting the truth before that occurred. On this day in Santiago, Chile, it didn't matter to anyone except the algorithm what specific type of liar Chang was. But he was lying. Chang was alone in the lab. A camera was attached to the ceiling, hanging ominously down like a spider from the rafters, aimed at him, filming him, then delivering the live feed to Beijing. Speakers in the wall delivered the questions. Chang was drenched in perspiration, and his skin was ashen, a product of more than 16 micro-injections of heroin and 3 injections of a synthetic neurotoxin made from a derivative of household bleach. In addition, he had 3 large pink marks, one on his neck, another on his testicles, and still another on his left ankle, where the dragon had sent a series of white-hot flames. Most conspicuous, however, was the wallpaper of reddish dimples, like the outside of a golf ball, that was arrayed across his front and back as the device moved ineluctably inward, slowly crushing Chang as he attempted in vain to spin his magic tales. His capture at Valparaiso Airport had been routine. They were waiting for him when the jet landed. Chang would never know how Bhang had found him out so quickly. During the trip to Santiago, the ministry agents hadn't said a word. As he was driven to the ministry laboratory, bound and gagged in the back of a van, he'd asked himself if there was something he could have done differently. Perhaps he should have remained in Argentina and gone into hiding, but even that would have been futile. They would have found him sooner than later. "Why did you run?" came the voice from the wall. Was it Fao Bhang's voice? He never actually heard Bhang speak. He sounded polite, like a schoolteacher. "Answer, please." "I don't know," said Chang. A small needle injected something into his neck. Burning pain erupted at the point of injection and flamed out. Chang screamed. "What happened to Hu Shao?" Chang said nothing. "Where is Hu Shao?" "I don't know." The probes moved in, just slightly, while at his ankle a small torch flared. Chang screamed. "Why didn't you make contact?" "I did. I made contact."
A flame shot out from a different probe at the lower part of Chang's back. He screamed. "You were escaping. You are lying."
"I was going to call from Valparaiso."
The probes moved in, pressing a little harder against his skin. "Stop lying. Where is Hu Shao?"
I told you, I don't know."
He felt and heard one of the probes puncture skin above his stomach. Blood oozed out from the puncture wound. "Where is Hu Shao?" asked the voice calmly. Chang looked up at the camera, resigned.
"He's dead. Raoul killed him."
"How?"
"He shot him in the head."
"Where?"
"In the field. He knew Hu Shao was going to kill him."
Chang's eyes drifted to the camera.
"It was your fault,"
he added.
"All of you. If you'd just left it alone, it would all have been done as we were trained to do. Instead, you told Hu Shao to kill the mercenary. Why? Why did you do this? Just kill me."
The probes tightened, sandwiching him, while a shot of something cold entered through the probe at his neck. Suddenly a burning pain riveted him as the neurotoxin entered his bloodstream. "Where is Hu Shao's body?"
"At the ranch. On the ground. His head is destroyed. We were going to carry him out."
"Did I hear you correctly?" asked the interrogator, anger and shock in his voice. "Hu Shao's body is
on the ground,"
said Chang.
"The American was shooting at us."
"Andreas?"
"Yes."
Chang felt warmth as a tiny dose of heroin was administered, a reward for telling the truth. He shut his eyes and tried to forget where he was. Somehow, he knew it was to be the last moment of pleasure in his life.
"He shot Raoul in the stomach. We had to leave the body on the ground and run."
"Is Andreas still alive?" Chang remembered the sight of Andreas firing his weapon at the Gulf Stream as they took off. But he could be dead now. That was what he told himself.
"I don't know."
"Was Andreas alive when you last saw him?"
"Yes."
"Did you fire at him?"
"Yes."
"Was he hit?"
"I don't know."
The probes moved in slightly, pinching. "Was he hit?"
"No."
"Was he with someone?"
"Yes. A woman."
"Did Raoul shoot the woman?"
"Yes."
In a small, windowless room deep in the bowels of the ministry, which looked like the control room on a nuclear submarine, Bhang stood with his arms crossed, a cigarette dangling in his right hand. With him was Quan, who directed the ministry's intelligence-gathering unit, and Bo Min, his half-brother, the inventor of the lie detector, who was managing the controls of the device. All three men stared at the small plasma screen on the wall, which displayed a live feed of Chang. At Chang's last words, Bhang leaned forward and hit the mute button.
"Did he just say what I think he said?"
asked Bhang, shock and anger in his voice. On the screen, Chang's bloodshot, nearly lifeless eyes stared into the camera. Quan shrugged his shoulders. Bhang lifted his finger from the mute button. "Please repeat what you just said."
"Fuck you,"
moaned Chang. delirious? Bhang nodded to Min, who grabbed a dial beneath the screen and turned. Blood burst at different points on Chang's body as the probes, with Min's assistance, pressed in tighter, crushing him. "Please, Mr. Chang, repeat what you said," ordered Bhang.
Raoul shot her. He killed her. He hit her in the back.
Bhang looked at Min. "And the feed, if you would, Bo," he said. "Cut him down. Get rid of him." Bhang walked to the door. At the door he turned. "Please find Min Hua," he said to Quan. "Tell him to be in my office in exactly 30 seconds. Then take care of Raoul's body, the pilots, the plane, everything. Erase all evidence." Chapter 25. Provincial Police Department, Córdoba. Two men walked briskly into Provincial Police Department headquarters. One of the men was in his 50s, tall, with dark skin and a thick head of hair. This was Colonel Armand Martí, Director General of Argentina Federal Police, the country's top law enforcement agency, Argentina's equivalent to the FBI. The other man was much younger, in his early 30s, had curly brown hair and was shorter. This was Charlie Couture, Argentina Chief of Station for the CIA. It was 5 a.m. Martí and Couture walked past the front desk without slowing. They entered a hallway that ran along the cell block. At the last cell, Martí swiped a small steel card in front of a scanner. There was a loud click as the deadbolt popped open. The two men stepped inside. The cell was dimly lit, humid, and smelled of body odor. Seated on the ground was a shirtless man. He had on jeans and boots. His brown hair was disheveled, and he had several days' worth of stubble on his face. Martí's head jerked back as he looked at the man, an involuntary gesture as he realized the man was not only awake, but waiting, with a blank, hateful look. The man was seated against the wall, staring at the two men as they entered the cell. Couture spoke first. "Hi, Dewey," he said. "I'm Charlie Couture from Langley. This is Colonel Martí, who runs AFP. First things first. How are you?" Couture and Martí waited for Dewey to respond, but he remained silent. "We have the ranch cordoned off," said Martí. "Is there any information you can provide to us? Did you see anything?" Dewey stared impassively at Martí. "I can have someone get your stuff," said Couture. "You don't need to go back there if you don't feel like it." Dewey stared past the two men. He had a distant look, like he was staring at something 1,000 miles away. "We have a jet over at the airport that'll fly you back to the U.S. Dewey still didn't move or say anything. Martí glanced at Couture, who returned the look. Couture pulled a phone from his pocket and hit a button. "It's me," Couture said into the phone. A moment later, he handed the phone to Dewey. "It's Hector." Dewey hesitated, then took the phone. "Dewey," said Calabrese. Dewey took a deep breath, but remained quiet. "I've got a forensics team heading down there," continued Calabrese. 6 of my best guys. Jim Bruckheimer at NSA has a group charging hard as well. We're going to find out who did this." There was a long moment of silence as Calabrese paused, waiting for Dewey to talk. "You there?"
"Yeah."
"I know it's tough, but right now we need your help."
"I know."
"Did you see anyone? Think it was Iran?" Dewey looked up at Couture, then at Martí. Both men were staring down at him. Couture nodded at Dewey, understanding that he wanted some privacy. He took Martí gently by the elbow and pushed him toward the cell door.
"It was a kill team,"
said Dewey. "How do you know?" asked Calabrese.
"It was a 3-man team,"
I found the sniper nest 500 or 600 yards out. I found someone in the field beyond the nest. He was already dead, body was cold. Most of his head was shot off. But he looked Asian.
Did you tell Marty?
No, I don't trust anyone down here. They knew we were here.
There are a ton of ways to track someone. We need to find that body and look at it.
Hector, I'm asking you, don't tell AFP yet. Let me go look at the body in the daylight.
Fine.
Who runs the autopsy? Asked Dewey.
AFP has jurisdiction, said Calabrese. We'll get access to the findings and we'll sit in on the autopsy. The president of Argentina waived protocol and is letting us take Jess home this morning.
Why would someone?
It could mean anything, said Calabrese. You know that. There are a million possible explanations, with Iran being right there at the top of the list. Let's get the body and look at it.
I have to go.
Were you in the room when Jessica was shot? Asked Calabrese. The question caused a pained expression to shoot across Dewey's face as he thought of that last sight of Jessica standing in the French doors.
Yeah, I watched it happen. They shot her in the back.
I think you should come back up here. Let us do our job down there.
Dewey tasted salt as tears ran down his cheek into his mouth.
Her body's at the airport, added Calabrese. We'll bring her back to Andrews. Her parents are devastated. Dewey held the phone against his ear, staring at Couture and Marty, who stood patiently outside the cell, out of earshot.
How will it be announced?
Calabrese exhaled deeply.
I don't know.
I'm headed over to the White House in a few minutes to talk about that. It'll happen today.
Dewey felt a sudden wave of nausea.
I have to go, said Dewey. Hold on, said Calabrese. I want to say something. I know you want to hit back. I want revenge, too. I loved her like a daughter. Heads are gonna fucking roll over this.
What's your point?
My point is, let's find out who the hell did this, then design a proper retaliation together.
There is no amount of people we could kill to get even, said Dewey. There's no way to bring Jessica back.
I know we can't bring her back, but we can make anyone and everyone who was involved pay dearly.
Dewey didn't say anything more. He hung up the phone.
Behind police headquarters, Dewey climbed into the back of a dark green AFP Chevy Suburban. They drove in silence back to Estancia El Colibri. Dewey tried to focus on the road ahead, tried to avoid the dark thoughts that kept recurring. He reached down and felt for his knife. The sheath was gone. Then he remembered being tackled on the tarmac, hitting the ground as the two police officers strong-armed him down, watching the Gulf Stream lift off.
I want my knife back and my sidearm.
In the front seat, Colonel Marty turned. He looked at Couture.
The knife was given to me. It was a gift.
I'll give it to you, said Marty. But you're going to have to wait on the 45. Marty reached into a steel briefcase in front of the seat. He removed Dewey's combat blade, still sheathed, and handed it back to him. Dewey looked out the window. He saw her eyes again. Thanksgiving that year was cold, crisp and cloudless. They bought a turkey from a farm in Virginia. They drove out to get it that morning, the top of her 911 down, freezing cold but tempered by the sun. It was just the two of them. Jessica cooked it to perfection, the skin crispy mahogany brown, stuffing with sausage in it,
Sweet potatoes with browned marshmallows on top, her grandmother's recipe. They ate by candlelight and watched football. Dewey made a fire and they sat on the chair, Jessica on his lap, sharing a glass of wine. Silver Oak. He loved that memory. They drank from the same glass. Something so small, so insignificant and trivial. But the memory of sharing that glass warmed him. Will you marry me, Jessica? The words he vowed long ago, never to say again. But when they arrived on his lips, he felt the weight fall from his shoulders. He was giving up his freedom with those few words, and yet he'd never felt more free.
Yes, I will.
Walk away. She's gone. It's all gone. Leave it behind now, Dewey. There's only one thing you can do now. The thing you were meant to do.
A few minutes later, they reached the ranch. A long cordon of patrol cars lined the main road, their red and blue lights flashing, creating a security perimeter at the entrance to the ranch. Dewey heard the distant churning of chopper blades, then glanced out the window and counted 2 helicopters in the sky. The Suburban moved through the cordon. Several soldiers and various agents saluted as Marty looked blankly ahead through the front window. A mile on, another small swarm of AFP agents was gathered, along with a medical examiner's van. Dewey glanced at Couture.
I'm going to pack up my stuff and take a shower.
Take your time. Dewey emerged from the back of the SUV. Every AFP agent, police officer, and medtech stared at him. He cut through the middle of the group. At the front door, an armed AFP agent held up his hand. "Alto," said the agent. Dewey ignored him, brushing past. And as the agent was about to say something else, Marty whistled from the driveway. He waved his head, indicating to let Dewey by, and by the harsh look of reproach on his face, telling the young Argentinian in no uncertain terms to leave Dewey the hell alone. The ranch house was empty, quiet. The terrace to the dining room was taped off in yellow police tape. The blood had already been cleaned from the bluestone terrace. To his left, from down the hallway, he heard voices. He walked to the bedroom. 2 forensics techs in white smocks were in the room, snapping photographs. They looked up when Dewey entered. They said nothing. Dewey went into the bathroom and took a shower. He left his bloody jeans on the floor of the bathroom, put on another pair of jeans and a white Lacoste shirt. He packed his belongings into his duffel bag. Then, he packed Jessica's things into her Louis Vuitton suitcase. Shirts, shoes, skirts, a couple of bathing suits. Beneath her clothing, he found a simple wooden frame. In it was a photo of the 2 of them. He tucked it into her bag. Dewey stepped to the doors that led to the terrace. He scanned the horizon, looking for the sniper nest he knew was out there. They hadn't found it yet. There were maybe a dozen people who knew where he and Jessica were going. He didn't know how they'd found him, but there was no question they'd been tracked or followed. There was no way it was one of the Americans. Dellenbaugh, Calabrese, Josh Brubaker, Jessica's chief of staff, Morty and the other Secret Service agent, the head of the Secret Service, a handful of others. That was it. It hadn't come from within. Perhaps he'd never know. But until he was out of the country, he couldn't trust anyone. He stepped out onto the terrace. He crossed it, then walked diagonally out, across the expansive lawn, then beyond, into the knee-high grass. He knew the general direction, and soon enough, he picked up the trampled-down grass from the night before. If they were looking at him, they would think he was either a member of the search party or, if it was Marty or Couture, a mourning man, taking one last walk, grieving at the death of his fiancée. A few minutes later, he came upon the dead man. Under the hot glare of the morning sun, the man's destroyed skull was even more grotesque. Flies hovered. Dewey knelt. He pulled his knife from the sheath. He grabbed the man's hand and cut off the right index finger. He slipped it into his pocket, turned, and headed back to the ranch house. He stared at the ground as he walked, deep in thought. Whoever killed Jessica was out there. He would find him. If it took him the rest of his life, he would find him. And when he did, he would pay. Fight. It's all you can do. It's all you could ever do. "I'm coming," he whispered, eyes scanning the horizon. Chapter 26. Ministry of State Security, Beijing. Ming Hua was waiting inside Bhang's office when he returned. A cigarette dangled from Bhang's mouth, unlit. Out the window, the Beijing afternoon was a bland mixture of clouds and gray sky. Not that either man noticed the weather. It was just a sideshow to the main event, which was running the largest intelligence agency in the world. One could say Bhang lived, ate, and breathed the ministry. In point of fact, he smoked it. From the start of the day until the wee hours, Bhang, along with nearly every other top official at MSS, chain-smoked. The result was that headquarters had a rank, stale permeation of smoke, despite constant cleaning. "Minister, be quiet," said Bhang sharply as he grabbed a silver lighter from his desk and lit a cigarette. "I am deeply apologetic," continued Ming Hua, seated on one of 3 leather chairs arrayed in an orderly line before Bhang's desk. "May I ask?" "I want silence," said Bhang. "This has been a failure of epic proportions. I knew it was a mistake to elevate you, Ming Hua. You belong in the field, taking orders, not giving them. It was your responsibility to terminate Andreas instead. We now have a situation that could become very uncomfortable very quickly. A situation you likely do not fully understand. So you will keep your mouth firmly shut, and you will listen and you will do exactly as I say." Ming Hua nodded. "If the Americans ascertain that China was behind the assassination of Jessica Tanzer, it's not unrealistic to think there could be war," said Bhang, puffing a cigarette, staring at Ming Hua. "At the very least, they will be extremely upset. The United Nations will be brought in. The international community will be outraged." Bhang lit another cigarette with the ember from the first. "And the blame for all of this will fall on the ministry," continued Bhang, "and more specifically on me. Lest you have any illusions as to your own personal safety, Ming Hua, trust me, you will be dangling from the rafters long before they wrap the noose around my neck." "Minister Bhang, may I say something?" "No," said Bhang. "Shut up and listen. Your top priority at this moment is to follow my orders. I want you to retrieve the body of our agent. Whatever assets we have in Argentina must be utilized to retrieve Hu Shao or destroy any evidence of his identity. If Hu Shao is identified, we will be finished. Do I make myself perfectly clear?" "Yes, sir. You do most perfectly." Bhang stared for several silent moments at Ming Hua, scorn on his face. He finished his cigarette, then opened the top drawer of his desk. He removed a yellow folder, put it on the desk, then flipped it open. He removed a small stack of photos, all of Dewey Andreas. He picked one up. It showed Andreas in a crisp, white uniform, a military hat on his head, shaking someone's hand as he was formally sworn in as a member of 1st Special Forces Operational Detachment. Delta. Bhang stared at the photo, then handed it toward Ming Hua. Bang's hand appeared to be trembling slightly as he attempted to control his anger.
Second, I want Andreas dead. Issue a worldwide termination order immediately. I want our top paramilitary project team on this. Their sole responsibility is finding and killing Andreas. I will oversee the group personally, not you. It will be run out of the conference room next to my office.
Ming Hua remained silent. He didn't react, but he was listening.
Am I perfectly clear, Ming Hua? I want to hear you say that I have been clear.
Perfectly clear, Minister. Bhang walked to the door.
Where are you going, Minister? Where am I going?
Answered Bhang calmly, turning, a vicious sneer on his face.
Your highly paid marksman just assassinated the American National Security Advisor. I am going to clean up your mess.
Chapter 27. People's Bank of China, Beijing. Bhang stepped off the elevator on the 4th floor of a modern, low-slung office building, its curvilinear glass wrapped in a half-moon around a squat, round granite centerpiece. This was the People's Bank of China. Bhang was accompanied by 2 security guards, one from his staff, the other from Jidao Zhu, governor of the People's Bank. The bank's modest-sized building belied its vast global reach and influence. It was the People's Bank that controlled all monetary policy for the country, the world's 2nd largest and fastest-growing economy. The People's Bank had the most financial assets of any single public financial institution ever, including the Federal Reserve. This small building and the men and women walking through its hushed corridors were sitting on more than $3.5 trillion of liquid reserves and tens of trillions of dollars in other non-liquid assets, such as foreign debt. The bank's tentacles were everywhere, both inside the country and across the globe. If China's long-term vision was to be the most powerful nation on earth, it was through the bank that such a vision was being slowly but inevitably implemented. Beginning in 1948, when the bank was formed, the People's Bank of China had woven its way into economies, large and small, across the world, democracies and dictatorships alike, creating an interlocking grid of influence and dependence in virtually every country on every continent. The bank was owed money by virtually every government of consequence in the world. The bank rarely, if ever, used its financial influence, especially in matters of foreign policy. Those who were naive thought it was because the Chinese government was, deep down, a moral institution, which would never dare use its power to harm others, to exert pressure, or to exact revenge. Those who were smart knew that it was just the opposite. Like a poisonous snake, the bank chose to lurk in the tall grass and the shadows as it grew stronger and stronger with each passing day until it was ready and willing to show its fangs, and if necessary, to attack. Bhang entered through another set of metal detectors into the suite of offices that were the purview of Zhu and his small executive staff. The walls along the corridor were all thick, opaque glass, tinted in gold. In a large conference room, he saw Zhu seated at the end of the table, a half-dozen functionaries seated around the table before him. Zhu saw Bhang approaching. He stood up and walked to the door, then stepped into the hallway. With his hand, he flicked at the security detail, telling them to move away so that he and Bhang could speak.
I assume you're not here to open a savings account, Minister Bhang?
Asked Zhu, smiling.
We might need your help, Governor.
said Bhang, a serious expression on his face. "How can I be of assistance?"
"We could be in a situation," said Bhang.
"A situation?" asked Zhu, blinking rapidly.
"A situation that requires some of the bank's legendary powers of persuasion, Governor Zhu."
Chapter 28. In the air. Dewey sat on a plush, black leather captain's chair in the cabin of a CIA-owned Citation 10 jet, heading north toward America. Except for the two co-pilots, he was alone. Out the window, the snow-capped peaks of the Andes passed beneath. He removed the framed photograph from Jessica's suitcase. He stared at it for more than a minute. It showed him giving Jessica a piggyback ride. It had been taken in Castine during the early summer, along the path that ran near Wadsworth Cove. The photo was lopsided because they couldn't find a flat place to set the camera before putting the timer on and getting into place. They were both laughing. Jessica's hair was in pigtails. He had a big smile. That was why she'd framed it, he guessed. She always said he looked too serious in photographs. On some level that, more than anything, affected him profoundly. That this was how she saw them. That was the moment that captured, for her, their love. Fumbling inside his bag, he unzipped a pocket along the liner. He removed another frame, this one made of silver. It was a black and white photo, old and faded. It had been a sunny day in Southern California. He was fresh out of college, his hair short, a military uniform on, the Ranger tab visible on his shoulder, before he'd been asked to try out for Delta. When he was still innocent to it all, to the misery of loss, the finality of it, to the feeling of fighting for a country you loved alongside men who were closer than brothers, and watching them die by your side, in your arms, to the feeling of losing a son. On his lap, Robbie ate a chocolate ice cream cone. His cheeks and the tip of his nose messed with chocolate. His arm was around a beautiful, dark-haired woman who seemed more and more, with time's passing, an ember, barely a memory. Holly, so beautiful. His high school sweetheart. The first person to make him understand what love was. The second person, after Robbie, to teach Dewey what it meant to lose. He fought to push the thoughts away. He stacked the frames together. He put them in the pocket of the bag and zipped it up. Leave it behind. Walk away. It's dust now, memories. Broken thoughts, and it will only cause you pain. There is only one thing you can do. It's all you could ever do. Fight. Dewey knew what he had to do. He'd been trained to do it, and he was the best at it. He wanted revenge, and he alone, he uniquely, could exact it. But a more powerful urge swept over him then, an even darker force than revenge, or the desire to kill. He stood and walked to the front of the cabin. He opened one storage compartment after another until he found what he thought might be there. A line of liquor bottles crowded a low shelf. He scanned it and lifted a half-empty bottle of Jack Daniels. He unscrewed the cap and raised the bottle to his lips, taking a tremendous gulp before removing the bottle from his lips. "Sir," said one of the co-pilots, poking his head out from the cabin after hearing the opening and closing of cabinet doors. "Mr. Calabrese wants to talk to you." Dewey put the bottle back to his lips and took a smaller, more refined slug this time.
perhaps self-conscious about what he looked like in front of the Special Operations Group pilot, though, of course, precisely the opposite phenomenon occurred. The image of Dewey was already engraved in the man's mind by the swaying, by the large bottle gripped in his hands, by the look of madness on Dewey's face.
"Tell him I'm busy," said Dewey.
"He wants us to take you up to Andrews."
"No," Dewey said, shaking his head. "Like I told you, first airport, after you get into the U.S.
Chapter 29. In the Air. The U.S. Treasury Department-owned Boeing 757 was Wood Ulrich's favorite perk that came with being Secretary of the Treasury. Inside the private stateroom, there were 3 adjoining rooms, a small but comfortable sitting area with a pair of leather couches and 2 chairs along with a flat-screen plasma television, a large bedroom with a king-sized bed that sat beneath a line of windows, and a bathroom, inside of which was a marble-tiled shower. The suite looked like something out of the St. Regis Hotel, because it was modeled on a suite at the St. Regis. As the plane cruised high above the Atlantic Ocean, Ulrich sat on the bed reading the Wall Street Journal. After an hour or so, he got up, put his shoes on, walked through the living room, then opened the door and glanced around. He walked to a conference table at the front of the cabin. He glanced toward the galley kitchen and made eye contact with a woman in a white uniform.
"Coffee," he said. "And 2 Advils, thanks, Margaret."
"Yes, Mr. Secretary."
Ulrich sat down at the table.
"What do we have, guys?"
"I'm not a guy,"
said one of the 2 people seated at the table, a pretty woman who smiled as she said it. Beatrix Packard was Deputy Secretary of the Treasury. Ulrich laughed as he took a seat next to Packard. Across from the only other Treasury official on the trip, Lance Rapallo, Under-Secretary of the Treasury for International Affairs. Rapallo, a former member of Congress, was a seasoned Treasury official. Rapallo was in his early 70s, but still had a thick mane of black hair, aided no doubt by some product of American chemical innovation. Packard was even higher on the Treasury totem than Rapallo. Packard, a former managing director at the legendary Boston private equity firm Mustang, was charged with managing the roughly $1 trillion annual Treasury bond sale effort, a linchpin in the creation of liquidity not only for the U.S. government but the American economy. It was Packard's job to make sure money kept floating within the multi-layered channels and back alleyways of the official U.S. economy, a feat that was accomplished via a tricky, mediated dance involving bond sales to foreign governments and corporations, and a near-constant arm-wrestling match with the Federal Reserve. If Packard had one of the most stressful jobs in government, she didn't show it.
"You're starting to sound like my daughter, Trix."
"You're starting to sound like my dad, Wood."
"I wish I was your dad," said Ulrich. "Retired, living in Florida."
"Eating soft food, bored out of your mind."
"Exactly." "You don't like twisting arms, Wood?" asked Rapallo. "No," said Ulrich. "I'm getting tired of it. So who am I meeting in Hong Kong?" "You," said Rapallo. "I set up a one-on-one meeting. He knows the subject matter." "What do we want?"
"England and Germany have each agreed to pick up $50 billion, said Packard. "That means we need China to take the other $400 billion.
"That's it?"
"No," said Packard. "By year's end, we'll need to put another $1 trillion out there. You should probably mention that to Mr. Zhu."
Ulrich watched as the attendant delivered his coffee and Advils. He popped the Advils into his mouth and followed it with a swig of coffee.
8 months ago, it was difficult to place $250 million worth of bonds, said Ulrich. Since that time, debt levels across the EU have shot up. Everyone's asking Germany for help, same with Britain. The entire continent is in a recession. So where is this money going to come from, Trix?
That's why we're flying to Hong Kong, Mr. Secretary. China is our only option.
Ulrich leaned back. Have you spoken to Zhou? Asked Rapala.
No, said Packard, looking at Rapala, then Ulrich. I don't need to. China will buy the bonds. I'm not worried.
You better hope so, said Ulrich. What's the backup plan?
Packard shifted in her chair. What do you mean, sir?
China's always been the backup plan, said Ulrich. Now they are the plan. Which means we don't have a backup plan, do we?
No, sir, we don't, said Packard. We need China to buy the bonds. America's dirty little secret, sir.
Chapter 30. Birch Hill, McLean, Virginia. Calabrese was eating dinner at his home in McLean when his cell rang. He glanced at his wife, Vivian, who smiled understandingly. Yeah, he said, putting the phone to his ear. CIA control, sir. I've got Steve Owen patched in from CIA 12 Alpha. Calabrese looked at Vivian.
Do you want me to leave?
She mouthed. Calabrese shook his head no. Hi, Steve. He's refusing to talk, Hector. He's also drinking. Where does he want to be dropped? First airport inside U.S. territory. I thought I'd give you a chance to influence that decision. Where do you want us to leave him? Calabrese was silent, thinking quickly about what assets he had in the southeastern United States. Technically, he wasn't supposed to have any. But the last thing he wanted to do was drag in the FBI. This one was personal. He knew Dewey was likely headed for a tailspin, and he wanted to be there to catch him when he fell. He could have simply ordered Owen to fly him back to Andrews. But that would have been even worse. Dewey would resent him for a long, long time if he pulled a stunt like that. Miami, said Calabrese. Drop him in Miami. Thanks, Steve. No problem, sir. Calabrese waited for Owen to drop off, then spoke to the CIA switchboard. Control, said Calabrese into the phone. Get me Katie Fox. Chapter 31. Miami, Florida. The CIA jet landed at Opa-locka Airport on the outskirts of Miami. He wasn't quite drunk, but he was well on his way. For the last hour of the trip, Dewey swigged from the bottle of whiskey, staring out the window, saying nothing, trying to push all thoughts from his mind. In truth, Dewey was still lucid enough to understand where he was and why he was there. He'd poured enough whiskey down his throat over the years to understand what his limits were. He knew they all thought he was inconsolable, perhaps even suicidal. But he wasn't. He was angry. The last thing he felt like doing was getting the 5th degree by a brigade of CIA analysts. Actually, strike that. The last thing, the truly last thing he wanted to do was to listen to people he barely knew express their condolences. He wanted solitude. He wanted to figure out what would come next. More than anything, he wanted revenge. At the airport gift shop, where he'd stopped to buy a pack of Marlboros, Dewey caught the sight of Chip Bronkelman, the Boston billionaire who had offered him a job running security for his hedge fund. Bronkelman's round, pudgy, friendly face smiled out from the cover of Forbes. Jessica had been the one to set up the job with Bronkelman. It would have paid more than $1 million a year. Still, Dewey had turned it down. Now, as he looked at the cover of the magazine, his mind played a cruel trick on him. If he'd taken the job, he wouldn't have been able to accompany Jessica to Argentina. Whoever had targeted him for assassination wouldn't have tracked him to Estancia El Colibri. If he'd taken the job with Chip Bronkelman, Jessica would still be alive. He climbed into a cab outside the airport, asking to be taken to a hotel. "What hotel?" asked the cabbie. "I don't care," said Dewey. "Any hotel." Nice, expensive economy. You want fleas and bedbugs or caviar and champagne?
Dewey made out the man's eyes in the rearview mirror.
Just take me to a fucking hotel.
The cab lurched forward.
There are more than 200 hotels in Miami, said the cabbie.
Well, then you have a lot of choices, don't you?
Bars, said the cabbie. I have a feeling you want to be near some bars.
Dewey sat back, a slight grin spread across his face at the cabbie, but he said nothing.
What brings you to Miami?
Asked the cabbie.
None of your fucking business,
said Dewey, looking at him with bloodshot eyes in the rearview mirror.
All right, I'll shut up.
15 minutes later, the cab pulled into the Delano Hotel, stopping as a valet grabbed the back door of the cab and opened it.
The Delano,
said the cabbie, grinning.
Great place for assholes like you.
Dewey did a double take as he reached into his pocket for some cash.
You just call me an asshole.
You weren't gonna tip me anyway.
The fare was $30 and Dewey threw down an extra 20.
What's that for?
Asked the cabbie. For having a set of balls, unlike most people. Dewey shut the door and went inside. It was an old hotel, but modern, having been redesigned and decorated with a meticulous array of uncomfortable-looking modern furniture, strange art, and odd photographs.
Bonjour,
said a pompadoured greeter in a white button-down shirt.
Welcome to the Delano. Consider this your home away from home.
Dewey did a U-turn. He walked down the block to a plainer-looking hotel, the National. There was no greeter, and he walked to the front desk. He paid in cash for 3 nights and registered under the name Tom Smith. The room was on the 10th floor, overlooking South Beach. He looked at the clock by the bed. It was 6 p.m. He stripped down to his underwear, opened up the door to the small balcony, then ordered a steak from room service. He took a can of beer from the minibar and went out on the balcony. He sat down in one of the chaises and smoked a cigarette as the sky over South Beach turned purple with the coming sunset. The beach below was less crowded than he would have thought. He sat staring at the water and the beach, purging his mind of any sort of semblance of thoughts, until his dinner arrived. After dinner, he went to the pocket of his jeans and removed the finger. He went into the bathroom and inspected it under the light. The finger was nearly black now, beginning to rot. He examined the fingerprint lines. Who would want him dead? Hector was right. Maybe it was Iran. The dead man? Perhaps a mercenary. But who were the other 2 men? He went to the minibar and removed a small bottle of Jack Daniels. He chugged it down, then went to the full-length mirror. He stared into his own eyes. When Holly died, part of him died with her. Holly had been the only love Dewey had ever known. His first love. He didn't know anything else, and it was pure. Losing her had been devastating. It had taken Dewey more than a decade to will the thought of her out of his head, 10 long years of the hardest labor he'd ever experienced, just to get over her. Dewey had found the hardest work imaginable as a roughneck on a succession of offshore oil platforms, hundreds of miles offshore, first in the bitter winters of northern Europe, then in the miserable heat off the coast of South America. It had taken the punishing hell of hard labor to restore himself. Jessica was different. He hadn't been expecting it. She understood him, challenged him, accepted him. He'd grown to know her, then love her. They talked about different places to settle down. Jessica liked Portland, Maine, close enough to Castine for visits, but also a city with great restaurants, a place you could raise a kid. It wasn't too late for that, they both knew. But there would probably be time enough for only one. Would it be a boy or a girl? They talked about names. For a girl, they liked Summer. For a boy, Hobie, after Dewey's brother. Now it was gone. It was destroyed.
and the memories were like ashes in his mouth. They reminded Dewey that he was different. They fed his innermost fear that he wasn't meant to be happy, that he'd been chosen, somehow, to be tested in the cruelest of ways. He stared at his reflection in the mirror.
She was innocent, Dewey said aloud, to no one.
Dewey swung his right fist against the mirror. He struck it once, but nothing happened. The next time, he swung harder. The mirror cracked, a spider web emanating out from the center of the glass where he'd hit it. He looked at his fist. The knuckles were bloody, where the skin had just been torn off. He punched again, harder this time. He felt glass enter his skin, then watched as a few pieces fell to the floor and shattered. He swung yet again, harder this time. The spiderweb disappeared as the wall of glass flashed silver, then cascaded to the floor at his feet. Hundreds of shards of glass shattering around him. He walked into the center of the bedroom, pulling pieces of glass from between the knuckles of his right fist. He got down on his knees and put his hands down. He did a push-up, then another, and soon was moving up and down, up and down, up and down, his arms burning, sweat pouring off his chest and head.
Walk away, he thought. Leave it behind. There's only one thing you can do. It's the only thing you can do.
After 50 push-ups, he felt like throwing up. Blood dripped from his right fist onto the floor. He kept going. At 100 push-ups, he did throw up, beer mostly. It poured from his mouth as he kept moving up and down. His arms burned like they were on fire. He was back there at the edge of it all, back where it began, in Ranger School, that long winter in Georgia. Nothing would ever be harder than Delta, but that first time, that pain that they drove you to, that first time only occurs once. And for Dewey, it was Rangers. He threw up so many times that first week of Ranger School that he lost count. He got so used to it that he came to understand that beyond the throw-up, beyond the wall of pain that paralyzed you, came the other pain, the one that was from God, the one that told you that you alone could get to that point, you alone could bear it. You alone were forged in silver and steel strong enough to endure it. Blood and vomit covered the floor now, and tears of pain dripped from his eyes as he drove himself further. First 130, then, at some point, 200 push-ups. Dewey needed to go back to that time and place now. He needed to go back and find that inner steel he knew existed. The steel he would need to survive Jessica's death. The steel he would stab into the heart of those who'd taken her. He lost count sometime after 220 push-ups, passing out on the floor, lying in a pool of his own sweat, vomit, tears, and blood. He curled up into a fetal position, sobbing, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 32. Buenos Aires, Argentina. The phone started ringing precisely at midnight. The only woman in the small Recoleta apartment was in bed. Francita Martí, a frail woman of 84, let it ring for more than a minute. After that, she realized whoever it wasn't going away. It required nearly another minute to get out of bed with her arthritis. "Yes?" she said in a soft but annoyed voice. "Who is it? If this is one of those calls—" "Good evening," came the voice. It sounded distorted and loud, as if the man on the other end had a disability. She could not have known he was using a device to cloak his voice. "Who is this?" "It's about your son." The woman became alert. She reached for the lamp next to the phone and turned it on. She found a pad and pen to write with. It didn't happen often, but in matters having to do with her son, she knew to listen and to obey. After all, he was the top law enforcement officer in all of Argentina. "What about him? What time is it?"
You must reach him immediately," said the voice. "Tell him to call his friend Juan in Mexico City."
Chapter 33. Oval Office, the White House, Washington, D.C. President Dellenbaugh stared out at a particularly bright red rose, blooming at the edge of the rose garden, a few drops of dew clinging to petals that looked as if they'd been painted by George O'Keeffe. It was 6:15 a.m., and Dellenbaugh had already been awake since 4. He'd gone for a run on the treadmill in the private residence, trying to clear his mind, but he'd quit after only 2 miles. Dellenbaugh turned and went back to his desk. For the 3rd time, he attempted to read the front-page story, right-hand column, above the fold in the New York Times, announcing Jessica's death. U.S. National Security Advisor Tanzer killed in Argentina. Cordoba, Argentina. Jessica Tanzer, America's top national security official, was killed yesterday while vacationing in Argentina. According to sources, Tanzer, 37, was shot to death at a remote ranch near the Andes. Dellenbaugh had only been president for 4 months. Other than bringing in his own communications director, he hadn't made any changes to the senior staff at the White House or any of the agencies. Starting from scratch, he wouldn't have necessarily selected the exact same group, but he decided that midterm he wasn't going to change a thing. Some cabinet members, of course, had been more helpful than others, but no one had done more for Dellenbaugh than Jessica. In her no-nonsense, smiling, confident way, she'd cut through the tangled, subterranean web of interlocking, moving parts. That was America's national security infrastructure. She'd saved him time, so much time, by arguing, forcefully at times when he was wrong. Now she was gone. He took the paper and held it up in front of him. He stared at the large color photo of Jessica that was spread across 3 columns, above the fold. The photo showed Jessica in the White House briefing room, conducting a press conference. She was wearing an elegant Burberry sleeveless dress, tan plaid, a bright string of pearls around her neck. Her auburn hair was brushed neatly back, parted in the middle, with her trademark bangs. Dellenbaugh shut his eyes and tried to concentrate on not feeling overwhelmed by the loss, not to mention by the questions of who did it and why. He knew the implications were huge and that the country and the world, friend and foe alike, were now looking at the United States and him in particular to see how Jessica's death would be avenged. The other question that ate at him: who the hell would he get to fill Jessica's shoes? The value of a president's national security advisor was directly correlated to his or her willingness to be brutally honest, to be unafraid to hit the boss between the eyes with a proverbial 2x4. The only other individual Dellenbaugh trusted to do this was Hector Calabrese, but Dellenbaugh needed him across the river at Langley. Dellenbaugh pushed his chair away. He got down on his knees. Behind his desk, he leaned forward and folded his hands together in front of his face. He shut his eyes, and for the 2nd time that morning, he prayed for Jessica. When finally he opened his eyes, the door to the Oval Office was open. Hector Calabrese was standing in the door. "Mr. President," said Calabrese, "I apologize. Cecily wasn't here." "Come in," said Dellenbaugh, standing up, pointing at one of the tan Chesterfield sofas in the center of the Oval Office. Dellenbaugh and Calabrese sat down across from one another. They shared a long, pregnant moment of silence. "Time to get back on the horse?" "Something like that," said Calabrese. "From the Times article, it appears someone inside AFP is talking." "It's unavoidable, Mr. President. The news is out. I don't think it matters, though. This is not a Poirot mystery." "What do you mean?" "We found a body." "When?" "An hour ago, lying on a hill near a sniper nest." Calabrese popped the latches of his briefcase. He removed a stack of photos.
They showed a corpse in various positions, prostrate on the ground, from the back, close-ups. The anterior of the man's head was badly decomposed. Black and dark maroon from dried blood surrounded a crater at the back of the skull. The next photo showed what was left of the front of the man's face, mostly gone now. "He looks Asian," said Dellenbaugh. "What does it mean?" "We don't know yet. My guess is they're after Dewey. Perhaps Iran or someone affiliated with the Fortunas. The autopsy is happening as we speak. We need to know who this guy is before we draw any conclusions." "Where's Dewey?" asked the president. "He was dropped off in Miami." Dellenbaugh nodded. "I sent some people down there to find him. From what the pilots say, he's not doing well." "Can you blame him?" "No," said Calabrese. "I know how I feel right now, and I can't even imagine what he's going through." "Did we bring the body back here for the autopsy?" Calabrese shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "No, sir. AFP has jurisdiction." "Can they be trusted? Should I call President Salazar?" "I don't trust anyone," said Calabrese. "Certainly not the Argentinians. That said, we're getting complete access to the investigation. They've allowed us to have our forensics team at all stages of the investigation. We have guys in on the autopsy. I don't trust them, but I also don't see any reason for them to fuck around. And if they try to fuck around, we'll know immediately." "What if Jessica was the target?" asked Dellenbaugh. Calabrese sat back, joining his fingers behind his head. "First of all, regardless of whether they were after Dewey or Jessica, the fact is our national security advisor was murdered. There needs to be payback. It needs to be significant. Significant enough to let the world understand that America will not tolerate the assassination of our leaders. In my opinion, once we determine who did this, we have two choices. We can either make all of the evidence public, bring it to the United Nations, the media, etc., and let justice take its course. Or we can take it off the balance sheet." "Well, as far as I'm concerned, you do whatever the hell you want," said Dellenbaugh, his voice inflecting. "America has to punch back hard. Hell, give me an MP5 and I'll go do it." "That shouldn't be necessary, Mr. President," said Calabrese. "But the offer is appreciated." Chapter 34. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. Calabrese sat alone in his office, reading an intelligence report from his Moscow chief of station. But try as he might, he couldn't concentrate. He reached for a different file and stared for the umpteenth time at photos of Jessica, dead on the floor of the ranch bedroom. It hurt to look at them, but then he would return to the photos. Calabrese felt like he was staring at a puzzle. Usually when he was stuck on something that didn't feel right, something he couldn't figure out, he called Jessica. But now he was alone. His mind felt disheveled and unorganized. He was exhausted. There was a knock on the door. "Derek Chalmers called twice," his assistant Missy said, referring to the head of British intelligence. "He said it's very important." "You mind getting me a coffee?" "Sure." Calabrese hit a speed dial button on his phone. "Hi, Hector," came the proper British accent of Chalmers, head of MI6. "What took you so long?" "Sorry, I just got your messages." "I heard what happened," said Chalmers. "I'm very sorry. You have my thoughts and prayers." "Thank you." "I didn't think it would happen so soon," said Chalmers. "We should have known. I blame myself." "Should have known what?" asked Calabrese. "Fao Bhang," said Chalmers. "Obviously he was behind this. We've drawn him out, just as we wanted. Unfortunately, his response was much more lethal than we anticipated." "Forgive me, Derek, it's been a long day. What the hell are you talking about?" "Take me off speaker," said Chalmers. Calabrese picked up the handset. "Jessica was assassinated by Fao Bhang," said Chalmers, his voice sharp with impatience. "It's clear. Our little package to Lee's granddaughter had an impact, just as we intended it to. This was revenge for Dillman.
He wanted Dewey Andreas dead. A feeling of uneasiness came over Calabrese. Had their operation resulted in Jessica's death? There was no way. He pushed aside the thought, but a pang of guilt washed over him. The thought that he might have inadvertently done something that led to her death was too terrible to even contemplate. "We don't have anything linking Beijing to this," Calabrese said. "Dewey Andreas has a lot of enemies. China isn't one of them. What evidence do you have?" "Our sources inside Beijing say the Premier's granddaughter has been under medical care for 3 days now, and he's extremely angry at Bhang. In addition, we're seeing heightened activity out of the clandestine service. Ming Hua has cancelled all vacation for his agents across the Eurasian theater. He's exercised the retainers on an army of mercenaries. They keep at the ready. Beijing is preparing for something." Calabrese stared at the photos of Jessica. "Are you there, Hector?" asked Chalmers. "Look, I know this is a hard time for you, but you need to keep your head. Jessica was tragically collateral damage in a larger war. It's terrible, but this is our opening. We can't lose sight of the objective. Bhang has popped his head out of the hole. We need to figure out how to chop it off, and we have to be careful. As Jessica's death demonstrates, Bhang doesn't play nice." Calabrese's door opened and Missy entered, placing a coffee down on his desk.
"Katie Fox is on hold," she whispered. "They found Dewey."
"Derek, I have to call you back," said Calabrese. Chapter 35. Motel Trasso, Lima. Pascal clicked send. His intended recipient, Raoul, had yet to return even one of his texts, not to mention the phone calls. Pascal had left so many voicemails on Raoul's cell phone that eventually the automated voice of a female came on and told him the mailbox was full. With each passing minute, Pascal became more vulnerable. Pascal had information, valuable information. It was China who was behind Jessica Tanzer's death. Properly leveraged, that information was worth a great deal. But that knowledge could also be his death knell. Pascal walked to the window. In the distance, he could see the lights of downtown Lima. The motel room he stood in was disgusting. It reeked of old cigarettes, sex with prostitutes who wore cheap perfume, Johns who sprayed on too much cologne, and room deodorizer. The bed was small. He'd slept most of the night on the filthy carpet because he could feel the springs pressing into his back as he tried to sleep. Sure, he could have stayed at the Four Seasons, but that's what Ming Hua would be expecting. Ming Hua knew Pascal had expensive tastes, and that's the first place he'd think to look for him. Pascal knew he needed to lay low. Pascal had begun the slow, ineluctable realization that he had to run. Through the evening, he tried to convince himself that he could reach out to Beijing, to Ming Hua, and appeal to them to trust him. But it was a naive illusion. He had to run. He had more than $40 million squirreled away, and he could afford to go wherever he wanted. He heard the chime from his computer. It was from Raoul. Help. Need to talk. Pascal double-clicked the chat icon on his laptop. A small video box popped up. "Where are you?" Pascal waited for the photo to sharpen. He didn't get a response from Raoul. He typed in again, "Where are you?" Finally, letters appeared. Beijing. Suddenly, the video focused and became lighter. It was a live feed showing a hallway. Someone was holding a camera as they walked. Pascal stared into the screen. They came to a door. The number 6 on it. "Fuck," he said to himself, staring at the video. Pascal reached for his pack of cigarettes. Behind him, he suddenly heard the sound of the door being opened. "Maid!" came a female voice from behind him. "Stay out!" he barked.
Pascal's eyes moved from the computer screen to a red plastic room key on the desk. A gold 6 was etched into the plastic. In the same moment that the video feed showed a black boot kicking a door, the motel room door behind him exploded, violently, kicked in from the outside. Turning, Pascal saw a woman. She was Chinese, with a camera on her forehead, a tight black shirt and pants. She clutched a PP-19 Bison submachine gun, suppressor jutting from the muzzle. Pascal charged the assassin, but she triggered the weapon. A spray of bullets sliced horizontally across his torso, stopping his forward progress, then catapulting Pascal backward. The assassin stepped forward, stood above him, then watched as Pascal's eyes rolled back into his head. She sprayed another suppressed hail of slugs down at his head, then turned and walked quickly out of the room, leaving the door open and Pascal's cigarette burning on the carpet next to his destroyed skull. Chapter 36. District 7 Regional Headquarters, Argentina Federal Police, Córdoba. Colonel Armand Martí closed the door to his temporary office on the third and top floor of AFP's regional headquarters. The room was dark. He did not turn on the lights. Instead, he groped through the large bottom drawer of his desk, feeling for a pair of night vision goggles. He pulled them out, then flipped on the power button. On the desk in front of him was a small manila envelope. It was 3 a.m. It had been 4 hours since he'd left Charlie Couture, the CIA chief of station at the hotel bar, where the entire team was staked out for the duration of the investigation into Jessica Tanzer's death. Couture was like a bulldog, and Martí was sick of him. The young American clung to Martí like a spider monkey. Martí knew full well he was just obeying orders from his bosses at Langley, but it was grating nonetheless. Martí knew the CIA didn't trust him, or anyone at AFP for that matter. Couture and his team from the CIA, as well as an even larger contingent from the FBI, had demanded access to all aspects of the investigation and all phases of the autopsy, as well as deliberations by the AFP forensics team afterward. It was, Martí thought, overkill. As far as he was concerned, he wished AFP didn't have jurisdiction over the death of Jessica Tanzer. It was turning out to be a grade A pain in the ass, and he would be happy when it was over. But then, just when he thought it couldn't get worse, it did. The phone call had come to his 84-year-old mother in Buenos Aires. In his typical Machiavellian way, Ming Hua had called Martí's mother, knowing most other avenues to Martí were likely being monitored by the National Security Agency and the CIA. Ming Hua had asked Martí's mother, politely, to call his friend Juan in Mexico City. In the precise code Ming Hua had forced Martí to memorize many years ago, Juan meant Ming Hua, and Mexico City meant extremely urgent. Over the years, China had paid Martí more than $1 million to do nothing more than keep Beijing apprised of activities in Argentina. For the most part, Martí often wondered if MSS even cared about what happened in Argentina. Martí knew he was just another investment, sprinkled across the country and the world by Fao Bhang, an investment that might never get cashed in. But when his frail, aging mother, Francita, muttered the words Mexico City, Martí knew the time had come to pay the piper. Of course, Martí could say no, but Martí didn't want to find out what happened to people who said no to Ming Hua, or, God forbid, Fao Bhang. Ming Hua had called his mother. The message was clear. It wouldn't just be Martí who paid the price. After leaving the Sheraton, Martí had driven to the Córdoba airport. There,
taped to the underside of the wing of an aging Cessna turboprop with peeling paint. He'd removed a small tan envelope. Now at his desk in the darkness, he removed its contents. Inside were 2 sheets of thick paper, almost like cardboard, each showing 10 separate squares, each of the squares with dark, inky fingerprints. The typeface at the top of the page showed the AFP crime scene investigators' specific logo, dark orange font with slightly raised, embossed lettering, a security precaution. Marty left his office. He skulked down the hall. Removing a key from his pocket, he unlocked the door, went inside, then closed the door behind him. He went to the desk of AFP's lead investigator, Sandoval. Marty searched through 3 neat piles of folders. He found the folder that held the dead Chinese agent's prints. He removed a piece of thick paper and replaced it with a duplicate, then put the folder back. He folded the original and stuffed it inside his back pocket. Marty moved to Couture's desk. The American's files were stacked on the desk. He flipped through the thick pile. He found the original sheets of prints, replaced it with the new one, then put it back on Couture's desk. Half an hour later, Marty sat on the brown sofa in his hotel room. He opened a beer from the refrigerator, then lit a cigarette. After lighting the end of the cigarette, he put the match to the corners of the 2 sheets of fingerprints. He watched as the true identity of the dead Chinese agent vanished up in smoke. Chapter 37. Miami. It was the sound of the hotel housekeepers that awoke Dewey. "Housekeeping!" called a voice through the door. Dewey opened his eyes, looking in front of him, trying to remember where he was. Pain kicked the back of his skull. "Go away," he said without moving. "Sir, what time would you like us to come back?" "Fuck off," said Dewey. He fell back asleep. How many hours later it was he didn't know, but it was knocking at the door that stirred him again. "Fuck off," he said, barely above a whisper. He heard the sound of the lock turning. The door pushed in and stopped on the chain. Then came a kick. The chain ripped from the wall as the door slammed open. From the ground, all Dewey could make out was a blur. A tall, green, hazy figure. The alcohol was still teeming in his system. He barely moved. Then he felt his stomach tightening. He fought against another wave of nausea. His eyes began to focus, and he saw the man's feet. He had on flip-flops. His eyes moved up. He wore Madras shorts and a green T-shirt that read, "I'd rather be waterboarding." He had long brown hair past his shoulders. Dewey looked behind the man, suddenly noticing a woman stepping slowly into the room. She had short blonde hair, wore white jeans, and a blue T-shirt. "Get up, Grandpa," said the man in the green T-shirt, and Dewey recognized the voice. "Rob," Dewey whispered. Tacoma helped him up, putting his arm under his shoulder and lifting him. "Fuck your goddamn load, Andreas," said Tacoma, struggling. "You're getting fat, old man." "Fuck you," said Dewey. "It's all muscle." "Yeah, right." Katie and Rob looked around the bedroom. It was a mess of broken glass and vomit. "I wasn't expecting company." "That's okay," Katie said, smiling. She walked over to Dewey and gave him a hug. She stepped back and looked at him. "How are you doing?" Katie asked. Not too good." "I'm sorry about Jessica," she said. Me too." Dewey walked to the minibar and removed 2 small bottles of Jack Daniels from the refrigerator as Katie and Tacoma watched and glanced at one another.
He unscrewed the caps, then stuck the ends of the bottles in his mouth and chugged them down in one gulp. He felt the warmth immediately, and the pain in the back of his head went away. Dewey went to the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face. He looked in the mirror. He'd been there before, staring into the eyes of a dead man. He inspected his mauled right fist. The knuckles were worse than he remembered, the skin missing. He saw a sparkle near the knuckle of the index finger. He reached down and yanked a thin, inch-long piece of mirror that had slid into the skin between the knuckles, easing it painfully out. Blood trickled from the hole, which he unconsciously put to his mouth to try to stop. Hector had sent Katie and Rob, Dewey knew. Tacoma, a former SEAL, and Katie, who'd been number 2 inside CIA Special Operations Group, were about the closest friends Dewey had right now, other than Hector. Part of him appreciated the gesture from Hector, but Dewey knew he didn't want to get them involved in what he was about to do. He dried his face and looked one last time at himself in the mirror.
You need to risk it all, Dewey, to strike back at the one who wants to kill you. You need to put everything you have at risk. In order to fight, you must be willing to be hit. In order to kill, you must be willing to be killed.
Back in the bedroom, Katie was stuffing his belongings into his leather bag. "What are you doing?" Dewey asked. "Packing your stuff. We're going back to D.C.
There's no we, Katie. There's me and the motherfuckers who did this. Remember Iran? You didn't want to take unnecessary risks. You didn't want to die. You remember all that?" Dewey's face was flushing red. Several moments of awkward silence passed.
"Hector exercised our retainer," said Katie, icily. "Whether you like it or not, we're going to be working on this."
"This is not going to be some sort of Langley shit show," said Dewey.
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"No one is going on trial at The Hague or being flown to Gitmo," said Dewey. "Whoever did this is dead. Whoever helped is dead. This isn't about justice." Katie glanced at Tacoma, then nodded.
"We're on the same page," she said.
30 minutes later, they were airborne. The three sat around a small conference table as the black CIA Citation 10 flew north.
"Someone tracked you to a remote ranch in Argentina," said Katie. "That fact alone indicates a level of organization that could only be a foreign intelligence agency. They did an assessment of the security rotations, then timed the strike around them. They used a sniper who took a night shot, which, as you know, is much more difficult. That's what we know."
Katie reached into a light blue leather handbag. She pulled out a manila envelope. Inside it were photographs of the corpse, more than 20 in all, from various angles, displaying the crater in the back of his head, and several close-ups of his destroyed face. The fact that he was Asian was obvious. Yet they all knew it was irrelevant. It could have been from anywhere. Tacoma was looking at his laptop. "Langley just finished the print runs," he said. "Looks like he popped up at Interpol. I'll print them out." Tacoma walked to the front of the jet. He took the sheets of paper off the printer and returned to the conference table. The first sheet showed 2 photos. On the left was a photo of the destroyed skull of the Asian man who had been found in the field at Estancia El Colibri. On the right was the same man, taken while he was still alive, with a mustache and short black hair. The second sheet was a short Interpol dossier. Name: Cheong Il, a.k.a. Kwung, Namkung, Kwan. City: Seoul, South Korea. Residence: Mogadishu, Somalia. Date of birth: 22/7/69. Service: 1991 to 2001, National Intelligence Service. Current: security consultant. Miscellaneous, freelance mercenary working out of Eastern Africa. Ties to SSNK, North Korea, Al-Qaeda, Mark 10 sniper, NIS. The last sheet displayed what looked like a checkerboard. 2 sets of fingerprint blocks were lined up side by side, taken from the dead man before and after his death. There were red lines connecting all 10 print blocks on the left, the prints taken by AFP, to the ones on the right from Interpol, indicating a perfect match. The AFP logo was stamped across the top of the page. "The prints match perfectly," said Kate. "So the question is who hired Cheong-il," said Tacoma. "And why?" said Katie. Dewey sat in silence for several minutes. Finally, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, dark object that looked a little bit like a sausage link. It was shriveled, slightly bent, with a long fingernail at one end, dirt beneath the nail, and tendrils of dried scab and skin at the other, with a white nub of small bones sticking out. He tossed it onto the conference table. "Is that what I think it is?" asked Tacoma. "That depends, Robert," said Dewey. "On what? On what the fuck you think it is?" "Looks like a finger." "Then, yes, it is what you think it is." Katie picked it up. "That's disgusting," she said, inspecting it. "Care to illuminate us as to who the lucky individual is whose finger you now possess?" "I don't know," said Dewey. "But I'm highly doubtful that it's a South Korean mercenary who lives in Mogadishu named Long Dong Silver or whatever the fuck his name is." "How'd you get this?" "I cut it off his hand." Katie picked up the print blocks, which showed prints from all 10 fingers. "Somewhat fucked up," she said, smiling. "AFP is involved," said Tacoma. "At least in the cover-up," said Katie. "Whoever did this thought they were covering their tracks. They might even think the case is over. That could be useful." "I'll call Hector," said Tacoma, reaching for his sat phone. "He can meet us at the farm with a print kit." Chapter 38. Peninsula Hotel, Hong Kong, People's Republic of China. A gleaming white Mercedes limousine pulled up to the Peninsula Hotel in the Kowloon section of Hong Kong. Treasury Secretary Wood Ulrich climbed out. On the second floor of the luxury hotel, Ulrich walked down a high-ceilinged corridor to a double doorway which was flanked by 2 armed security guards. He walked past the men and into a vast library with 2-story ceilings and huge windows. In the middle of the room, 2 long sofas in pale yellow leather faced one another. A short, well-dressed man with square, thick-frame glasses stood up. "Good afternoon, Governor Zhu," said Ulrich, crossing the room and shaking Zhu's hand. "It's a pleasure to see you." "And you, Mr. Secretary, how was your flight?" "Uneventful," said Ulrich, sitting across from Zhu. "I appreciate your making the trip from Beijing." "Tell me why you want to see me. I assume it has something to do with the upcoming bond sale?" "That's correct," said Ulrich. "Given the size of the issue, I thought it was important for us to get together. I want to head off any questions China might have." "How big is the issue, Mr. Secretary?" $500 billion. Zhu nodded, looking without emotion at Ulrich. "The bonds are plain vanilla," said Ulrich. "Typical terms." "If the United States Treasury Secretary is willing to fly all the way to Hong Kong, I'm assuming the appetite for the paper has not been as avid as you might have wished." "The People's Bank is the first and hopefully only conversation we're having." "I'm concerned about America's
level of indebtedness, said Zhu. The recession forced Europe to impose fiscal discipline, but in the U.S. your Congress keeps spending money it doesn't have.
I was a United States Senator, said Ulrich. We'll grow out of our current fiscal dilemma long before these bonds mature.
According to my figures, our current balances show that the U.S. owes China almost $2 trillion, said Zhu. How much of the $500 billion do you expect us to take?
All of it.
All 500?
That's right. Zhu sat back, crossed his legs, and said nothing for at least a dozen seconds. He reached up and brushed his hand back through his hair.
Will there be more after this, Mr. Secretary?
We're going to need another $1 trillion by the end of next year, said Ulrich, above and beyond the current issue. Zhu nodded.
I appreciate your visiting us first, Mr. Secretary, said Zhu. I would feel bad if you were to have waited and then learned of our disinterest only after exhausting all other avenues.
What are you saying, Mr. Zhu?
I suggest you spend some time in Riyadh, said Zhu. The Saudis might very well have some appetite for the U.S. bonds, though I highly doubt it will be to a level that meets your needs.
Both of us know China is our only option.
But we're not going to buy them, said Zhu. Do we have the financial capacity? Yes, of course. But for reasons which I shall not be sharing with you this afternoon, we are fully allocated in terms of our exposure to U.S. risk.
Governor Zhu, do you understand the ramifications if we're unable to sell the treasuries?
Zhu stared at Ulrich but remained silent.
If America can't borrow money, we'll either stop paying foreign interest, or the Fed will start printing money. When inflation comes, it won't hurt just us. The world will go into recession.
Let me be very clear, said Zhu calmly, leaning toward Ulrich. If the United States halts interest payments, or in any way materially alters its obligations to China, I will order my treasury to start selling on the free market from our current inventory of U.S. bonds. I will start at par, and then move pricing down as fast as possible. My guess is, once my counterparts are aware of what I am doing, the price will drop precipitously. By my own estimates, we would end up liquidating the entire portfolio at between 45 and 50 cents on the dollar.
Ulrich's smile disappeared. It took him less than a second to calculate the implications of Zhu's threat. America would still owe the full amount of each bond, but by selling them for half price, China would in effect destroy the market for U.S. bonds. No one would ever buy another bond, certainly not for a full dollar, when they could get the same thing for 50 cents from China. Zhu stood up.
Now, Mr. Secretary, I must get back to Beijing, said Zhu, extending his hand. Thank you once again for making the trip, and best of luck with the sale.
Ulrich sat silently on the couch. He stared at Zhu's hand until, after not receiving any response, Zhu started walking to the door. "Your message has been delivered," said Ulrich, standing, an angry look in his eyes. "What the hell do you want?" Zhu turned. He paused, then walked back across the room to Ulrich. He was shorter than the American. He stood just inches away from Ulrich, uncomfortably close. He craned his neck to look up at him.
Perhaps there is a way for us to reconsider our decision, said Zhu. I will be in touch.
Chapter 39. Rumiana Farm, Middleburg, Virginia. A set of headlights moved down a long, dark gravel driveway. On each side of the simple drive was low white picket fence, behind which lay fields of freshly cut grass. Katie and Tacoma owned the farm, tucked away in the rolling horse country of Middleburg. It housed their consulting firm, which provided various services to government and private industries alike. Those services tended to be top secret, clandestine activities, categorized under the broad rubric of security. Until 2 years before, both Katie and Tacoma had worked at Langley. Katie was the deputy director of Special Operations Group, running covert paramilitary operations across the globe. Tacoma, a former Navy SEAL, who was recruited by Katie to the CIA, had been her deputy. The firm didn't have a website, glossy brochures, or a listed phone number. What they did have was the backing of Hector Calabrese, and a reputation for being able to do almost anything in any country, using its extensive network of former spies, former Special Forces soldiers, and a willingness to bend the rules. But Katie and Tacoma had one overarching rule. They considered themselves proxies for the United States of America. They didn't do anything that was not in the best interest of the United States. Calabrese usually had them on retainer, often calling on them when the bureaucracy of Langley threatened to slow him down. In the circle outside the main house, Dewey, Katie, and Tacoma climbed out of Tacoma's red BMW M5 after a hair-raising drive from Andrews Air Force Base. It was almost midnight. The sky was awash in stars as they crossed the driveway toward the front door. "Listen for it," said Tacoma, pointing to the sky. All Dewey could hear was the sound of crickets. A few seconds later, the faint rhythm of a helicopter hit his ears. "Good ears." "You're just getting old, Dewey." "What's with all the insults?" asked Dewey, grumpily. "I'm really not in the mood for kicking your ass, but I will." "You could try," said Tacoma. Katie shook her head. "You two are like children," said Katie. "I should get babysitting pay." The sound of the chopper grew louder. Flashing lights moved across the sky. The wind picked up as the jet-black Bell 525 descended from the sky and landed on the grass next to the driveway. The door opened and Calabrese climbed out. He walked toward them carrying a steel briefcase. "Well, look who it is," Calabrese yelled above the din. Dewey walked toward Calabrese, putting his hand out, but Calabrese wrapped his arms around him and hugged him. "Hi, kid." "Hi, Hector." "How you feeling?" asked Calabrese. "Okay," said Dewey. Calabrese lifted Dewey's hand and inspected his gashed knuckles. "That doesn't look too bad," said Calabrese. "Rob told me you beat the shit out of a mirror." Dewey laughed and looked at Tacoma. Katie and Tacoma walked toward the door and went inside. "Hold up," said Calabrese. Dewey stopped and looked at Calabrese. "I've always known it's part of this business we're in," said Calabrese, putting his arm on Dewey's shoulder. "I've had friends killed standing next to me, but I've never felt like this. I can't imagine what you're going through." Dewey nodded, but said nothing. "If you need someone to talk to, let's go inside, Hector." "Okay." They followed Katie and Tacoma inside. The entrance foyer looked like a weapons room at a large police station. The walls were crowded with gun racks that held a variety of high-powered rifles, assault weapons, submachine guns, and handguns. They went to the basement, to a large steel door that looked like the door to a bank vault. Tacoma punched a code into the digital lock. The door opened. Inside was a large, windowless, basement-level vault that housed Katie and Tacoma's computers, communications equipment, and more weapons. The room was enclosed in walls made of thick steel and was accessible only by the iris scanner outside the steel door. Katie and Tacoma were the only people capable of opening it. The room itself was sprawling, 80 feet long by 40 feet wide. It had been built by KBR, in conjunction with a team of electrical engineers from the CIA, and was linked to the CIA's powerful mainframes. The room looked like mission control at Cape Canaveral, with walls of large plasma screens, all of which were dark. Long steel desks were lined with computers. But there was one big difference. Unlike at NASA, the back of the room had a red felt pool table, a ping-pong table, and several leather sofas. On a table near the wall, Calabrese opened the steel briefcase. He took out what looked like an oversized iPad, with a pair of cords sticking out one end. Tacoma plugged one of the cords into the wall. The other he unfurled and plugged into a server in the middle of the room. Calabrese turned on the biometric scanner. 6 of the plasma screens suddenly came to life, lighting up the room. Dewey handed Calabrese the dead man's finger. He took it and pressed it against the green screen. After a few moments, the plasma screen showed large photographs, all of the dead sniper. 2 were grainy and black and white. The other 3 were in color. The center photo showed the man, his face now familiar to them all, with the same thin mustache. He was very much alive. The photo was taken from a distance. He wore sunglasses. He was walking down a busy city street. The word Utrecht stamped into the upper corner along with the date. 05-2004. The other photos were both black and white. Each was a military photo. The man appeared much younger and was wearing the starched gray uniform of Chinese Defense Forces. On the last screen, which the 4 of them stared at in silence, were the results of the print analysis from the finger Dewey had cut off. The finger belonged to a high-ranking operative in the clandestine paramilitary bureau at China's Ministry of State Security. His name was Hu Shao. ID, Ling Hu Shao. Date of birth, August 8th, 74. Birthplace, Chengdu, People's Republic of China. Education, Taipei Military Institute, class of 1992. Languages, Mandarin, English, Arabic, French. Occupation, operative, LTK blanket. Ministry of State Security, People's Republic of China, level V1 with silver scroll. Position, Caracas, Madrid, Cairo, Buenos Aires, New York City, Cape Town, Rio de Janeiro, Baghdad, Damascus, Bahrain. Calabrese stared stone-faced at the plasma screen. He thought back to his conversation with Derek Chalmers. As much as he trusted his counterpart in London, he'd had a difficult time believing China was behind it. Now, the truth was irrefutable. It all added up in a single moment, an instant, as if someone somewhere had flipped the switch. It was China, after all. And it was Dewey they were after.
Why would China want Jessica dead? Asked Katie. Or Dewey, for that matter.
Calabrese's mind raced as it all came together like pieces of a puzzle, suddenly falling into place. By outing Dillman, Dewey had given Chalmers, Fritz Levine, Menachem Dayan, and Calabrese the means by which to go after their shared nemesis, Fao Bhang. It was they who'd upped the ante, without Dewey's permission or knowledge. It was they who, in the interest of trying to get at Bhang, had designed an operation that exposed Dewey and Jessica to reprisal. The axe in the head, the Louis Vuitton trunk, Premier Lee's granddaughter, all of it the brainchild of spies who'd failed to see the very simple human beings they had inadvertently placed in the crosshairs of one of the world's most brutal men. Calabrese felt a sudden wave of guilt wash over him. He felt faint. He looked over at Dewey, who stood in front of the plasma screen, studying the dead agent's background. Dewey had done his job. He'd gotten the identity of the mole out of Amit Bhutta. They had returned the favor by starting a lethal blood feud against one of the most powerful and ruthless men in the world, which ultimately led back to Dewey. As far as Dewey knew, Dillman was to be killed by Kol Meir, then dropped in a Tel Aviv landfill, clean and simple. Instead, the brightest minds in Western intelligence had used Dillman, just like they used Dewey, and now Jessica. It was their fault. By not seeing it ahead of time, it was his fault. Calabrese felt sick to his stomach. A sharp pain stabbed his chest. He put his hand out on the table to steady himself. Dewey turned and looked at him. "You okay, Chief?" he asked. Calabrese knew that if he told Dewey the truth, Dewey would have every justification in the world to kill him, right then and there. He was the one who got Jessica murdered. But what was even worse, Calabrese knew, was the fact that Dewey wouldn't blame Calabrese or Chalmers or Menachem Dayan. He'd blame himself. It didn't matter any longer. He had to come clean. Dewey deserved to know. "It was my fault," Calabrese whispered. "I'm the one who got her killed." "What are you talking about?" "Dillman." "Who?" "The Israeli." "He's dead," said Dewey. "We used the body. We used it to launch an operation inside China." Dewey stared at Calabrese. "You what?" he asked, incredulous, his anger suddenly flashing. "We used the corpse to expose Fao Bhang, to bring him out of the hiding, so we could kill him." Dewey lurched at Calabrese, grabbing him by the throat and slamming him hard against the wall. "He was supposed to be killed, then buried," screamed Dewey, clutching Calabrese's throat and holding him against the wall. "You arrogant son of a bitch!" Dewey felt nothing but anger and betrayal as he stared into Calabrese's eyes and listened to him cough. He heard the click of a round being chambered next to his head. "Let him go," said Tacoma, holding a Sig Sauer P226, now trained at the side of Dewey's head. Dewey waited a moment longer, then let Calabrese drop. He stared for a moment longer at him, then turned and walked to the door. "Where are you going?" asked Katie. Dewey didn't answer. At the door, he turned. He had a confused look as he stared across the room at Calabrese. "Sorry, Hector," he said. He walked through the steel door. Katie went to follow him, but he shut the door before she could get to it. When she tried to open it, she couldn't. "God damn it," she said. "What?" She slammed her fist against the door. "He locked it. It's on a timer. We won't be able to get out for 5 minutes." 5 minutes later, the bolts on the vault door made a loud clicking noise, and it swung slowly open. Katie, Tacoma, and Calabrese ran down the basement hallway, then climbed the stairs. Tacoma sprinted through the kitchen to the entrance foyer, then ran through the open front door. In the distance, 2 headlights flickered as a car sped down the driveway. Out of sight. Tacoma turned around and ran back inside. "Keys, Hector!" shouted Tacoma as he ran toward the front door. Calabrese looked frantically around the kitchen table where he'd left them. They were gone. Calabrese walked to the door as Tacoma sprinted in. Tacoma stopped, then looked at Calabrese and Katie behind him, all of them realizing at approximately the same time that Dewey had left, had taken Tacoma's car, along with Calabrese's keys, and God knows what else. Calabrese pulled out his cell phone. "The president?" asked Katie. "No, that's my second call," said Calabrese, a flash of anger appearing on his normally placid face. He put the phone against his ear. "Control! Get me Cooch. He's in Argentina." As he waited, Calabrese looked at Katie. "It's time to start hitting back." Chapter 40. Sheraton Hotel, Córdoba. Couture stood in his Cordoba hotel room staring out the window, phone against his ear. "Yeah, I'll handle it, Hector," he said, anger sharpening his eyes. "I know precisely who the fuck did it." He hung up the phone. Charlie Couture wasn't a very complicated individual. Physically, what you saw was what you got. 5 feet 9 inches of raw muscle and bad attitude, weighing in at precisely 200 pounds. As for Couture's demeanor, it was a cross between that of a pit bull and a wolverine. Like many CIA paramilitary, he didn't have many friends. He'd risen not because of his political skills, but because of his lack of political skills. He was reliable, a workhorse, sent to places that were on the cusp of anarchy, where political turbulence was just beginning to boil up and threaten America. Once there, Couture had a relatively straightforward job, and it wasn't diplomacy. Buenos Aires was a plum assignment. There was occasional unrest and a strong strain of remnant communist anti-Americanism, but for the most part, the country was stable. But Buenos Aires wasn't about Argentina. It was about the rest of South America, particularly Bolivia, Peru, and Brazil. These were trouble spots. Couture speed-dialed Timms, his lead investigator in Cordoba. "We're leaving," said Couture into his cell phone. "Have everyone pack up their shit and be downstairs in 5 minutes." Couture stuffed his green nylon duffel bag with all of his belongings. He walked out of his hotel room, leaving the door wide open. He walked quickly down the hall, carrying his duffel bag, and entered the fire stairs. He climbed from the 4th floor to the 9th floor, 2 steps at a time. He walked down the hallway until he came to room 955. He knocked loudly on the door. "Colonel, it's Charlie Couture," he barked. "Open up." Pounded the wood a few more times. Then from the inside, he heard Marty's sleepy voice. "What is it, Charlie? Can it wait?" "No," said Couture. "I just got off the phone with Hector Calabrese. It's urgent." There was a long silence, at least 10 seconds. Then Couture pounded the door again. "Open the fucking door, Colonel," said Couture. "We found something." Couture leaned in toward the door. "We found evidence linking Iran," he whispered. "Really?" said Marty. The deadbolt turned. The door opened slightly. Marty put his head behind the chain. Couture kicked viciously, ripping the chain off and slamming the door into Marty's face where it struck his nose, crushing it. Couture followed the door in and leapt at Marty, wrapping his thick, muscled fingers around the older man's neck and tackling him to the floor. He straddled Marty as he choked him. "Did I say I ran?" asked Couture, gripping his throat and strangling the life out of him. "I meant you, motherfucker." Couture felt the weak swings of Marty's fist against his back. He watched as Argentina's top law enforcement official turned reddish-blue and suffocated to death. Chapter 41. Office of the Chief of Staff, West Wing, the White House, Washington, D.C. The White House Chief of Staff's office was a stone's throw from the Oval Office, connected by a short private hallway. The doors to the interconnecting hallway sometimes stayed open, usually during crunch times, such as just before an important speech, like the State of the Union. During these times, the President, Chief of Staff, and various senior-level White House and administration staffers walked freely between the 2 rooms. Then there were times when the doors between the 2 offices were shut. Usually this happened when the President needed to conduct a private meeting, outside the earshot of anyone or anything. But for the most part, the President's life, and consequently the Oval Office, was a relatively open book. It wasn't the Oval Office where the shit hit the fan. That took place in the Chief of Staff's office. If the Oval Office was large and fancy, with every inch of space, wall, curtain, fabric, photograph, and painting as orchestrated and thought out as a symphony, the Chief of Staff's office was more private, intimate, comfortable, luxurious in its own special way, with stunning views of the White House grounds. It was the place where the grittier business of running the hardball, day-to-day, between-the-lines work of the presidency took place. The Oval Office was where arms were shaken. The Chief of Staff's office was where arms were broken. Adrian King Jr. was the White House Chief of Staff. King, 35, was 5 feet 8, with brown hair that was as thick as shag carpeting. His trademark feature was a set of bushy eyebrows that looked like some form of rare caterpillar. King was the most feared man in Washington. He didn't play politics. He was loyal to a fault and the most hard-working person at the White House. If you fucked with the president, with anyone under his general purview, or with him, watch out. King stood behind his desk. In front of him was the complete dossier on Hu Shao, including photos, a complete biography, and indisputable evidence that placed the Chinese agent in the sniper's nest in Cordoba. He pored through the dossier with the speed, thoroughness, and efficiency of a trained prosecutor. When he was done, he put the papers back into the folder. "Hector, I'm going to ask this once," said King, looking at Calabrese, who was seated on the houndstooth sofa against the wall, beneath bookshelves lined with leather volumes and silver-framed photos. "Are you absolutely positively fucking sure Dewey cut the finger off himself?" "Yes," said Calabrese. "Would Premier Lee have to sanction this?" asked King. "Not if Dewey was the intended target." King breathed heavily. He looked at the other man in the office, Secretary of State Lindsay. "And was he?" "Yes," said Calabrese. "Dewey exposed the identity of a high-placed MSS asset inside Israeli intelligence. This was payback. Some fucking payback," said King. "If this was sanctioned by Lee, this is war. If it wasn't, well, what the hell is it then? They still assassinated America's top national security official. It's still war." Lindsay put his coffee cup down on the table in front of him. "We all know that's not practicable," said Lindsay. "Tell that to Jessica, Tim," snapped King. Lindsay sat back, chastened. "What I mean, Adrian, is we can't just go to war with China. We don't have the troops. We would have to reinstitute the draft. I mean, it's an absurd conversation to even have." "Oh, yeah," said King, seething. "We might not have the troops, but we have enough fucking nukes to turn that miserable fucking no-good goddamn rice bog into a glow-in-the-dark cockroach park." Lindsay, a former admiral, chief of naval operations, who was almost 30 years King's senior, nodded calmly. "I'm angry too, but we're not going to war over it," said Lindsay. "You know it. I know it. Hector knows it. The Chinese tried to alter the identity of the dead operative," said Calabrese. "They planted prints from a known terrorist with no ties to China. They think we don't know. They had help from someone inside Argentina." "Who?" asked King. "The head of AFP," said Calabrese. King looked as if he was about to flip his desk over. "Do you know how much we give those ungrateful bastards?" yelled King, reaching for the speaker button on his phone console. "Yes, Mr. King," came the voice of King's assistant. "Get me President Salazar down in Argentina," he yelled at the phone. He looked at Calabrese. "Who's the head of AFP?" asked King. Calabrese leaned forward and pressed the speaker button, cutting off the phone. "You mean, who was the head of AFP?" answered Calabrese calmly. King smiled. Lindsay glanced at Calabrese, incredulous. "Your guys killed—" "Spare me," snapped King, interrupting Lindsay. "He got what he deserved. As far as I'm concerned, Hector here can do whatever he feels like. But that's that world. Right now we're in this world. And the question is, what do we do?" "I think it's appropriate to expel their ambassador from the country," said Lindsay, "along with the entire embassy staff and the entire staff of the mission to the UN, and any satellite missions, LA, San Francisco, Chicago, etc. "That's symbolic horse shit," said King. "What about the fuckers who actually did it?" "It's Fao Bhang," said Calabrese. "It's his operation." King straightened his tie. Do you have any recommendation? We need to confront the Chinese, said Calabrese. They might deny it, but they also might administer their own form of justice and remove Bhang. That'll be significant. I'm going upstairs to brief the president, said King. When I get back, I want the Chinese ambassador in my office. King walked to the door. One more thing, he said, looking at Lindsay. You call Lee. You call him or I'll call him. I'll call him. Tell Lee the president expects him at Jessica's funeral, said King. And tell him to bring Fao Bhang's head in one of his suitcases. Chapter 42. Upper Phillimore Gardens, Kensington, London. The taxicab pulled up to Borchart's limestone mansion as the sun was setting over London. The usually quiet street in front of Borchart's palatial estate was busy. A long line of limousines was queued up, along with taxis, assorted sports cars and luxury sedans, and a Range Rover or two thrown in for good measure. A line of valets was opening the doors of the cars and taking those cars that needed to be parked to a parking lot around the corner. Well-dressed men, many in tuxedos, along with women in elegant, formal gowns, drifted up the dimly lit front steps toward the entrance to Borchart's house. Dewey paid the cabbie, grabbed his leather bag, and climbed out. He was dressed in what he'd been wearing when he drove out of Middleburg 8 hours before. Jeans, t-shirt, boots. His face was covered in stubble. Borchart and Dewey had an unusual relationship, to say the least. Borchart was a German international weapons dealer with ties to not only most Western countries, including the United States, but also to virtually every known terrorist organization in the world. Borchart had few morals, but he didn't sell terrorists anything more powerful than guns and ammunition. His reasoning was simple. He didn't like jihadists, and he thought guns would mostly be used to kill each other. Anything more powerful, and he wouldn't have been able to sleep at night, constantly worried that it might be his plane or boat or car that got heated up by an angry freedom fighter. Borchart was worth more than $10 billion and was considered the most powerful weapons dealer in the world. Interestingly, he made almost as much money selling information as he did selling weapons. He'd learned long ago that every time he sold a centrifuge to the North Koreans, for example, the South Koreans were more than willing to pay handsomely for that information, nearly as much as the North Koreans had paid for the centrifuges themselves. Borchart had almost gotten Dewey killed 2 years before. It was Borchart who plumbed contacts within the Pentagon to identify who killed Oswan Fortuna's son, Alexander. Oswan paid Borchart $4 million for a photo of Dewey. A year after selling it to Fortuna, that photo had come within a hair's breadth of getting Dewey killed by Hezbollah. But the 5'4", wayfish-looking Borchart had made amends by helping Dewey infiltrate Iran the year before. Afterward, Borchart told Dewey he would be more than happy to help him when he needed it. There was something Borchart saw in the rough-hewn American. Perhaps it was the way Dewey had stood up to him, without fear, and had given him the opportunity to make amends. Maybe it was the way they each approached the world, reliant on no one. Borchart had even allowed Dewey and Tacoma the use of one of his basement rooms for the interrogation of Bhutta, an interrogation that had yielded the name of China's asset inside Mossad. Of course, Dewey trusted Borchart about as far as he could throw him. Borchart was unscrupulous, amoral, and self-interested. Yet the moment the true identity of the Chinese sniper had appeared on the plasma screen in Middleburg, Dewey knew he needed Borchart's knowledge and connections to Beijing. He needed information on the man behind Jessica's death, Fao Bhang, and he needed to start planning his infiltration of China and ultimately Fao Bhang's world. Dewey knew full well that Borchart might betray him to the Chinese. As a matter of fact, he was counting on it. Dewey climbed the wide marble steps to the mansion's entrance. A few people stared at him, but said nothing. Violins could be heard from somewhere inside the mansion, along with the sounds of laughter and conversation. He saw Borchart dressed in coat and tails, greeting guests as they came in. They made eye contact. Burkhardt finished speaking with a young blonde woman in a black dress, excused himself, and made a beeline for Dewey. "I see you got the invitation," said Burkhardt, smiling as he shook Dewey's hand. "Wouldn't have missed it for the world, Rolf," said Dewey. "Did you rent that tux?" asked Burkhardt, pointing at Dewey's orange T-shirt. "Or do you own it?" "Rented it," said Dewey. "I need to have it back by midnight." Burkhardt grinned. "Let's get a drink," he said. Dewey followed Burkhardt into a room off the entrance foyer. Burkhardt shut the door. It was a large library with vaulted ceilings of dark wood, huge crystal chandelier, fireplace, walls lined with books, several big couches, a bar in the corner. Burkhardt poured 2 drinks. "Whiskey, as I recall." "Yes. Thanks. What's the party for?" "Some board I'm on." "Do you need to get back to it?" "They don't come to see me," said Burkhardt. "They come to eat my food, drink my wine, and see my house. Frankly, I know very few of them, and those I do know don't like me." "Then why are you on the board?" "I get to look legitimate because I'm on the board of some museum, and they get my money. It's like an arms deal." Burkhardt finished pouring and turned back to Dewey. "What happened to your hand?" Dewey didn't answer. Burkhardt handed him a glass and clinked his against it. Dewey downed it in one gulp. "You can tell me later, I guess," said Burkhardt. "What do you need?" "It's complicated," said Dewey. "Let's start with the country." "China." Burkhardt tipped his glass back and took a large sip. "Is this about Jessica Tanzer?" Dewey stared at him. He was silent for a few moments. "Yes." "Why?" "She was my fiancée. They sent the kill team to Argentina. They were after me, but they shot her." Burkhardt nodded. "I'm sorry, Dewey." Dewey was silent. Burkhardt drained the rest of his glass. "So, you want vengeance?" asked Burkhardt. "Yes." "Against who?" 2 days ago I would have wiped out the entire country if I could have, but I don't want that. I want to kill the ones who were responsible for her death. Fao Bhang. Anyone close to him. If I could make it hurt, that would be an added bonus. Well-planned infiltration into the PRC could take months. There's getting in, there's the design of the operation itself, there's getting back safely. In addition, there's a simple challenge of accessing Bhang. He's going to be extremely well guarded. Look, they were after you. They sent a wet crew to Argentina. That means if you set foot in PRC and they capture you, you're toast. They'll simply kill you." "Yeah," said Dewey. "I've thought about it. I'm not looking for a nice, clean round-trip ticket here." "I need to tell you something," said Burkhardt. "I have very deep ties to the PRC. I helped to modernize their military infrastructure, probably more than anyone. I've dined with Premier Li on at least half a dozen occasions. The Chinese ambassador to Britain is here tonight with his wife." "I'm putting you in a difficult position," said Dewey. "I don't know where else to turn." Dewey walked to the bar and poured himself another glass of Jack Daniels and another scotch for Burkhardt. He walked to one of the sofas and sat down. "That's not what I meant," said Burkhardt. "I'm used to being in difficult positions. I'll help you. But I don't want to be exposed. That means you can't tell anyone, not Calabrese, no one. I can't afford to get in the crosshairs of Fao Bhang." "Not a problem," said Dewey. "I don't want anything elaborate, but it needs to happen soon. It needs to be loud and obnoxious. A big fuck you." "I have to tell you, Bhang is a dangerous man," said Burkhardt. "So is Ming Hua, his deputy who runs the kill squads. Couple of evil bastards. China is one large booby trap. You never know who you can trust.
The old man working at the shoe factory is just as likely to be an informant as the cashier at the hotel or the anchorman on the evening news. Your little foray into Iran was a cakewalk compared to this. They could very well already know you're here. The ministry's use of technology would blow your mind. They are far more aggressive than Langley or NSA.
I take it you don't want to come with me.
The problem is, said Borchardt, ignoring Dewey, even if you had a very clean set of documents with an Interpol backpull, a so-called clean insertion, the problem is PRC has altered the entire architecture of its entrance protocols.
I'm only fluent in English and Spanish, Rolf, said Dewey, taking a sip of whiskey.
Your photograph, in other words, now exists in a highly sophisticated database inside China that is fed in real time by border security. Photos are ported from all border crossings, whether it's a main hub or the one-room train depot in Erenhot.
Erenhot?
The only border crossing between Mongolia and China. It's a facial recognition appliance that cost PRC more than $2 billion and 6 years to design and implement. It's causing plenty of headaches for people trying to get into PRC with false papers. Bhang's brother, Bo Min, designed it.
He has a brother?
Yes. Bo Min, a genius. He's the one who designed the new border security system. It's extremely sophisticated. Every visitor to PRC, whether it's by plane, boat, train, or vehicle, by foot or by bicycle, is going to have their photo snapped and scanned against a massive database. If you attempt to enter China with a fake ID, it might work, but if it doesn't, you tell me, what do you think Fao Bhang will do? I can tell you what he won't do. He won't let you ever see the light of day again.
How do you know they have my photograph? Don't tell me you sold it to them, too.
Borchardt grinned. Were you in the U.S. military?
Yeah, you know that.
Then they have your photograph.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not kidding. The Chinese are serious. They're not fucking around. America has spent hundreds of billions, trillions even, to try and wipe out radical jihad, where the Chinese pose a capability and thus a threat that is several quantums more dangerous than terrorism and radical Islam.
What do they want?
I have no idea. No one does. I'm not sure even they do.
So why do you deal with them?
They have lots of money. They like weapons. They love information. And, most important, they wire their money 7 days after I send the bill. Dewey sat back on the deep leather sofa. I'll have Karina put you in one of the suites, said Borchardt. In the meantime, don't venture out into the party. If Bhang is after you, I can guarantee you that every embassy official in the world has already memorized your photo. Also, no phone calls. I know what Bhang and his minions are capable of. The lines were swept before the party, but for all I know, one of the caterers works for him and already stuck a bug on the switch. Dewey nodded. Pour a whiskey, pick out a book. Karina will set you up. You look like you could use a good night's sleep. We'll talk in the morning.
Chapter 43. Private Residence, the White House, Washington, D.C. King stepped off the elevator into the private residence of the President. Amy Dellenbaugh greeted him. "Hello, Mrs. Dellenbaugh."
For the 100th time, call me Amy. Come on. He's in the kitchen. She led King through the luxurious, intimate living quarters of the first family to the kitchen, where Dellenbaugh was standing at the counter, sleeves rolled up, making a sandwich. "You hungry?" asked Dellenbaugh. "I made you a sandwich. I hope you like roast beef." "Thank you. I do like roast beef." King walked to the counter where a sandwich was piled on a plate. "You really made that?" asked King. "There are people who are paid to do that for you, Mr. President." "I like doing it myself. If the Secret Service would let me, I'd mow the lawn, too."
Dillenbaugh picked up the 2 plates and carried them to a long table in the center of the kitchen where they sat down. King picked up the sandwich and took a bite. "Not bad, sir." "Not bad?" asked Dillenbaugh, grinning. "How about great sandwich, Mr. President?" "It's a little heavy on the mustard, sir." "You can't have too much mustard," said Dillenbaugh, taking a large bite of his sandwich. "What have we got?" "It was China." "You sure?" "The evidence is indisputable. We found the body of one of the men sent to Argentina. He was a high-ranking agent in the Ministry of State Security. Hector believes they were after Dewey." Dillenbaugh took another bite, then chewed in silence as he thought. His face went from calm to disgusted, followed by irate. "Motherfuckers," the president said finally. He put the sandwich down. "I believe, Hector and Tim believe, we need to confront them. Fao Bhang and whoever else was involved in this need to be held accountable." "I'll call Lee," said Dillenbaugh, standing up. "Not yet, sir. Tim is going to call him. Let's see what their response is. Let's keep some dry powder in case we need it later." Chapter 44. Upper Phillimore Gardens, Kensington, London. Borchardt walked with his eyes on the ground through the party, ignoring those guests who called to him. In the central ballroom, beneath a Rembrandt painting of a young girl in a meadow, he saw Sun Ma, the Chinese ambassador to England, speaking with a woman. Borchardt walked close enough to Ma to make eye contact. When the smiling Ma looked up from his conversation, Borchardt nodded to him. Ma followed Borchardt into a hallway off the kitchen, then down the stairs, into the basement. Ma trailed in silence. Both men walked quickly. At the end of the hallway, a large guard in an ill-fitting suit stood. In his hands, aimed at the ground, was a close-quarters combat machine gun. Borchardt and Ma passed the guard in silence and entered a windowless, brightly lit room. Inside, 2 men were seated, monitoring a wall of plasma screens, all displaying different views of the mansion, both inside and out. "Go to the Equinox suite," said Borchardt. One of the men punched a few keys. The screen cut to a large, empty bedroom suite. "Would you mind telling me why we're in your basement, Rolf?" asked the ambassador. Borchardt turned to Ma. "You'll see," said Borchardt. "Make it fast and don't make a mess. I don't want to know what you're going to do or how you're going to do it. I want no part of it." "Of what?" asked Ma. There was movement on the video screen. A woman walked through the door, followed by a large man in an orange t-shirt, carrying a duffel bag. Ma moved closer to the screen to get a better look. His smile slowly dissipated, and shock overtook his face. He pulled a cell phone from his pocket. "Get me Minister Bang," barked Ma in Mandarin. "Now!" Chapter 45. CIA Headquarters, Langley. Calabrese was asleep in his chair when loud knocking on his glass door woke him up. It was 2 in the afternoon. After staying up all night and working through the morning, Calabrese had finally succumbed to exhaustion a few hours before. "We found Dewey." It was Bill Polk, deputy head of the CIA's National Clandestine Service and director of Special Operations Group, the CIA's paramilitary outfit. It hadn't taken long for Polk's team to figure out where Dewey went. They started with a fast scan of the 3 airports within reach of Middleburg by car: Dulles International, Reagan National, and Baltimore-Washington International. They also dispatched 3 on-the-ground teams to look for Tacoma's BMW M5, which happened to be, in typical Tacoma flamboyance, orange. At first, the team thought they'd gotten lucky early. There weren't a ton of flights to look at in the immediate hours after Dewey left the farm, but a 2 a.m. Dulles to Frankfurt flight popped up Dewey's name on the Lufthansa manifest. The CIA team, however, couldn't find Tacoma's car at Dulles, though that could have been easily explained away. Perhaps he'd parked it at a local motel, then taken a taxi cab. A back scan of the manifest against customs data, however, showed that Dewey had bought the ticket, gotten his boarding pass, but hadn't been aboard the plane when it took off. Then, sometime in the wee hours of the night, Tacoma's M5 was found at Reagan National, parked in the employee lot. Dewey had flown the Delta shuttle to JFK. At 7 a.m., he'd been in seat 4A of a British Airways flight to Heathrow. "What time did he land?" asked Calabrese, sitting up. "He lands in 1 hour." Calabrese looked at his watch. "Get a plane ready for takeoff," said Calabrese. "I want to be airborne in exactly 30 minutes. "You got it." Calabrese leaned forward. He hit the button on the phone console atop the brass and glass coffee table, then quickly dialed a number he knew by heart. "Fox." "Katie?" "Hi, Hector." "What are you doing?" "Well, let's see. I just finished adjusting the locks on the vault, so Dewey can't lock us in again." "Speaking of Dewey," said Calabrese, "we found him." "Congratulations," said Katie. "Say hi to him for me, will you?" "He's about to land in London." "That's really exciting. Maybe you'll send me a postcard." "I'll be waiting by the mailbox. If you talk to him, would you mind relaying a message for me?" Calabrese breathed in deeply, grinned, then shook his head. "And what is that?" "Tell him to fuck off." "I will. Anything else?" "Don't ever ask for Rob and me to help that ungrateful son of a bitch ever again. What a jerk. What if that room didn't have an oxygen circuit?" Calabrese let Katie finish blowing off steam. "You done?" "Yes." "Where's Rob?" "Shooting things in the backyard." "Well, so, the reason I called, yeah? I got you two into this whole thing, and I feel sort of bad. I'd like to make it up to you." Katie was silent. "Something special," added Calabrese. "That's nice. What did you have in mind?" "I was thinking it might be fun to go on a trip." "Oh, no, Hector," said Katie warily. "You're not serious." "London is so pretty this time of year," said Calabrese. "The rain, the clouds, the rain, the drizzle, then there's the fog. Harrods, Buckingham Palace, changing of the guard, what do you say? Throw a few shrimps on the Barbie?" "That's Australia, jackass." "We can go there afterward," added Calabrese enthusiastically. Katie was silent. "I take off from Andrews in 20 minutes, said Calabrese. "I'll swing by Dulles private." "Do we have a choice in the matter?" "No," said Calabrese, standing up. "And tell Rob to bring something nice to wear in case we get to meet the Queen." The black Sikorsky S-76C chopper picked up Calabrese on the roof helipad at Langley, then delivered him 10 minutes later to the tarmac at Andrews. He climbed down the air stairs, then walked 150 feet to the waiting CIA-owned black and silver Gulfstream G-150, whose turbines were already buzzing as the pilots prepared for takeoff. 12 minutes later, after landing at the private terminal at Dulles, Katie and Tacoma climbed up the jet stairs, each carrying a small duffel bag. Tacoma had a wide smile on his face. His hair was a mess. He had on cut-off khaki shorts with paint stains and a faded yellow T-shirt with a trident shield stamped on the chest, symbol of the Navy SEALs. He had on a pair of heavily beat-up cowboy boots. Katie, as usual, looked slightly more elegant than Tacoma. She had on knee-high brown leather boots with a silver Gucci insignia on the sides. She wore short green and white flower print shorts, which showed off her legs, and a thin white cotton sweater with a black stripe across it. Her hair was branded into a ponytail. Unlike Tacoma, there was no smile on her face. "Hi, guys," said Calabrese. "Thanks for coming." "Wouldn't have missed it, Chief," said Tacoma, sitting down in one of the big white leather captain's chairs, diagonally across from Calabrese. "I hear Polky found my beamer." Katie sat down across from Calabrese, but remained silent. The plane taxied down the long tarmac, turned, then roared down the runway, lifting smoothly into the sunny Virginia sky. Calabrese briefed Katie and Tacoma on his meeting at the White House with Adrian King and Secretary of State Lindsay. "So,
Basically, we're going to ask China to turn over their top intelligence officials so that he can be prosecuted at The Hague? Asked Katie, incredulous.
That's the plan.
Did you speak with the president?
Not yet. King is meeting with the Chinese ambassador as we speak. We're going to get on the phone after that.
Why don't they let you deal with it?
That's not off the table yet, said Calabrese. Look, if China will hand over Fao Bhang, that would be adequate for me. He should pay. If going the official route is what gets that done, then so be it. I'm happy. Happy? Asked Tacoma. Well, not happy. I'm still pissed, but the staging of something like a hit on Fao Bhang is not straightforward, guys. We need to let things run their course. Dellenbaugh isn't going to go to DEFCON 5 right from the get-go. I don't disagree with him either.
Understood.
Coffee, anyone?
Asked Tacoma.
Sure, said Calabrese. Katie held up 2 fingers, indicating she wanted one also. Tacoma stood and walked to the galley kitchen at the aft of the jet. He made 3 cups of coffee, then returned to the seats. Why London? Asked Calabrese as Tacoma sat down. If I had to guess, he's going to see Burkhardt, said Tacoma. Deep connections to Beijing, agreed Calabrese, nodding. Whatever weapons Dewey wants. There's a certain logic to it.
Dewey is asking him to help get back at Bhang, said Katie.
The problem is, said Calabrese, Burkhardt would flip Dewey in a heartbeat. China's his biggest client by far.
Do we have someone tracking him from Heathrow? Asked Katie.
Nope.
Why not?
I didn't want to exacerbate the situation, said Calabrese. He's extremely pissed off. If I sent a spotter, he would have seen him. At that point, he would have felt even more betrayed than he does already. Then he'd shut us out permanently. I don't think we want to be shut out.
We need to get a team over there, said Katie. Who do we have in London, Hector? Should I call Danny?
Calabrese unfolded the sat phone. He pressed one of the speed dial buttons, then put the phone to his ear.
Who are you calling? Asked Katie.
Derek Chalmers, said Calabrese. We need to find Dewey and bring him home before he gets in any deeper. Chapter 46. The White House, Washington, D.C. When King walked back into his office, Zhai Jindao, China's ambassador to the United States, was seated in front of his desk. Jindao was 50 years old. He had a neatly coiffed head of black hair that was a tad long, and wore a stylish pair of round, tortoiseshell eyeglasses. Unlike many of his fellow Chinese government officials, he wore beautiful clothing, brightly striped button-down shirts, Hermes ties, Prada shoes, and suits that were made on Savile Row in London. Most unusual, however, was his smile. It was, in a word, infectious. That and his good looks had done much for him over the years, and there weren't many people, inside or outside of diplomatic circles, who didn't like Jindao. Jindao was alone. As King entered, he stood up immediately. King took off his sports coat and hung it on the back of his door, then shut it.
"Hadrian," said Jindao, stepping toward him. "Good to see you, my friend."
King ignored his outstretched hand. He went behind his desk.
"Let's dispense with the pleasantries, Mr. Ambassador. It's your meeting. Do you know why you're here?"
"Not exactly, though I can probably guess." King pushed the manila dossier on Hu Shao across the desk to Jindao. Jindao picked it up and leafed through it as King watched in silence. It took Jindao only a minute or two to pore through it. When he was done, he placed it back on the desk in front of King. King stared at Jindao, who stared back.
"The question, Mr. Ambassador," said King with anger in his voice, "is not whether China was behind the assassination of our national security advisor. The question is, what the fuck is China going to do about it?"
Jindao remained calm.
"What do you mean, what is China going to do about it?"
asked Jindao. "I mean, what are you going to do about it? Simple fucking question. Hu Shao was a high-level MSS operative. He killed Jessica Tanzer. This is an act of war."
Jindao nodded, not in agreement, but out of respect, acknowledging he had heard King's words,
and was not ignoring them. But he said nothing. Do you deny it, Mr. Ambassador? Is that what you're going to try and do? Deny this guy worked for you? Or maybe he was a rogue, off on his own? Is that it? Jindao's smile transformed into a kind, if icy, stare. No, I don't deny it, said Jindao. King stared, incredulous, at Jindao. As you said, continued Jindao, let's dispense with the pleasantries. Cut the bullshit, as you say. King leaned forward. Okay, go. You know as well as I do why he was there, said Jindao. Hu Shao was part of a three-man team sent in for Andreas. Unfortunately, Jessica was shot by accident. She was not the intended target Andreas was. I am being honest with you, Adrian. Do you think we would intentionally harm America's National Security Advisor? You did harm her, yelled King. You killed her. Yes, we killed her. But it was an accident. And yes, Premier Li will be coming to the funeral, but not because you threatened him, something which I did not pass on to him when we spoke. That would have only inflamed the situation. King sat back in his large red leather chair. Jindao's honesty had caught him off guard. King had expected him to deny it, then to bow out, tail between his legs, and ultimately to help broker the deal that would appease an angry president and an even angrier chief of staff, not to mention CIA director. You are to leave the United States by tomorrow night, said King. All non-U.S. Embassy staff are to leave America. The PRC mission to the United Nations, all staff as well as any PRC regional missions located in U.S. territory out. Then we'll discuss what happens with China. At the very minimum, Fao Bhang is to be turned over to authorities for prosecution at The Hague, along with any ministry staff involved in Jessica Tanzer's death. Do I make myself clear, Ambassador Jindao? Perfectly clear, said Jindao. But there is one problem. What is that? Asked King, leaning forward. China has no intention of withdrawing from the United States, nor of turning over Minister Bhang. King was starting to feel a little nervous. Mr. Ambassador, your diplomatic missions that are within U.S. sovereign territory are the purview of this country and specifically the President of the United States. I was with him approximately half an hour ago. Not only does he want you out of the country, I had to fight to get an extra day for you and your people. President Dellenbaugh wants you gone. Jindao smiled. I certainly understand, said Jindao, and I would never want to imply that our presence in your country is anything less than a privilege, determined and decided by your president. If you want us gone, we will be gone. Indeed, if President Dellenbaugh wants me gone today, that is something that could be arranged, but... King stared. But what? He snapped. But then, who will buy the $500 billion worth of U.S. Treasury bonds which the People's Bank of China is being asked to buy? And in 6 months, when Secretary Ulrich comes to us yet again with his hat in his hand and asks us to buy another $1 trillion worth of bonds, as he has already informed us he will do, what will happen then? King's face flushed red. He sat back, loosened his tie, then ran his right hand back through his hair. Premier Li, myself, even, believe it or not, Minister Bhang, all regret what happened to Jessica, continued Jindao. Perhaps nobody more so than me. I had a close relationship with Jessica, closer than anybody else in my government. I sincerely liked her. It is not an exaggeration to say that I am embarrassed, and that Premier Li is embarrassed, and there will be people who suffer the consequences of this tragedy. But it will not be Fao Bhang. If you would still like China to withdraw, well, of course we will do so immediately. But before you and your president make such a decision, I encourage you to speak with Secretary Ulrich. You might also want to consult with the chairman of the Federal Reserve. And while you're at it,
You should probably let your leaders in Congress know." "Know what?" whispered King, furious now. "Let them know China will not be in a position to lend the United States another $1.5 trillion. And they will no doubt tell you without that money, the government of the United States will have to shut down. Or, of course, you could stop paying Social Security benefits, or paying your hard-working U.S. soldiers, or paying hospital bills for the elderly. I could go on. "Fuck you," said King. Jindao stood. "Is that your answer?" asked Jindao. "That's a question for the president," said King. "The fuck you was from me." Chapter 47. Upper Phillimore Gardens, Kensington, London. Karina, one of Borkart's servants, led Dewey through a small door at the back of the library, which fed into a thin, windowless servants' hallway. At the end of the hallway was a curving iron stairwell. At the third floor, Karina led Dewey down a long corridor. She opened the door to a spacious bedroom with a large living room and bathroom. "If you need anything, please press 4 on your telephone, Mr. Andreas," said Karina. "That will ring someone in the service wing." "Thank you." The bed was massive, with a large white canopy draped overhead. 2 large windows looked over the gardens at the back of the house. A crowd of at least 200 mingled in the gardens. Music drifted up to the window. Dewey opened one of the windows and stood watching the crowd, then yawned, raising his hands over his head. He lowered the curtain, shutting out any outside light. He drained the last of the whiskey, went into the bathroom, stripped off his clothes, and took a shower. He brushed his teeth and climbed into bed and turned out the lights. Sun Ma had removed his tuxedo jacket. He paced Borkart's basement security room. 2 of Borkart's security men were seated, monitoring video screens. Standing behind them was another man. He was short, wiry, crew-cut, young, and Chinese. He was dressed in black tactical military clothing. This was the lead MSS agent in London, one of the ministry's top assassins in all of Europe. The agent stood, arms crossed, behind the seated security men. His eyes darted about the panoply of screens, keeping an eye on Dewey's bedroom, while also monitoring the party, which was beginning to thin out. "You need to go," said Ma, speaking in Mandarin to the agent. "Now, the chances of being seen are practically non-existent." "Mr. Ambassador," the agent responded, without moving his eyes from the screen. "If I need your advice, I will ask for it." The agent stared at a pair of screens that displayed the terrace. A small crowd continued to hover near a fountain. In the alley behind Borkart's mansion, a white truck was parked. On its side was written, "Mayfair and Lime Catering Company Limited." Inside sat 4 MSS agents, awaiting the go from the agent in the basement. Each man wore the same black tactical military outfit, running shoes and clutched automatic weapons. Close-quarters combat submachine guns, with suppressors screwed into the muzzles. Night vision optics were strapped to each man's head, ready to be pulled down at a moment's notice. The 4 killers sat in silence, earbuds in, waiting. Half a world away, Fao Bhang was seated in the conference room next to his office. Ming Hua was with him. They were patched into Borkart's VPN, monitoring the operation in real time. It was 6 a.m. in Beijing. On the wall, a large video screen was live linked to Borkart's security system. The screen displayed a dozen different views, tiled across the screen. In the upper left corner was the live feed of Dewey's bedroom, now dark. A triangular audio receiver sat on a table in front of Bang and Ming Hua. "What floor is he on?" asked Bang, leaning toward the mic. 3, came the voice of the agent in London. "In back." "I believe we are close," said Ming Hua. He pointed at the screens. At least 3/4 of the screens were devoid of activity. One screen showed the front steps of the mansion. Couples were filing out. "Is that a tactical order?" came the voice of the agent in London. Bang pointed at a screen, showing a man and a woman kissing in a shadowy corner of the back terrace. "No," said Bang sharply. "Mr. Borkart was kind enough to notify us. In return, what he asked for was discretion and cleanliness. We wait until the party is over.
Borkart stood near the front door, saying goodbye to his guests as they filed out. The party was coming to a close, though many people still continued to mill about. The sound of a Mozart sonata, played with utmost skill by the violinist, lent a soothing, elegant air to the din. When one of Borkart's servants walked nearby, Borkart snapped his fingers. "Go tell the violin to pack it up," he said. "Last song." Dewey lay in bed for just over an hour, eyes open, staring at the dark bedroom, with the sounds of the party echoing softly up from the terrace and gardens at the rear of the estate. In the dark, he climbed from his bed. He pulled on his jeans, t-shirt, and a pair of running shoes from his duffel. He went to the window and stepped behind the curtain. Quietly, he climbed onto the brass banister and stared at the gardens below. The party had thinned out, only a few couples were still on the terrace. The music from the violin abruptly stopped. Dewey reached up and placed his hands on the eave. He wrapped his fingertips around the front of the eave. He stepped off the banister into the open air, clinging onto the eave with both hands. For several seconds, he hung from the eave, dangling above the gardens 3 stories below, then threw his right foot up onto the eave. He pulled himself up to the roof. The roof was pitch black. Floodlights every 6 feet cast light up, out and down from the flat roof toward the gardens, the sides of the house, and, in front, at Upper Phillimore Gardens. He stood in the pitch black of the shadows, catching his breath. He moved quietly across the roof to the front of the mansion. He leaned over the edge, clinging to the roof eave, and lowered himself. He was hanging now, staring into a well-lit room, inside of which stood a large red billiards table. A couple, a young blonde man with glasses and his tuxedo jacket off, and a woman in a pink dress, was in the room. She was watching him prepare to hit the ball. Dewey inched along the roof eave, dangling 3 stories over the sidewalk. He could see people below, couples talking, a man with a black Labrador retriever. Down the sidewalk, at the entrance to Borkart's, a pair of armed guards stood watch. The next window was dark. Dewey swung in and dropped, grabbing the railing. His feet slammed into the limestone beneath the window, barely missing the glass. Slowly, cautiously, he lowered his hands from the banister to the landing where his feet were. He clutched the edge of the landing, then lowered himself again, so that he now hung outside a window on the 2nd floor. As he dangled in the dark, he scanned the room. It was the biggest bedroom in the house. It was also the only bedroom that wouldn't have security cameras peering in. Borkart liked his privacy. Dewey felt for the railing with his shoe. He stepped delicately atop the railing, then climbed down onto the small terrace in front of the window. From his pocket, Dewey removed a small ice pick, which he'd taken from the bar. He stuck it into the seam between the upper and lower windows. Dewey knew Borkart had a state-of-the-art security system more than capable of detecting penetrations at doors and windows. He guessed that the system would be off for the party. He popped the latch, then lifted the window open. The agent in the basement security room pulled a pair of thin leather gloves from his pocket and pulled them on. He reached to his ear. "We are near hard count," said the agent, scanning the screens, which were mostly blank and lifeless. "The right gate is the open access. Move in 1-minute intervals along the right side of the gardens to the door closest to the swimming pool. I'll meet you inside the door. Give me a weapons check." Inside the delivery truck, the 4 agents, one by one, checked their machine guns, then responded to the lead agent. "Over 1, 2, over 3, 4, out." Each man pulled the night optics down over his eyes. "Hold," said the lead agent. He continued to stare at the screens. He saw movement in one of the rooms. "What's that?" he asked in English, pointing. "Stuff," said one of Borkart's men with a heavy Russian accent. "Cook." The agent swung his submachine gun from around his back to his front. He checked the magazine without looking, then pressed his ear. "On my go," said the agent in Mandarin. "I want dark communications. No talk. We move on my lead." Dewey moved silently to Borkart's bed. He opened the drawer of a bedside table,
Beneath the book, a handgun lay in the drawer. Glock 24 with a suppressor. He checked the magazine, making sure it was good to go. He went to a closet, pulled a shoelace from one of Borkhart's shoes, then put it through the trigger guard and tied a knot around his neck so that the Glock now hung at his neck. He stuffed an extra mag in his jeans pocket. Dewey got down on his knees and looked beneath the bed. He reached under the bed and pulled out an MP7A1. Dewey knew Borkhart was paranoid. He didn't think he was this paranoid. At the window, he took the ice pick and jabbed it into the curtain. He tore off a long strip of silk from the curtain. He tied it through the MP7's trigger guard, then made a knot. He made a sling, wrapping it around his neck. He strapped the MP7 across his back, then tightened the sling. Bhang lit a cigarette as he waited in the conference room, watching the operation unfold. Ming Hua glanced up at him. "Are we good?" he asked. "Something doesn't feel right," said Bhang, deep in thought. "What do you want to do?" asked Ming Hua. "I can abort." Bhang shook his head without saying anything. "Proceed," said Bhang. Ming Hua turned and leaned into the mic. "Lead 1, you have tactical authority," said Ming Hua into the mic. "You are hot." Borkhart sat in the library, leg bouncing nervously, sipping a vodka, staring at the Chinese ambassador, Sun Ma, who paced back and forth across the room. "The guests are gone," said Ma, looking at Borkhart. "Honestly, what can be taking so long?" Borkhart stared at Ma. "Stop talking," said Borkhart. "I told you I don't want to know about it. I don't want to hear about it." "I apologize," said Ma. Borkhart shut his eyes. He took another sip of his drink, trying to quell the guilt he now felt. "Tell me about the party," said Borkhart. "How was it? Did the guests enjoy themselves?" "Yes, Rolf," said Ma, smiling, attempting to relax. "It was a wonderful evening. The food was absolutely out of this world." Dewey climbed back out through Borkhart's bedroom window. He stepped up to the railing. He reached up to the eave and pulled himself to the 3rd floor. From the 3rd floor landing, he grabbed the eave and lifted himself back onto the roof. He sprinted in the darkness to the rear of the roof. The terrace and gardens were empty. A staff member carried a tray of glasses toward the house. Dewey leaned down to the edge of the roof. The lead agent scanned the video screens one last time. He unlatched his night optics from his belt and pulled them over his head, then down over his eyes. He walked to the door and exited into a darkened basement. He flipped on the optics. "Go," he said. The order came to the 4 agents in the truck. The agent closest to the rear of the truck opened the door. He pointed at the agent across from him. That man jumped from the truck to the ground. He scanned the alley, then moved to the gate. He opened it and skulked in silence along the right edge of the property, clinging to the shadows. He came to a swimming pool, moved around it, and entered the mansion through a glass door. In 1-minute intervals, the other agents followed. The 4 men gathered inside a darkened greenhouse next to the swimming pool. They waited in silence. Lead 1, the agent from the basement, arrived a few seconds after the last man from the truck. He signaled for the agents to follow him. They moved, 2 by 2, with 1 man trailing, down a dark hallway to a stairwell, then climbed, quietly, 1 step at a time, up the stairs. At the 3rd floor, the lead agent halted the others with a hand signal. They listened for more than a minute, hearing nothing except the occasional clink of glasses or a faint voice from downstairs. Dewey stood next to the bed. He was drenched in sweat and breathing hard. He untied the sling from around his neck, then the shoelace, putting the Glock between his jeans and his back. He went to the bed and stuffed pillows under the sheets to make it look like he was asleep. He moved to the corner, feeling the wall for a light switch. Just before the corner of the room, he found it. To his left, 6 feet away, was the door. In front of him was the bed. He checked the magazine on the MP7, then moved the safety off. He set the fire selector to full auto. He spread his feet and waited. He gripped the SMG in his hands, right finger on the ceramic trigger, and thought of Jessica. He could never get her back. But tonight would begin the healing process. He heard his own breathing, counting as he breathed in and out, trying to calm his rapidly beating heart. He heard a noise from the hallway, the distant creaking of wood, like someone had stepped on a loose board. Dewey suddenly heard the metal of the doorknob as it turned. Dim light came in through the crack as the door opened. He counted the first man, then another, and still a third. They moved in silence, like ghosts. He saw the outline of suppressors sticking out from machine guns, then the telltale geometrics of the night optics on their heads. The three agents moved to the end of the bed, raising their weapons, preparing to fire. A fourth man entered and stood at the door.
"It's all you can do, Dewey. It's all you could ever do."
Dewey put his left hand on the light switch. One of the gunmen at the back of the bed nodded to the others. The metallic thuds of suppressed machine gun fire echoed softly in the room as they triggered their weapons at the bed, full auto, sweeping across the mattress, leaving no area unscathed. Dewey flipped the switch. The room burst yellow as light filled the room. He pulled the trigger. The MP7 didn't